الحجر The winner jika didapatkan oleh Alter Ego Liveback, sebuah WCD yang membuat kita harus mengatakan Alter Ego layak dan pantas ada di PMGC final. Alter Ego, go! Luar biasa sekali pertunjukan ini.
Kami tidak pernah menyangka giliran ini akan datang. Didorong dengan dukungan dan harapan yang membuat kami percaya bahwa kami tidak sendirian. Kali ini bukan hanya tentang sekedar berjuang, namun untuk siapa kami harus menang. Untuk mereka, untuk kita, untuk Indonesia. Terima kasih untuk kesempatan ini.
Sangat disayangkan ternyata Titan John Fight di sini tidak hanya Alpha 7, hanya menyisakan satu yang terakhir Liquid. Low banget Liquid, granat, no, granat tersebut memulangkan semua pemain General.
Memang dimain karena bagian dalam tentunya lebih tahu sampai kita terus masih berdanta, ternyata terbait oleh si Force luar biasa sekali kita melakukan break karena bagian ini Force sangat baik karena dia tahu kita jadikan
untuk ini sama ngeras maju karena bagian depan 2012. Ayo kita ras maju tembak dan ternyata malah pubg bocor. Ayo terus ada ibu suara diri saja. What happened? Sangat disayangkan.
Kita Indonesia.
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 Kita Indonesia. Indonesia.
яаж үзэхийг ханта чамд харуул. Is 5 out of 10. You look funny and cute.
Espero que tenham gostado da minha dança.
Самаас ханаа алтан гэрэл өгтө бүрэн байд.
Merhaba, ben Fireflux takımından Keç.
За би чамд 10-аас 7 оноо өгье. Би өөртөө 7.1 өгье. Тэгээд яаж үзэхийг ханта чамд харуул.
5 points çünkü hareketi yanlış yapmış. Şimdi size doğrusunu göstereyim.
Is 5 out of 10. You look funny and cute. I can do better. Let me show you.
Então, como eu disse, esse é o maior sonho de todos nós aqui do time. Então, a gente vai dar nosso máximo, treinar bastante, estudar bastante, como se fosse um campeonato de nossas vidas. E vamos trazer esse título aí para a Inter e para o Brasil. E é na raça que ganhamos.
PMGC Grand Final'ında hedefimiz şampiyonluk.
Hi, Gurkhali. This time we are here to win. So we'll come back home with trophy.
E torça pra gente na final do PMGC, que a gente vai dar o nosso melhor para trazer esse título para a Inter e para o Brasil. #going.
Финал дээр таны тоглолтондоо илүү их анхаарах байх гэж бодож байна. Бид бол стадварт финал дээр уулзлаа.
Asla pes etmeyiz. Fireflux never play with fire.
Thank you for watching, guys. That's all from pubg. See you guys at grand final.
fans, both at home and here in Jakarta, welcome to the final day of the 2022 PMGC Grand Finals. My name is Bax and I am your host, and I'm joined right here on the main stage by my spectacular co-host, Donna Visca.
Thank you very much, Bang, dan teman-teman semuanya. Sekali lagi, selamat datang di hari terakhir dari 2022 PMGC Grand Finals. Luar biasa sekali energinya. We loving it here. Dan teman-teman sekalian, saya Donna Visca senang sekali sebagai host kalian bersama dengan partner saya yang kece luar biasa di sini, ada Bang. Tapi mungkin sebelum kita mulai pertandingan ini, kita mau dengar kali ya yel-yel yang tadi tuh, yang tadi belum on air, kita ulangi sekali lagi kali ya. Boleh ya? Boleh ya? Indonesia! Everybody! Terima kasih banyak teman-teman semuanya. Tepuk tangan untuk kalian semuanya sekali lagi.
Yesterday, we saw matches 7 through 12, and we have just 6 matches remaining before we distribute that $1.5 million prize pool and, of course, crown our PMGC champion.
Ya, sejauh ini kita sudah menyaksikan total 12 kali pertandingan selama 2 hari kemarin. Dan kali ini hanya akan ada 6 kali kesempatan lagi untuk dimainkan oleh para tim, oleh para player di sini untuk bisa mendapatkan total hadiah paling besar dari total prize pool 1,5 juta US dollar dan menjadi juara PMGC.
The crowd is raring to go, Donna. I can feel it. The energy on the main stage, it is palpable. But before we get into today's final matches, we have a very special performance for you all.
So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mahalini Raharja and Alvin Jonathan! the one. So please welcome Alvin Joe.
Alvin Ego mana suaranya? Hold up, look down into the place. Locking doors will become a memory. No time to waste, so don't hesitate. If anything, they know your name. Falling, plan of action. We don't lose, there's no extraction. Take a moment, it's all at stake. The talent comes to see your face.
In this sorrow past today, to stay strong and refuse to break. You know the world is just a fake, and we will be the one.
Time to take a stand. The world is in your hand, and you can feel the way. The darkness closing in, and time to carry on, and we will be the one.
Roll the dice and hold them tight. Roll in the rain to stay. Roll your life and wait for you. Just give it all, make it true. Enemies will come on your way. This is more than time to move. You have everything to do.
And baby, it's just so fast to stay. Stay strong and refuse to break. You know the world is yours today, and we will be the one. Time to take the stand. The world is in your hands, and you can feel the way. The circle's closing in. It's time to carry on, and we'll be the one.
Terima kasih buat PUBG Mobile yang udah undang kita ke sini. Terus senang banget karena acara ini bisa diselenggarakan di negara tercinta.
Tepuk tangan dulu buat Indonesia udah bisa PUBG Mobile ngadainnya di Indonesia, tentunya pasti spesial banget. Dan semangat terus buat PUBG Mobile dan seluruh pemain, semangat untuk Day 3 dan let's go Alter Ego! Once more, Alter Ego mana suaranya? So thank you so much guys, semoga Indonesia bisa jadi number one. Bye semuanya, terima kasih banyak.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Wow, that was absolutely incredible. Thank you so much once again to Mahalini Rahaja and Alvin Jonathan for that incredible performance, wasn't it, Donna?
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, and it is almost time for us to see the final matches of today, Bang.
Yes, but before we get to that, we have to say a quick hello and have a quick chat with the home team, it would seem, right, Donna?
Yes, jadi teman-teman semuanya, let's go aja kita sambut Potato dari Alter Ego. Let's go.
Potato from Alter Ego, for those of you who don't know, but everyone in here does. I have to say, you know what, Potato, I guess it's fair to say that your performance yesterday and day 2 was better than day 1. What alterations did you make between those 2 days?
Jadi sebenarnya ya kita bisa, fansnya banyak banget tuh. Potato. Jadi kita bisa dibilang lah ya di hari kedua kemarin performance kalian itu bisa dibilang lebih baik daripada hari yang pertama. Jadi ada evaluasi apa aja yang dilakukan selama dari hari pertama ke hari kedua kemarin, Potato?
Kita evaluasi di eksekusi sama finishing di dalam in-game aja sih.
Alright, so the execution and also finishing inside the game, they really do the evaluation over that.
One thing that we have to mention is the winner chicken dinner that you got yesterday. The crowd went absolutely wild. The national flag was being passed across everyone. I really hope you got to see it. Now, I just have to ask you, how does it feel to be participating in this competition in your home country and being the only team that's representing Indonesia?
Jadi kemarin pas udah WWCD tuh, by the way gue juga di situ, di tengah-tengah para alter champ semuanya, luar biasa sekali energi mereka semua. The crowd was crazy, mereka semua cheering untuk alter ego, bahkan ada bendera Indonesia juga yang udah dikibarkan, dikeluarkan di sana. Gimana Potato sendiri melihat fans atau alter champs di sana? Apalagi alter ego adalah satu-satunya, lebih tepatnya, wakil dari Indonesia sendiri. Gimana perasaannya Potato?
Perasaan kita anak-anak Limak sih ya bangga lah, karena kan dari pendukung lainnya juga bersatu buat Indopret. Jadi sangat bangga dan nggak mau ngecewain mereka semua yang udah datang jauh-jauh juga.
Alright, they definitely are very proud of their fans, especially with Indonesian fans. They are coming all together to support Indo Pride, which is alter ego here, and they definitely don't really want to disappoint all of the fans here.
Well, speaking of your fans, you know, I'd love to give you the opportunity to say something to them, to your friends, to your family, and to your fans who have supported you throughout this entire year, all the way up to this point. What would you like to say to them?
Jadi mau silahkan sepatah dua patah kata mau disampaikan untuk para fans di sini.
Untuk semuanya mohon dukungan dan supportnya karena masih ada 6 game, semuanya masih bisa terjadi apapun itu.
Yes, of course, semua masih bisa terjadi teman-teman semuanya. Please support Alter Ego because they still got 6 matches left, still 6 matches to go, and everything can happen inside this game. They definitely can go up in the leaderboard as well.
Well, Potato, thank you so much for joining us in your pre-match interview. We're going to let you go back to your booth and practice, get the rest that you need, and get ready for that first match. And congratulations on all your success so far. You may now go back to your booth.
Terima kasih, Potato. Sekali lagi, Potato.
And now, I believe, without further ado, it is time to go over to the analyst desk where they can break everything down before we dive into our first match of the finals.
Jadi langsung aja tanpa basa-basi lagi kita lemparkan ke analis desk kita untuk bisa break everything down sebelum kita masuk ke game yang pertama. Jadi analis dan juga host kece kita silakan.
Thank you so much, Banks and Donaviska from the stage right behind us. And welcome back, everybody, to the final day of the PMGZ Grand Finals 2022. My name is Felix, and I will once again be having the honor of hosting this beautiful desk. My goodness, a fantastic and beautiful, surprising year of PUBG Mobile Esports lies behind us, and it all comes down to this day. A world champion will be crowned today, and we will find out who will be the one. And who better to do that with? That Maxman and 7 Worlds Gaming. How are you guys feeling?
Fantastic. I mean, we had 2 great first days of play for the Grand Final 7, and now we're ready to crown our champions. Is it going to be Nova? Is it going to be a new team for the first time? I have no idea, but it's going to be wild.
We'll have to wait and find out, and I'm actually, you know what, the alter ego got to me. I borrowed the jacket from the coach of alter ego, and I'm looking forward that they actually have good performances. Yesterday's pop-off from the crowd was amazing, and I want to see that. I want to see that again.
We will see whether or not they will be popping off in just a couple of minutes. But first of all, we want to take a minute to thank our beautiful sponsors. First of all, Sony and Sony Xperia 1 Mark IV's beautiful smartphone. Also, Sony Xperia Stream, which were co-developed but in collaboration with professional esports players. You can play PUBG Mobile with Xperia Stream's total cooling system and multiple ports for intensive gaming and streaming. So if you want to share your highlights, you want to stream on any of the social media platforms, you will be able to do so with no problem at all. Also, want to thank Prime Gaming. In case you haven't heard of it, make sure to sign up. You'll get free games, free in-game premium content for lots of games, also for PUBG Mobile. So make sure to sign up and head on over the links. You can find them in social media and in the chat. And also, we want to thank PBESI, which is the local esports association in Indonesia. Thank you so much also for supporting this beautiful event right here in Jakarta, Indonesia. In case you haven't seen it, most of you probably have, but if you haven't, you can vote for your favorite team. You see the graphic right at the bottom of your screen. You can vote for your favorite team in the grand finals, and you can find PMGC tokens in Arengel, and you can use them to vote for your favorite team in the esports center. Make sure to open up your app and check it out. And last but not least, make sure to follow us on our socials. We've got plenty of them, and you can see them right there on your screen. YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, and Twitter. You can find us in the name PUBG Mobile Esports. Make sure not to miss us on these socials, and you will be informed about all and everything in terms of esports. Literally everything's there. Like, everything is so condensed, and all the highlights, all the players, everything that's going on inside the next year, you will not want to miss all these beautiful information and socials. Let's get over to what we actually have in store for today, because this is the last day of PMGC.
Yeah, last day of PMGC, 6 more matches now remaining, 7, and good to see how things are going to be coming out. We have some comebacks happening in the second day in particular. So many teams are so close. We'll look at the rankings later on, but I would almost have to say almost every single team have a shot in these next 6 matches to make history.
We were talking about it before we actually started. We were looking at the leaderboard, which we will show you later, and we're like, yeah, almost any team has a chance. If they can get a win right off the bat, they might put themselves into contention. And I mean, look at some of these teams. Some of them, I will have to call them out. I kind of expected to see more, but there was flashes of greatness yesterday, so I'm looking forward to seeing if we're going to be seeing that too from some of the other teams.
Exactly. I mean, some of the teams are a little bit lower, right? The reason why we say it's still possible for them is they need to start off hot today, and if they do so, they can be back in a race to take the trophy back home.
Let's take a look at the top 4 damage dealers inside this PMGC final so far. Starting off with the top from Starwood. Godlike Starwood, my goodness.
He had a banger day yesterday. I can tell you that much. But if you want a chicken dinner, I do want to see a Starwood chicken dinner happening eventually. But if there's one player that's going to stand out from Starwood, well, Godlike Starwood, it tends to be top pretty consistently, and he's got the white hair buff now. He's on point.
I was expecting the red hair, but you know what? I'll take it, especially since he is currently #1. But then you can see Revo. I mean, off the 7, even though they were very quiet yesterday, it's impressive to see that Revo was able to still perform and be up there with the top 4. And then we go to the top 4 knocks. I mean, S2G, I can say, I expect them to be in top 5, and man, they're truly in contention to definitely get that win. 64 knocks out of them.
Strong, insanely strong second day. We were saying it, they were not too consistent when it comes to getting elimination and placement points in day 1. They worked on that, they improved upon it, and that is why they're currently in that top 3 podium position as of right now. And the thing is also, Silas doesn't need a team. Very clearly. This man give him 1 nade, squad wipe.
Okay, true, but then we have to be careful with Nova, right? We saw day 2 Nova yesterday, and they definitely pushed up. We heard it from Paraboy. They expected to be in top 5. Well, guess what?
They did.
They set themselves perfectly to be exactly in top 5 and trying to chase down some of the teams at the top, like Inco Gaming. So it'll be interesting if they are actually going to be able to catch them up.
Talking about past performance, let's take a quick look and have a quick recap at what's been happening so far. I love it. Starting off with S2G, that nade was fantastic. I was sitting in my seat, and I literally just wanted to scream. That nade, you can see it right there from this angle. For you, that's art, literally an art.
I mean, yeah, he didn't have his team. His team was like literally, I think, like 200 meters away. He's like, don't worry, boys, I got this. 1 nade, goes for the push, and the entire team just joins up. And they hold on this position. If Nova do not really put themselves in that position earlier, that would have been an SGG win, but then Nova does what Nova does on their second day, apparently. No, they start off doing their research, then second day, that's when they pop off, and now they're in a position to compete, to claim their trophy back to back to back, and that was insane.
I mean, talking about Nova, I mean, Jamie, for him to be able to do that play right there and Frozen throwing that nade, getting that extra knock, and then they just continue to push, and we didn't even... we didn't get to see the Paraboy nade. That was so amazing. We were kind of joking about it yesterday, right? Paraboy was doing so well that he decided to nade his teammates as well.
I do wish I was as good as Paraboy, where I get 6 eliminations in 1 fight versus 1 team. Those are the stats we're working with on Paraboy's side, but once again, SGG, the big step up, so many strong plays when it came down to it. The thing is, hopefully it's not going to be just day 2 to be their legacy in these grand finals. We want to see if they can keep the pressure on and keep these matches going their way.
And with SG, I mean, I think you mentioned it perfectly too earlier. It comes down to, are they going to be able to get those eliminations? They have showcased that they can actually continue to get those placement points, and that's why they're currently sitting in second place, as you can see right there with 123 points. And then we have Inco Gaming. That was the biggest surprise for me. I didn't expect them to be in that first place. I thought it was going to be Alpha 7, but Inco Gaming, they are very confident. And don't worry, we'll get a chance to talk about them a little bit more later on.
No, not only Alpha 7 and Inco Gaming in the top 3, also S2G, and we talked about them plenty. They did have a rough start in this tournament, but you have come back, especially in terms of eliminations.
Exactly. I mean, we said we wanted to see a 50-50 split here coming out when it comes to rapid placement point and eliminations, and they've been able to do that in absolute banging fashion on the second day. And the most impressive thing, there's only 5 Western teams. 3 of those are in the top 3 right now, which is mental when you think about it, when in the past, it's always been dominated by Asian teams.
Yeah, and when we were talking earlier about teams that might be able to make a push towards the top, this is what we meant. Any of these teams, I personally think up to 12. I think, Max, you were saying up to 15, right? Yes. If I'm not mistaken. They can make a push to at least the top 3, to at least the top 1. It's going to be interesting. It comes down to the first game. It looks at this head-to-head between Razy and Paraboy.
Okay, of course this is a big step up. I'm sure that if Paraboy played like day 2 on day 1, I'm sure the stats would be way higher, but that just goes to show how much of a redemption they've been able to kick off on that second day. And I saw a lot of theories going on online. It tends to always be the case for Nova. Day 1, research, analyze. Day 2, start your comeback. Day 3, dominate. And I want to see if we can see that once again today.
You want to see dominate? I actually want to see if Order is going to be showing up. We saw him being a little bit of a rough stretch out of him. And then we go to the top Erangel performance. I mean, Inco Gaming, this is what's so impressive out of this team. I feel like they could have gotten 2 extra wins yesterday when it came down to Erangel. I got a chance to talk to their coach, and they told me that they are aware of the mistakes. We were kind of pointing it out, right? Whenever they did a 2-2 split late in the game, we were scratching our heads. We're wondering why they were even doing that. They are aware of it, and they are going to be fixing those kind of mistakes.
Yeah, I was actually really happy when you told me that earlier when you had that chat, and the fact they knew that that was a big issue, and we do not want to see those same mistakes happen once again. If that's the case, they could potentially hold on to the place in first and maybe take the trophy home to Brazil.
Are you teasing me?
Yes, I am. A little bit. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have seen it. We will be starting off with Aragon in just a couple of minutes, and we want to take this time to maybe touch on the biggest storylines. Apart from Nova, maybe come back to a team that we've talked about just very briefly right there. Godlike Star Wars, they seem to be making a comeback. That was their first 2 times they've been inside the top 3 in the last 2 games. You think it's going to start off in day 3 as well?
That's the big thing. As you said, no, second place and the third place. I want to see, can they keep that momentum? Because apparently, I talked to Senator, the coach of the team. The moral of the team is actually really good, which is surprising, knowing that they've been struggling. They've been seen as one of the favorites going into this tournament, not been able to really perform. So the fact that the moral is still there is good, but I do wonder if they can keep the momentum here.
Okay. Let's take a quick look at the teams to watch from both of our analysts, and maybe starting off with you, Seven. Oh, what? Okay. I mean, tell me about one of your teams, maybe just all of them because they're the same, no?
Alter Ego. I mean, this is the only time that I feel like I'm going to get a chance to actually talk about them. They showed up an amazing improvement yesterday with that win, especially in Sandhawk. We were talking about it. They played that perfectly. The way they were doing their splits, the way they were willing to take fights too. I feel like if this team can actually continue to do that and continue to improve and get themselves there within the top 3, they can possibly get the win here, and this crowd would go absolutely nuts.
I just want to get one more chicken dinner.
Just give me that.
I think we all want to. Max, going over to you. Godlike Star Wars, we were just talking about them.
I feel like they blame me already on Twitter for cursing them pretty extensively. I get it, but Godlike Star Wars right now, I gotta go entirely in. I got the jersey on right now. Okay, Godlike Star Wars, if there's one time to make a comeback happen, it is right now in these next 6 matches. I believe they can make it happen. Keep on going, boys.
He cursed them.
They are sitting in 9th place right now. Yeah, we're talking about curses. Let's hope it's going to be that way for them. Talking about another team that's pretty far down there, Brewery Ram. They just won that last game. And we were saying, we were hoping for a comeback. Any words on Brewery Ram going into today?
It was a good third party. I think there's one thing we can say about that game. They were opportunistic. That's great. I want them to create their own luck. I want to see a game where they have 4 players remaining and they just look hyper-aggressive, willing to take control of a position in the game. We haven't seen that at all this entire finals, except for that third party, as we just mentioned. I want to see the league stage for Iran. They've been missing so far. I want to see them hopefully come back today.
And for me, going based on their performances so far up to that one game, right, it's just not going to be good enough. I actually don't even have them finishing in the top 10.
Brutal. Yep. Look at this, we will see some of the players in the background. And talking about the Brazil region, maybe let's quickly touch on A7, because that was one of your favorites, 7. They only a single game in this tournament, but they did not get a single frag. Only one game. You expect that to continue?
No, I think the team is definitely aware of the issues that they need to fix. I got a chance to talk about to them, and they were very confident, actually impressively confident. Their mood was actually very high too, because this is a team that we've been mentioning over and over again. They go on momentum very, very much, and I feel like it's going to come down to the first game. If they have a great first game, then Alpha 7 might have a chance to actually get in this win and being able to be the global champion.
Yeah.
But if they don't start off hot, I don't think it's going to happen, and I think it will probably end up with the top.
I mean, if you're purely looking at like the odds of the trophy going to Brazil, they're pretty high.
Yeah.
You've got Inco in first, you've got Alpha 7 in third. It's looking pretty good. Though, I do want to bring a little bit of an underlying thing that we haven't really talked about too much. It is DRS. We keep talking about these massive teams all the time. You're talking about your Inco, S2G, Alpha 7, Nova. But DRS, they're chilling in 4th position, and if they strike hard today, we might see the Nepali team become the world champion.
Max, and they do have 2 wins in Erangel. And
that's big.
We do play Erangel 3 times today, so if there was ever a time for them to win, it will be today.
If the Nepali region can prevail, we will see in day number 1 of the PMGC Grand Final, day 3. And who better to do that with than John Allen and Blank? Take it away, boys.
Thank you so much. We are into that final stretch. So are the teams. We are absolutely ready for it. Only time will tell what is going to happen because it is still all to play for.
It is still all to play for. There's so much on the line right now. A huge amount of prize pool, huge amount of prize money, huge amount of glory to be found during today as well. Day 3, 6 more matches. That's it. You're done. You're finished. And that will be the 2022 book to a close. And I'm very, very excited to see exactly how that last chapter does finish and what it sets us on for next year. Because if it is the 3P coming through from Nova, once again, teams will be looking to dethrone that king right at the top next year in Turkey. Or will we have ourselves a new PMGC Grand Champion looking to defend next year? I think that one of the crazy things is that right now, with the way S2G is currently playing, and you keep saying this, John, is that they could certainly be the winners, and it could be a home ground team defending over in Turkey.
It would be amazing to see. It would be quite the story as well to see if S2G can keep that momentum going throughout the year as well, because that's going to be an important factor moving out of this tournament. But we've got to think about that later, Blank, because right now they've got to win it first if they want to be defending champions. Plenty of other teams, though, wanting to challenge for that title. You talked about defending champions Nova. Sure, they've had that rise from 10th up to 5th so far over yesterday, but they still have a little bit more to climb. And teams like Inco will not be going down without a fight. Even teams like Alpha 7, who started day 1 very, very strong, and coming back into day 2, didn't have as much power, are going to be looking to put their best foot forward here in match number 1 on the day. We are looking for the first Erangel.
Horrible playing path to start our day off here, though. Day 1 was very kind. Day 2, even kinder when it came to playing path. Day 3, no prisoners, no mercy. Playing path down from Sosnovka all the way to the western side of Gatka here. A horrific way to begin, but for Stalwart dropping out early towards Novo, this could be a really good start for these boys.
And especially 2 teams going to be dropping out on the eastern side of the military island. There'll be a little bit of conflict potentially over towards Novo, a hot drop, and 2 more teams, 3 teams actually dropping out over Sosnovka, but they're all heading north, so likely going to see them over on that main island. Nobody going for C block at the moment, not that I can see anyway, which is fairly interesting, I'd say, with the plane path as it is. Still time to turn around if they want to go. And you look at that, Alpha 7, they did drop out in the same position as Godlike Stalwart, but they are going to go all the way over the water towards Melter Power.
Yeah, I mean, but this is practically their basic drop spot anyway, so this is fine for Alpha 7 as a backup. Other than that, was North George also an availability for Alpha 7, been dropping their majority of the time throughout the tournament. But Melter Power, Melter, very standard drop spot for Alpha 7 during this match. I don't think anyone's going to cause them too many problems on this side.
I am really surprised, though, that nobody dropped on C block or even on the western side of that island. They're all going to have to head north, and not only because of the plane path now, they will go up with the circle. Another northern Erangel.
I think for most people, they realize that, honestly, going down towards Sosnovka military base or on C block, with this type of meta, this type of lobby, where they're all going highly central, that's Inco, though, getting dropped upon by S2G. They lose a couple there. That's 1 already down. Vitali sends away
takes a fair bit of damage on the way out. That's Inco already losing one player. This could be a little bit tricky for them now, wanting to take that central position early on, play with 4, but now playing with 3. This will cut their chances a little bit. With losing Nenebete as well. That's really not the ideal candidate. Hang on a minute, Buradam are there as well. Inco, they are getting chased down right now. S2G with the elimination point that they were able to get. They're now 1 point behind Inco at the top of the tables, blank, and maybe looking to pursue a little bit more with only 2 players alive. For Inco, you've got to think that that central strategy of theirs is looking pretty shaky. Yeah, this is not ideal for Inco, honestly, especially with that playing path. It does not give them a lot of time to get set up and going. Inco is a team that tends to do very, very well towards that end game, honestly, John, and that's where they find their big rewards. And you can also get yourself some big rewards from 2022 PMGC Special Crate, only available till the end of today, January 8th, so make sure you get hands on that whilst you still can.
4 angry men just picking each other up and moving forwards. Look at this, early moves. Generally, what you will see from Inco this time around, though, they are cut down in half. Vitali took a lot of damage early. There's no meds on Squash, so they still have yet to go for this loot. A lot of teams have made their way up north fast, and one of those teams, 4 angry men, will be across that river in North George 2-2 right now. And all 4 of them still alive. T2K also moving to that north of the river. IHC, South George occupation.
Yeah, T2K can head towards Box Compound, perhaps hold there for a little while longer before heading up towards the Verney side. 4am picking up their usual drop spot in North George, so they know that this should be clear, this should be clean. They'll rather drop out and get towards that position nice and early. Inco's headed up towards Rozok. I imagine that they'll loot up quickly and then head a bit further upwards, but I think right now with Severny, very limited amount of places you can play in Severny and that area around it, this is going to require you to have 4 members, 3 members alive to be able to take some of the priority positions. So I think this might be a bit of a write-off for Inco at the start of the day. However, this does lead us into a lot of that big storyline. However, Frozen currently demolishing Jane here. Sends an absolute deadly spray his way.
And only bandages on board for Jane, which means that this fight is looking pretty shaky for the T2K outpost. Nade in through the window! You only need 1 HP to be able to lob those nades through, and that's going to be a flush. Frozen eliminated by T2K.
For Nova, that is such an unfortunate result. Like you said, Jane being on practically no HP there, perfectly lobs that grenade through the window. Will take down Frozen. Now Nova starting the day where they wanted to have that comeback, where they wanted to have that domination on day 3, to send them towards that upper side and really be in the fight for those number 1 and 2nd spots. Realistically, they want the trophy once again. Right now, it's S2G and Inco hugely pulling ahead. With Inco losing 2, it might just be S2G creating an even bigger buffer between them and the rest of the teams in this lobby.
Alter Ego. They have absolutely spurred the crowd to hysteria sometimes, especially with their chicken dinner yesterday. But they do still have their work cut out for them. 15th place right now, 65 points on the board. They aren't lost, I think that's what we can say for them, but they did manage to get the chicken dinner, and the one that they did get, it was fairly convincing.
Yeah, it was a good chicken dinner. Talking to Denny about it, the coach from the team, saying that, you know, they were given the circle. I had to be nice to him. I was like, look, you're given the circle, but you still have to play that out correctly. Take that win. I think that Indonesia could be certainly proud. And he said, yeah, well, we changed a few things, and we've worked on it. And again, this is PMGC. This is the hardest PMGC we've had in basically forever. So for Alter Ego to continue performing like this, it's really good to see. And I don't think there's a single team here that has underperformed massively. Maybe VPE, you could say, currently 45 points, so there is 6 more matches still to go. Maybe they can change things.
Nova at the top of Everest after getting backed off the position in the compound across the river by T2K with a sneaky little nade. Godlike Stalwart moving on the southeast side. IHC and Fireflux in the crates near Georgia Pole looking to lay claim. I think Fireflux, yeah, they have just been trying to move in on that west coast, and Solke gets spotted. IHC want to close the jaws of this, moving 2 players up to the warehouse. Solke into the vehicle as well, looks to hop out as They will have heard that one. The engine did switch on, and 2 players going straight on in. Solke with a challenge now. Half HP, going to be tricky to make it work. UMP to move forward. A lot of damage sent in, but Solke is being flushed out. Goes for the challenge, and it is IHC to take him down. Solke falls, and the rest of Fireflux divert attention. They flee, go back south.
Very nice stuff there coming through from IHC. Well, let's get themselves few, or at least 1 point, right? That 1 elimination, but it gives them a nice little platform to play from going forward. After 50 eliminations, I mean, it's difficult not to go for him. UI did have 49 though, so you gotta respect that. Just a little bit behind God is doing kind of too good, let's be honest.
4 Angry Men. They'd be making a little bit of an impact themselves. Currently 93 points, 7th place. Nova only 3 points ahead of them. Svan, the legacy player from this roster, keeping them in and leading from the front, really. I feel like this is a roster that has had quite a lot of power with it.
Yeah, WWX has been doing a very, very good job as well for that team. They've been putting in a lot of work. I don't think there's really anyone on there that hasn't pulled their weight. I think that's exactly what the organisation wanted. Yes, Svan is great at leading that team, and he certainly does look like he has a ton of experience on board, but I think they have created this core now which is quite strong, and is certainly something that will carry 4AM to even greater heights coming in towards that future. They're not that far behind some of these big teams. Towards the top, I think it was 93 points they started on today, which is fantastic. That still gives you a good running. 30 points behind the front runners. That's just one big chicken dinner. And right now, with where they're currently sat, they maintain a lot of the control over towards that northwestern side of the circle. And a lot of times, 4AM really struggles when they lose players early on. They're not able to get themselves set up. They can't play their splits. They've been given enough time now, I'd say, that they can set themselves up for a very strong late game without losing players at this current moment. Means that I think this could be a good 4AM game.
Influence came in as well, shimmying around on that northern side. Alpha 7 just a little bit to their west right now. Influence came in the lowest scoring Brazilian team, but in 8th place with 91 points. Still in that contest, which is saying something. 3 Brazilian teams here in the finals. We've got 3 Chinese teams, but those nationalities are the highest represented in this stage. So the fact that all 3 of those Brazilian teams have over 90 points is really quite saying something.
It's an astounding result for the region, honestly. I think if you're a Brazilian fan, you should absolutely be proud of your country. You know, they've really fielded not only 1 team, 2 teams, but 12 separate players, all right now here in the PMGC. Every single one of them of insanely good caliber. It's very difficult to find that in any one country or region, just in the sense of like, being able to, even if you're able to cherry pick, being able to have that core, that synergy as well, and all these players working together, this is a very rare occurrence that you do not see very, very often. I think it's wonderful to see as well. I mean, just Americas in general having this standout region for themselves, this standout country, bringing this kind of presence, this kind of pressure to every other team within this lobby. We've had a real ton of good events here in the PMGC, and over this last year, PUBG Mobile, a lot of successes. And right now, I think that PUBG Mobile is only going to get harder in terms of skill and what you're going to have to bring to the table. But I think we're only getting better talent coming through to this scene, and I think we'll see some more familiar faces going towards the future.
I feel like that is the story that we've seen over the course of this year, is the leveling up of every single region.
Yeah.
I think there is not one that doesn't have some sort of massive improvement that we've seen over the course of this year, which is absolutely phenomenal, and it makes me really, really excited, especially for, I mean, what is next year's final going to look like over in Turkey?
100%. I think that when you look at it, it's like, it feels very much like the PUBG Mobile team is trying to bring us more in line with the Chinese type of esports, PEL, for instance.
Yeah.
You know, we're getting similar points in terms of their point system. It's not exactly the same. I think they have some slightly different rules when it comes to eliminations, but we've got different circle changes now, making the game much more fair. I think overall, you know, not only is everyone leveling up to the level of China, but now also we're having our scene becoming much more similar to theirs, I think we're going to see a whole new game coming from the next year. And it's just these little changes that are completely changing the dynamic of the game. And it's very fun to see. And you can tell that the PUBG Mobile team is working really hard in the background to make sure everyone at home, everyone during the tournaments, everyone who's competing in the tournaments is getting the best game to compete in. So I'm proud to be part of this community, man.
Well said.
Thank you.
An admirable sentiment. And one that I firmly agree with. The circle, coming back into this game, blank. It went hard northwest. This is a hard shift up to the north side, but it's probably one of the better circles for this current split. Isolating and leaving that river means that teams won't have to make that 50-50 coin flip. Instead, they'll look to play these set pieces around the river crossings. But Wolves going to look to hold that on the south.
Absolutely. I think that when you look at this as well, one team in particular catches my attention is Alpha 7. Not an easy push, not an easy rotation for them coming up from middle to power to suddenly being towards the centre of the circle here, shooting range. But S2G currently taking a lot of casualties here versus Wolves. Just one player remaining, and it's Nova as well off in the distance, taking some pot shots. Yeah, one player that might have to get them back up on their feet, but there is an enemy team in the background. It's Stalwart coming through, and Hamzy G just sent for the water, swim this one out.
Paraboy with plenty of support of his own in this arena here in Jakarta. Going to be taking shots actually over towards everyone. God, like Stalwart also third partying in. Beautiful wants to confirm these flushes. 2 players active for the Wolves. And he moves up on the ridgeline. Hamzy G is beneath him. Needs to be careful, but there does seem to be some backup there. Kelsey, Silas, both going to be flushed out. Now they can turn their attention to the reses, unless Hamzy G has something to say about it. Floating around near the boat. Remember, spots it. And there's no way Hamzy gets up here.
Goodness me, the top 2 teams looking like they come out of the ring with Muhammad Ali, because honestly they look battered at this stage of the game. I think that you're looking at this, and this is a great opportunity for teams underneath them, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th here even, down to 7th. They could jump up now. This is a great opportunity. The fact that Inco, as well as S2G, aren't really going to profit very much from this game if they don't get their players in towards that end game in the first place. This is a very, very wild start to our day 3, where absolutely no one's safe once again.
The southwest side being overseen by 4 Angry Men. We talked about how strong their position was for quite a while, actually, and now Vampire are finding out just what a difficult position it will be. The circle gives 4 Angry Men as well some legs into the next phase. On the south side of it, that cut does keep them in, but Vampire going to have to push further north.
I think when you look at 4AM's position, it's actually incredibly good. Purely with where they're playing, they have a massive amount of high ground looking down towards players underneath. Ingo's making a swift rotation on that northern side. In the meantime, got like Stalwart still taking some good shots. Memory pumps them down below. That's Hamzy G going down too. So S2G out now.
Second place team eliminated on 124 points now after the game. Once you add that elimination point in, Inco might actually have, with a duo, an opportunity to open up a 7-8 point lead if they're lucky. See how much further they can go. Godlike Stalwart not stopping with just the one team. They want to try and take a second as well. They want to ruin the day of Wolves. Seemed like they were somewhat back on form coming into yesterday.
Looks a bit better. I think that was just a case of being able to figure out the lobby. Again, one of the invited teams. They didn't get to play with these circle settings for our group stage. I think for Alter Ego, again, still very admirable for this team to be where they currently are, considering they didn't get a lot of practice during that group stage against a lot of these teams and the new circle settings. It's a lot to come into, a lot to figure out on the fly. Wolves now going down. Inco moved across that northern side, like I said before. A bit of a dangerous push, but they made it happen. Fortunately, Influence came in the wings on that northwest side. That will be a problem for them later. 4AM though, spot Nova coming towards him. Already 5-1, and I think it might be lights out for Nova at this rate.
Nova with just order now to keep them alive. Repositions, maybe looking for the res over onto Paraboy. Will not be the easiest, but no, they aren't actually going to try and make that one happen. Probably wise. Only one first aid available for order in the meantime. Catch from Fireflux. 3 of those players alive as well. As got like Stalwart rock straight on up in the T2K. Scry has gone down, but they send Rig on kneeling as well. Pika on the inside of the shack finds a player. gets the knock. And got like Stalwart turning up the heat. Maxman with the jersey.
I mean, you can only curse him for so long, right? It's got to cancel out at some point during this day, and it feels like it's right now. 6 eliminations. Good stuff. Alter Ego on the prowl, though, from afar. Shots going through. Stalwart taking a heavy amount of punishment. Should be able to get some reses off, some meds through. Vampire Esports also looking towards his position. Mini 14.
Oh, not quite able to spot what they needed there for Fluke. Smokes to allow them forwards, though. Could sneak a couple nades into the shack. And they swing down low. Ravenclaw leads that charge. Alter Ego won't be able to spot that, but the shot's still pouring on in from Godlike Stalwart. They've lost action, so they are at 3. 6 eliminations, and they are caught in the midst of it. A nade forwards from Ravenclaw, and a knockover onto Scribe. Hika, half HP, has to move out the back there. Top wanting to try and play anchor. Nova eliminated in the meantime. Central position, Fluke spotted, and Alter Ego starting to light it up here. Ravenclaw wants another nade over the top, but taken very, very low. Has to run with the blue zone. It is back now. Ooh. An uncomfortable scenario, but Stoned has it with the
That's 4 AM.
support coming on in. Stoned moves up around the edge, but the Vampire's not going to stand too much longer there. 13th place and only 2 eliminations.
I wonder if 4 AM has beat onto this. I mean, this is uphill, so a little bit more of a tough angle to take shots at towards. Vampire Esports, what a rough time of it, though. Running through all this, trying to take shots at the team from Stalwart, also taking shots from Alter Ego, send them back, and Alter Ego is very happy to just send this one away. But that's Sky only running down one of Influence Kevin's players. Inco down to 1, they cut their losses, sent one of their players up towards the northwest side, and Vitali over towards the centre. Right now, it will be earning 1 point just in terms of ranking from the 12th place. See how long Vitali can go for. Any kind of points you can get at this point is useful to them.
DRS. You call them a very effective edge playing team.
Yeah.
Probably one of the best in the lobby. They'll be playing from that north side. They were suppressing Alter Ego's movements on the south side. As 4 Enderman rack up their 5th elimination of this game so far. They're going to hound on the heels of DRS.
Absolutely. I mean, DRS is sneaky, like the assassins of the lobby. It's really fun to watch them play, honestly, because like I said, they are probably one of the best edge teams in the lobby. It's not easy to play edge. I think Fireflux certainly suffer because of those reasonings. This lobby just doesn't take to it. But on this northeastern side and on the east side in general, DRS has found themselves a really, really strong position to play it from. At the moment, they're cutting down Alter Ego. Crunch between the vehicles, won't go down though, he's been sent all over the place.
Pops out for a trade, and Alter Ego rolled up on by DRS. A presence to be felt and feared. 5 eliminations now on the game for DRS as they take that northeastern side. Very, very close by to Alpha 7 on the overall standings as Influence Kemen look to try and close that gap as well. Law moving in against Buradam. Sky only fades out in the background. Tiger last standing for the squad. Swings out and an excellent duck shot there. But unfortunately, across the way, it's Alpha 7.
Alpha 7 taking down Influence Kemen. Well, Buradam saving the lives of their Brazilian brethren. Really good stuff there. But that season with 3 eliminations now. But 4 AM, not quite done yet. Losing 1 player is a little bit problematic. Geek Fam down towards their western side. Fireflux ahead. IHC looking to sweep on that northern side up towards Influence Kemen. But A7's got this real crazy lineup over on the northeastern side. Feels like they've found their footing, found their rhythm just a little bit. That's Geek Fam going down. 4 AM take themselves up to a hefty 8 elimination count. Sitting steady now with Stalwart, also on 8 eliminations.
Influence Kemen moving on through. I say Influence Kemen, it's only Federal now. Sneaking past IHC and their edge guard on the northern side. Alpha 7 as well. Wide spread on that northeast side. Spotting IHC with Mafioso. Ziol gets away from the spray. The reload forced. Demo tucks it back behind the headland as well. And Alpha 7 not really going to find too much value other than suppressing IHC from swinging out in the north.
4 AM, unfortunately, lost 1 player, but they do get the circle now. There's a very good chance now. I think for 4 AM, if they get a massive game at the start of the day here, it'll see them in a position where they can fight out for that first place spot. Inco, though, still alive with Vitali. So good at just remaining in these games. Some more shots coming through. 4AM take this up to a 9 elimination game. Set themselves now over 100 points total.
IHC pushing in from the north, corralled by Alpha 7 somewhat, and directly into the lines of fire with 4 Angry Men, who have been a massive force. As you'd said, 9 eliminations so far in the game, but they will hold their line. This hillside has been their sanctuary for so long.
It's a really difficult position to push up on. It is quite difficult to hold, though, as 3. When you have 4 players, it is infinitely easy just to keep players off that position. But WWX has to hold the southern side all by himself. So if Stalwart, DRS, wanted to swing in on that side, he'd have to hold it basically a solo gunman, because as soon as he goes down, they must weaken that northern side, which is another really good point to just crash upon. So it's going to be difficult for him. It will have to be perfect play here onwards for them. They want to hold this position, have a really dominant game going forward. This eastern side has to clear itself up first. A7, DRS, T2K, all still going.
Oh. Nade from Legend! Gets value on that one. 2 knocks found, and DRS cut in half for the moment. Legend looks to burn them away with that Molotov as well. Rules and Delta, they're not moving. Are they just going to give this one up? It seems like they might. Killer, very, very tricky to get him back up. That is massive. A solo player from T2K could have just changed the tide of the northeast side of this fight. Alpha 7 now with so much more room, and they've already started to take care of IHC on their western edge.
Yeah, IHC getting absolutely blasted apart at the moment. Alpha 7 really has just rocked this entire lobby's lives. The sound of resounding grenades, shrapnel all over the place, with Alpha 7's signature all over it. 4AM, though, again, still hesitant to move. Pretty sure the circle's going to come down towards him. Not really much point in being too aggressive at this point, especially with 9 eliminations. You know, finishing this game out with second or a first place, ideally, would be perfect for them.
Legend spotted. Rules with a little bit of retribution, and they will be able to res for a third player on the DRS roster, but that leaves Alpha 7 at the advantage. Inco, still alive, by the way, in this engagement.
I mean, this is just typical Inco, honestly. I think that they're just able to slip past the defenses and senses of a lot of these teams. He's even taking knocks over down towards Pika, leaving top as the final player. Vitali will finish off Pika with the help of 4AM. And now top might be looking up that way, up to a 6th place finish if Vitali went down now. For 4AM, this is a really good circle. The fact that isolates WWX's position on that south side means there's less position to have to take care of on this hillside, which means they can consolidate their forces a little bit more. They do need to wait for that to happen, though, and it will be a little time. But with IHC and Alpha 7 in a chokehold, in a lock, which Alpha 7 is going to want to break right now, this could be difficult.
A double roller, close range, up and personals, the old balls.
Goodness me.
Mafioso, shots from the heavens as well, take them out. But Mythic gets knocked and flushed as 4AM pinch another one away. Revo gets the heel off. Mythic down and out.
Honestly, such a good play from Alpha 7. Similarly, such a good play from 4AM, being able to take that point and flush. That means the team's down to 3. Their main advantage coming into this last circle, the fact that they were at 4 players total, really, really well played. Look at the sniper lineup on 4AM as well. AWM available, Car 98K, a Mini 14. They have the long-range advantage. They can just get involved in all these fights. Vitali, though, 2 for 2, over on top of Stalwart. And that'll be them laddering up to a 4th place at least.
Guaranteed 4th place. Points starting to rack up for Vitali. With their main competition going down early as well, it's going to be tricky. Here comes the roll-up for Alpha 7, 4 Angry Men. They do have a lot of snipers, but they've got a lot of firepower in those close-range fights too. Just Revo as the backline has been isolated. Revo moves forwards, a third of his HP, and that's swiftly snuffed out. 4 Angry Men are dominant here in the open fields. 4 Angry Men with more to do, though, against Vitali and DRS.
I mean, I was saying from day 2 that the way 4AM was playing on day 1, I felt like it was in the back pocket for them. Vitali steps out for just a second. WWX with the M4 just sends the bullets in. That'll be Inco down up to 15 eliminations now. AWM still in pocket. DRS, I still think that this is a team that can challenge versus 4AM. Circle will definitely be a big factor in this last engagement.
This is massive for 4AM, not only because of the difference that they have in points to the top of the tables, but also to stop DRS as well, who are a team ahead of them. If 4AM can convert here, it's huge.
30 points is what we were asking for. Right now, 15 eliminations, a potential 3 more. 33 points total would be huge. WWX brings out the big boy. The AWM looks over towards that direction. Unfortunately, with DRS, with the circle at their back, they will have to move forward. So a knock at this point of the game, this stage of the game, it's not going to be too influential. Jing Chen picks himself up a vehicle. They know they'll need cover going into this last fight. Through the smoke. This is so smart from 4AM. They really are setting up this end game very well. And they're already inside the next circle, which was their biggest problem, John.
Two players move forward, and now Ching-Chen is given that platform to move in. The movement from 4AM is disciplined now. Span, WWX, Ching-Chen on a wide split. Span repositioning now, wants to get a little bit tighter on in, and that puts all of them in the next circle.
This smoke usage is disgusting. And honestly, at this point in time, I think 4AM's kind of played the winning move, right? This is almost checkmate. With them in such a defensive area, and DRS now forced to walk down the hill, coming into zone 9. But that's a great refrag, a great re-knock onto Ching-Chen. Now in a 1v2, it's going to be difficult for him to pick them back up again. Span has to put the hurt down over towards DRS. That's going to require a first aid kit, but he finds another. Down to 1 in just Yante. Span's taking this all home by himself.
15 eliminations so far. They want to rack up 18 blank. It would be a monumental 33-point game for them. And Delta is going to go down. A 16th point on the elimination card for them now this game, and Ching-Chen is rezzed. WWX has the nade, launching it on forward. Behind the tree it goes long, and Redox rules. Yancy now, the last on the menu, and 4AM are hungry. They want to take it here, they want to take it now, and the top of the tables is not safe.
A disgusting game coming through from 4AM. It's only a matter of time. Not losing members early on seems to be the key for them, but they got themselves into a perfect spot. A long run for them with that play path up towards North George. Played it perfectly out to the edge. What a way to set this one up, John. Lovely to see.
We said today anything can happen. Anybody in the top side of those tables can take this one, can move on up when it counts, and that has been proven. Match 1 here. We've still got 5 more to go.
I mean, with that 93-point mark, I think that sits them in a really, really good position now. I think it's 126 points. I think Inco is still ahead, but regardless, that is what they wanted. Right at the beginning of the day, they could be in a position where the chase is on for them. And again, like you said, taking down DRS there, not allowing them to get a huge amount of points off the back of the chicken dinner, means that it's another team that might have been ahead of them that is a little bit more hampered by a chicken dinner they could have maybe got. Svan with the MVP, of course, that had to happen there, John. This guy, 1100 damage with the help of WWX, but look at the damage across the board. It's so even, with Good Shell going down early. The fact that all these players put in the work is astonishing to me.
And they traded that off. Huge value for the position that they held.
Yeah.
They got there so early as
and
well.
Set up off the back of it. I mean, taking all these long-range weapons, in which case they were just adding to these fights, getting involved just a little bit, maybe as an afterthought sometimes, maybe as just one knock, one elimination here and there. That was more than enough that by the time they got to that end game, you know, Alpha 7 taking that one elimination away from them, sticking them down to just 3 players, meant as soon as Span found that backstop player, they had no one to res him. They had no one else there. It was a Hail Mary from the 2 in front. He basically dealt with it by himself. But honestly, 4AM was on another level this game, but 4AM as a whole really played that game out super smartly.
We haven't had a global finals in PUBG Mobile history where we haven't had a Chinese team in the conversation at the top. We've seen right now that 4AM wanted to correct that. They've pushed hard. They've got an 18 elimination game here, Blank. They have managed to do so much, but it's not over yet. There's still more to do.
What an absolutely unbelievable game coming in from 4 Angry Men. They put on a show coming into day number 3, and that is the strongest game that we've seen so far in the PMGC Grand Finals. 33 points, Max.
I think it's fair to say 33 points, that's going to help you pretty significantly. 4 Angry Men. We could talk about this game, I think, for ages, 7. The execution was close to maybe even we could say flawless.
Yes.
They were not in a great position. They had to push against DRS that had all the information, such a good defensive position, and yet they just pushed their way, their way forward, step by step by step, and the moment they're in there, it is not going to go away from them.
Little by little, just inching up, but I do have to appreciate what they did even before putting themselves into that situation to be in the end game. They were able to control the outside of their circle. They were able to take on fights with Geekfam. They were able to take on fights with Alpha 7 when Alpha 7 decided to make on that push, and they held them off. Yeah, they did end up losing 1 player, but it wasn't enough. And I mean, 18 eliminations, come on. Could you ask for anything better?
We were looking so much at the late game, but they started off so strong in the early game as well. Maybe didn't have the screen time, but at phase 3, 4, they were already at 9 eliminations.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, right, they cleared the western side. They cleared themselves at Geekfam, Alpha 7 also. I think even 5 Flux, to some extent, they did it, and Span. The MVP of 2 years ago over in Dubai for the Grand Finals of 2020. And he's going for the title once again. 7 eliminations, that puts him back in the MVP race.
Earlier today, I got a chance to talk to him. You were next to him, and I was asking him, what does it feel like being back at PMGC? He was super happy to be here, and what he loved the most is the energy from the crowd. He said that in China he doesn't really get to experience that, but every single time, whether he gets eliminated or whether he gets an elimination, he feels that crowd and it hypes him up and it gets him more excited.
I'm thinking of something. Powerboy said he's going to be in top 5, then top 5. Span said he's going to get himself potentially 2 to 3 chicken dinners. It's looking that way. I want to ask them the lottery numbers. They cannot lie.
Whoa! That is crazy, because we were talking about Nova right now. They're not even in the top 8 right now. Instead of his 4 Angry Men in 2nd place, Evan. What?
I am speechless. By the way, Inco Gaming, Vitali, what a performance for your team when they needed a performance out of you. For him to be able to stay alive that long, and on top of that, he did have to stay for a long time, but when he got a chance, he decided to get some eliminations, and I thought that was massive for them. Alpha 7, I talked about it earlier too, that was a team that needed to start off hot. They did just that, and with Nova, it's a big surprise actually. They ended up losing a player super early on with Frozen to T2K.
And Nova pulled off their typical rotation we tend to see from them, going from that Gatka split over to the cube position over to the east of George Pole. Unfortunately, teams, they're going to start to learn from you a little bit. They're going to know that your rotation is pretty much possible to shut down. And that's what they did. T2K sent 1 player taking himself a one-on-one fight versus, I believe it was Frozen. Eliminate that player, and then you're already hurting the numbers of Nova and struggling to get himself any points in that game.
We definitely saw them losing players on rotate. Going over to A7, because they were the other big contender in that late game area, right? They had such a good position. What happened?
Talk about it. Do we want to? Yeah, you know what? Let's actually talk about it, as we do have Miramar coming up, and I can't wait to see who's going to be winning that Miramar. But with Alpha 7, I love the split that they had in Circle 4, but towards the end of Circle 5, when you have the same split and when you are that spread out, I didn't actually like that. I felt like they were getting away with it. They were getting super lucky. I did appreciate the push that they did on IHC to be able to eliminate them. How Mafioso was able to hold that top angle, and it worked out for them. I felt like they were trying to duplicate that against 4 Angry Men, and it just completely backfired.
Yeah, the longer they held on to that split, my hype turned into like worry and concern. I was like, you guys may be stretching that split a little bit too long in time, but at the end of the day, they still were able to get themselves a lot of points in this match to remain in that top position. But man, S2G, one of the top Miramar performers right now. If they can perform right now in this match, they can claim their position back on the podium.
They're definitely going to need to perform. I mean, with just putting up 1 point in the last match, it was interesting because that 1 point came from Inco Gaming. We were like, okay, maybe S2G is going to be in first place after this match, and then it completely backfired.
But Nova. That's my point.
But Nova
and Miramar. It's pretty good.
Talk about a team that we just saw in a great position as well. That kind of just fell off there in the late game. It's DRS, and I was expecting them to perform well today in Miramar as well.
I wouldn't really call it a fall off, to be honest, for DRS. As Black mentioned multiple times during the game, they are so good, so strong at clearing the edge. Like that 2-2 split, getting so much information. The moment they have one team, they know we need to clear out this team to gain even more space on the edge of the circle. Regroup, full send it. I think they cleared like 2 teams at 1 point relatively easily too. And I'm telling you, they are a silent team. Sure, maybe not a team to get chicken dinners, Did they get enough points where they could be in first place?
I appreciated their passiveness at one point when Alpha 7 was taking shots at them, and I think Alpha 7 knocked one of their players. They decided to just back off a little bit more and let Alpha 7 be aggressive towards somebody else. It worked out wonders for them. But that is Erangel. I mean, that's a team that has 2 wins in Erangel. I want to see what this team can do in Miramar, because just playing like that in Erangel is not going to be able to cut it for first place.
Talking about Miramar, let's look at some of the teams to watch from both of our analysts. We'll have them. Actually, talking about teams to watch. Oh, that we have it. DRS on both of you guys' schedule. That's a superb, actually, transition, because we were just talking about them. Maybe going over to go like Starwood, though, because I felt like they had a good chance in the last game as well. Going over to Miramar, that's your pick?
Yeah, I still have the jersey. It's a little bit cold right now, so it's heating them up. It's heating me up right now. I do appreciate Stalwart. But yeah, I do think that Stalwart can be looking really good. They're looking really aggressive.
Yeah.
I think they've been a little bit too silent, and that was your question at the start of the show, right? Which is, can they potentially build that momentum on that second and third place ending day 2? And seemed like they were looking aggressive. Sure, not a podium finish in that game, but for me it shows that there were some changes that were made, and I did talk to also Senator. They did make iterations for today, and I'm happy to see it.
I mean, Top was going absolutely ham in the last game. I think 5 or 6 eliminations on his own. Going over to you, 7. 4 a.m. is on your pick, and I mean, they just had a phenomenal game. You think that's going to continue into Miramar?
Yeah, I actually picked them way before they ended up winning
when
that
they already
last
had 9
match. When they were doing so well, I just controlled the other circle, and I think that's something that they're able to actually do really great in Miramar, that they have just gotten unlucky in certain situations. They got super blessed by that circle in Erangel. I want to see if they do end up getting blessed again, if they're going to be taking full advantage. I mean, to have 3 players over 1k damage, that just goes to show that they were being proactive, and I did pick DRS because of what I just said earlier. They perform really well in Erangel, but I want to see them perform really well in Miramar as well.
And especially Kian's fan gave himself 7 eliminations on that game. I cannot tell you how good of a storyline that would be. MVP 2 years ago loses the MVP title to Order of Brethren in the PEL to reclaim it back over here in Jakarta, Indonesia, in this season of the Grand Final.
100%. Talking about one of the teams that's also at the very top. They just had the first strike, but also went out as the very first team. S2G. Any thoughts about S2G coming up?
No. No, I think they just got caught with their pants down. I think it's kind of like a situation that happened. They were trying to go for River Cross. Wolves were there. I think even Stalwart third-partied that fight. So unfortunately, it was a smart rotation because it's always rough. As we know, when you have that phase 1, phase 2 circle, you've got that river in play. It's about a 50-50 split. It's always going to make it really rough to pull off those rotations. So I'm not going to hold it against them. They were already looking so comfortable at the start of the day. But just don't allow it to happen too often. Like, rivers are big issues, so just be careful.
Going over to another team that's also at the very, well, not also at the very bottom, but that is at the very, very bottom, actually, is Vampire. They also, again, lost Swap X very early on. Any hopeful...
I'm not even going to let you finish that question. They're absolutely done. Whatever changes they were trying to do yesterday, it's just not going to happen at this point. I think the team... What I expect out of them is at one point today we might see some madness, and I feel like it's gonna be in the last game where the skill is gonna come through, right? They're gonna realize, you know what, at this point we got nothing to lose. We're definitely not even gonna be able to make it to first place, top 3 or top 5. So let's try to get some highlights. Let's try to make ourselves look good here at PMGC Grand Finals in Jakarta.
I think what's happening, they already announced that we're going to be having PMWI back in Riyadh. They're already preparing for that one. At this point, okay, PMGC is done. Let's just look to try and be the back-to-back champions of PMWI, which would be a good achievement, but as you said, sit down, finals are done.
Yeah. I was very surprised none of you guys were talking about T2K going into the next match, because they also were in a, well, not all of them, but at least Legend had kind of a big moment there with this double Nate, and I was expecting them especially to be very good today.
Yeah, they were one of my teams to watch, actually, so I'm intrigued to see if they can do potentially more. Knowing the PAL, DRS looking good, can we also see T2K being good? I'd love to see it.
Whether or not that is going to happen, the answer is...
We are into, I think we're into, oh yeah, here we are. We are into Miramar for game number 2 on the day, match number 14. Only 5 matches remain now. What a game from 4 a.m. in that last one. That was a massive, massive jump to be able to leap on up, but the crowd's getting settled for the Miramar match. The first one of the day, the first of 2 that we'll see, and the rest is yet to come. Nova, they lost a player early in that last match and didn't really get going in that one. Inko as well, losing players early. They did manage to get up to 3rd though.
I mean, that's Inco in a nutshell, right? They were able to somehow find a way into those final circles, those final zones, still pick up some points here and there. Getting into our match very shortly, though. Let's do a quick rundown. A little bit of stock checking. Crowd obviously really excited to be here. And I'm also really excited to be here just because of how amazing the crowd has been. Hello, my friend, my AirPod buddy.
Look at that, get those selfies in. Fantastic. Everyone needs to take a record of when they were here, when 4 AM did
the
that.
only time when you're allowed to take a selfie by using the front camera. Taking a photo of the old screen. Honestly, this should be a good match though. And again, an awkward plane path over from El Pozo to Junkyard. Match 14, second match of our day. 3. Some of these players and teams starting to really bring up the heat just a little bit here, John. Starting to head towards that top side after 4 AM's absolutely glorious performance there on our previous map of our angle. That's going to see them nice and happy towards the top of the standing. A really good chance to bring out something more. S2G obviously not having the best of games there whatsoever for our angle. But yesterday it was Miramar where they picked up the vast majority of their points and where they played out very comfortably. So we'll see if they can do that again here on match 2. I was saying that it is that saving grace that you come to match 5, you are S2G, you have a really confident run to actually pick up a massive win at that point of the day.
DRS denied at the final turn. They had a pretty big game themselves as well in the previous game, so it is very much tenuous. I think at the moment there's 4 teams in the lead when you bring DRS into the fold, with Inco just that little bit ahead of everyone else. Alpha 7 though looking to try and take down a major competitor here, 4 Angry Men, with a bit of a challenge. Iron sights on this, not super easy to control. Plenty of kick for Mythic and doesn't really land too many of those shots either. Blank, he will not be able to curtail 4 Angry Men early on this drop. The vehicles gained and in operation for 4 Angry Men.
Good stuff there. Central circle as well, so the plane path not as awkward as we maybe have hoped. It does mean that Tostigos, Minas del Sur, Playa de Mar, Chumacera, a little bit inaccessible, but Torre Armada, Campo Militar, Sierra Bronca, La Cobreria most likely will be taken up by some of these teams. That's the tongue twister and the hard for myself. I didn't do any of those earlier because I can't do tongue twisters, sadly. I just stay out of dodge of any dodgy word myself.
I've just got to say I'm really fast, that's the issue.
Yeah, that's fine. I don't have to do that.
I know.
I just keep it nice and chill, nice and happy. I bring that saxophone vibe to the broadcast.
Irish wristwatch.
You bring the electric
Irish wristwatch.
cello to the broadcast.
Do you think? I reckon I could rock a cello.
Yeah, I think so.
Give me, 16, 17 years of practice. I'll let you know.
Give me 1 second on the saxophone, and I'm ready to go. Or the saxophone.
Well, they do
I
say...
can do the saxophone.
All right, Jack Black, calm down. They do say, though, music is more about what you don't play. So the fact that I've never played the cello up until now, I feel pretty much makes me a master, right?
Well, I think that, the best times when you cast is when you aren't talking.
That was so mean. That was so incredibly mean. And you smell. There you go.
There you go. Look, we've all got our faults.
Really poor personal hygiene, Blank.
What do you mean? This morning I was blasting on the old deodorant and aftershave. I feel like I'm a smell sensation.
That is not personal. Okay, that's not personal. That doesn't count as personal.
Yeah, that's all I use though.
You've got
right? That's what everyone does.
You haven't showered. Have you?
No, I absolutely have.
You are the most mucky boy.
Soak in the rain. Look, man, it's Miramar. There's not much water around here.
True.
What can I say? What can I say?
These teams are certainly going to be thirsty for victory. There you go. How's
correct.
That? Inco still at the top, though. 10 points clear with 5 teams in that front-running section now. Godlike Stalwart.
Quite quickly.
To be fair, Godlike Stalwart did do fairly well in that previous game as well, with the fights they're able to take, launching themselves further up to boot. IHC, T2K, Nova, all the way even down to like Buram and Wolves. I mean, they are not out of it fully, but it is getting towards that way.
Yeah, it's pretty tough now. I think our front runners of the pack are going to be quite difficult to catch up towards. It's going to be very unlikely that Inco, 4AM, A7, S2G, DRS, not one of these 5 teams is going to gain a profit on one of these games. Before, it was a little bit more likely that it could happen, and it did happen. We saw S2G go out early. We saw Inco not get a huge amount of points at the start of the day, which is kind of the signature move, right? So now it's much less likely to happen, because instead of only having 2 teams that have to do badly so you can catch up, now you have to hope for 5 teams doing badly, which is way, way, way out of the realms of possibility here at this point in time, especially when all 5 of these teams we know are absolutely marvellous at PUBG Mobile on their separate, unique ways too. I think Inco has their very interesting central playstyle, in which case, you know, they wait until that very much end game to pick up some big points. It would be super interesting to see how many points of Inco is purely ranking points overall. 4AM, great team when it comes to just that coordinated play. Alpha 7, just a hot streak within them. They are aggressive like nothing else. A lion inside the lobby. S2G, and one of those teams that is able to really play well coordinated as a squad. And DRS, one of our edge teams inside the lobby. So everyone's got like a very, very different type of play style, but they all play it to the best here in the PMGC, which shows you can play absolutely anything and still work out with it. And I think that is something that is great to take away from this PMGC, is that we've got a lot of individual characteristics with these teams at the top. So you don't have to play it one particular way, you just have to play it your way.
First blood goes over to Kelsey from S2G. I feel like you were talking about similarities and differences of playstyle. The most similar in the top 5, I would probably say, would be 4AM and S2G.
Yep, I agree.
I think that's kind of what you alluded to there. And whilst it is slightly different, I feel like S2G maybe stay a little bit further on the outside for a lot of the game. Well, not a lot of the game. They sort of come through in the mid-game, whereas 4AM maybe a little bit more central leaning. That might be where they differ. Although not this game.
That's just me pointing at the map, Pajami. Like,
but I normally see 4AM in the centre a lot more frequently than I see S2G.
I think for 4AM, I'm just throwing
water
on the
all
floor.
Everywhere.
Look, we said that there's no water here on Miramar, so there's no water in Indonesia now either. It's for you, at least. Yeah, I think for 4AM and S2G, I would generally agree with you. I think what you're going off is mainly our angle overall, because our angle, 4AM does tend to move a little bit earlier towards the circle. I think what they've been having difficulty with is making those movements, making those rotations, and they're quite speedy with it and aggressive. That is interesting. That is very interesting. And oftentimes it does lead to them getting absolutely demolished by some of these teams in the circle. Alter Ego, though, Fnatic hits the next one. I mean, I was a little bit happy about it on the first, but that is true elation coming through for Alter Ego. Getting the second onto Alpha 7 is a really, really big piece of news. Not only in terms of Alter Ego taking on one of the top 3 teams, but also the fact that Alpha 7 is down to 2 already here on Miramar, when they're fighting for their lives in that top 3.
This is great news for the rest of that top 5 set of teams, right? They now have an opportunity to thin down the numbers in that lineup to try and open up a gap, turn up the heat. S2G already with a point in a central location. Hopefully they can hold on to it, have some power there. The Turkish squad wanting to have the honour of defending their title next year in Turkey.
Would be the absolute cherry on the cake there for S2G to take it all the way home. Max is back on the desk once again.
What's he got there? He's got goodies.
He's got a special little goodie. Is he going to show them to us? I don't know.
I don't know. We'll find out. What's he got there? What have you got there, Max?
He's got some BTR merch.
We'll find out later.
Repping the old Indonesia. Fair play to him. With that, the BTR merch not only brings Max a lot of happiness, it also brings Alter Ego the centre of the circle.
Fantastic to see as, absolutely, that hard west shift coming on through. The Indonesian roster will have to hold off against some pretty fearsome foes, though, as S2G swing it on the north.
Good position. Very difficult spot this is overall to play. There's a lot of space here, which is really inaccessible. Down towards Monte Nuevo on that southeast side, fielded area. The southeast of El Pozo, more fielded area. last-ditch attempt resorts there on that side of the map. Down towards the south side of Credit Field, a place that HVP would play very, very often. The S2G would tend to kind of challenge them out on and not really succeed. And it's what would cause them huge amounts of problems. They've tried to get up towards it, but Alter Ego are already on that position now. 4AM loses arguably their front man, their lead singer, here in the PUBG Mobile PMGC.
There's too many P's.
No, don't talk about it. Don't even mention it. In the PMGC, Svan going down in match 2. This is a bit of an awkward one for him. And now 4AM have to play just the rest of the instruments here. Try and work it through. Nenebete taking a bunch of damage, but doesn't go down, doesn't fall just yet.
Slides through the staves of Nova. Keeps himself out of trouble, keeping with the music theme.
I thought it was good.
I liked it
too.
too.
Okay.
Vitali doesn't know. He is going to be pretty discordant with that one. And ends up reaching the crescendo in the stage 2. Middle of it. That was a stretch. That was a stretch.
That was a stretch. That was a bit of a stretch. Anyway, straight back into the game. Vampire Esports obviously struggling. We talked to Satani just a little bit earlier, saying that ideally they'd love to be in top 8 by the end of today. I don't know how easy that's going to be for them. It will have to be a real turn-up in performance. The fact that they weren't able to get too many points on the start of the day, well, I'll take that back. They did get 2 points. I just don't know if it qualifies as too many points. Geek Fam, also on our screens at the moment, that's towards that northern side. I think they fell down quite a bit right now. I think Geek Fam were on a pretty hot start for themselves. They looked good. You know, dragging themselves out from PMPL, moving up towards PMGC with this core roster. Look strong, look promising. Fortunately for them, I think there are just a different type of beast in this PMGC as a whole. Nova over towards that eastern side. Influence coming in through San Martin. Stalwart as well in this circle. Alter Ego still holding on to a very strong position with high ground, a very typical position as well. And Inco, dead center. Again, I think we're looking at the Inco game. This is just a case of racking up those rankings, not putting too much attention towards those elimination points. This is not a strategy that will work next year, though. And that's something to consider right now. This is not a strategy that will work next year. The ranking points will be too low, and they're spread out much thinner as we head down the table. So elimination points become all the more important. So I think teams at the moment that you're looking at who are prioritizing, you know, getting those high elimination point games, getting those big chicken dinners, these are the teams that will be looking good going into next year.
You know what would be interesting is to take a look at what the points totals would have been if we'd have implemented the points change before this tournament, right? To see how these teams would have fared if we had changed it to that 10-point chicken dinner before, and maybe it could have changed some things up. Maybe I'll have to run those numbers afterwards, Blanca. If anyone out there is watching, they can tweet them at me, and I'll be very grateful for that. But for now, Inco still sit atop the pile with a 10-point lead in match 14. Like, something else that's very interesting when you take a look at the numbers is the fact that nobody right now has more than a 10-point average. We normally see at least 2 or 3 teams at that point at this stage.
Yeah, what we're seeing at the moment is just a real even split between all these teams. And again, this is what it comes down to. You'll see this happen maybe in PMPLs, regional clashes, or PNWI. But when you really do cut it down to the leanest and the meanest of teams here in the PMGC, you are certainly going to see a lobby that maybe isn't able to hit that 10-point average just because there are so many teams winning, there are so many teams that are making the right choices, and it is just a case of, if you get the right circle, you have to win within that right circle. And there are a lot of teams at the moment that are getting those right circles and then are converting those right circles into wins. So this might not be a case of, you know, any team particularly being terrible, but just some teams leading ahead by certain games where they don't get the right circle, but they're able to get 5th place now and again with some eliminations here and there. It's really just chopping away at that points total time and time again and never letting it up. And I think that's what 4AM's been able to do a lot. Alpha 7 has a different approach to that. They're a bit more momentum based. You know, they burst out from nowhere, get some big points, then they fade away just a little bit. They always bring it back. Inco, on the other hand, a ranking points based team, 100%. A little bit of circle look throughout this tournament. Regardless, they've done a lot with it, and I'd still be happy to see them take the grand title home.
The drums bring the circle to keep Potato in it on the high ground position that he occupies on the northwestern edge. DRS potential to move in behind that position and wrest control back, but Potato, if he spots that, doesn't want to take the fight. There is a massive opportunity to just jump off with a vehicle, roll over to the rest of the squad just further south.
You certainly disengage from this one, down towards the rest of your team. Alpha 7 though, down route from Geek Fam, looking to finish them off, but it's S2G from along the way.
Uh-oh, Revo has to evacuate and will be cut down in the process. Alpha 7, 16th place, they're eliminated. Geek Fam stay alive, get to cover, but there are shots coming through from across the road. S2G doing hella damage, having an impact here, and racking up the points where they can. That's one of our top 5 teams out already, Blank.
Alpha 7 certainly having their fadeaway game right now. Not good for them. Only 4 more matches after this one. It's not really a case at this point in time of losing that hope anymore. You're going to have to keep pumping those numbers. If you pump those numbers right at the end of the day, it might not be enough, because by that time a team like Inco or 4AM or S2G might have already built up that consistent average that they're so far ahead of you that one chicken dinner is not going to cut it. It would have to be one hell of a chicken dinner to make something like that happen. We've seen it before. Be a great conclusion to PMGC, but is it likely? No.
DRS slowly encroaching on the high ground territory on the northwestern side, but Potato, he's well aware of it, and Influence Kemin might actually force their hand slightly. Rules going down, getting flushed out as well by Alter Ego. Really quite big, brings them down to 3, and Influence Kemin can start to move in behind. 4 players alive, and they have really gone for a wide swing here. Potato, if he could just stop DRS from pushing forwards, he can play them off against one another. Influence Kemin, position aware of now. Killer moves in with the auto shotgun, but backs off. Don't want to go for the trades just yet. Federal and Little Boy close by, and Gianti nearly gets the better end of the deal there. Potato not chiming in just yet. Kayovsky is lit up as well, and Influence Kemin's push has some trouble.
Nade around the side, beautiful nade there coming from Giante. Little Boy goes down, a fair amount of damage towards Law and Federal. Can't really afford to get the medkits off just yet, because there's more nades, more damage coming through that way. Alter Ego, Potato might want to get involved on this one. Delta looks forward towards the smoke. Federal all by himself. UMP looks to shoot them through the smoke here. Can't find it. That's Influence Kemin down to 1 player. DRS taking them apart systematically.
Oh dear, they will fall all the way on out. 15th place and no eliminations. That's big news for DRS, picking up 4 elimination points as well. They are 1 point behind Alpha 7 now. How much further can they go? Inco with a challenge. 3 players alive from them after losing 1 early. Nova will be rocking up on them. With 1 player down, they are at a numbers equality. But that res is available on Jimmy.
Nenabedi making some good shots there. I did like them. Just trying to angle them over the top of that ridge side. Hit some soft flesh where he can. Fortunately, not quite enough, but now Inco's in a pretty tight spot.
Over on the east side, with the backstop, Potato still holding on the high ground. 4 Angry Men further out west and will need to push on in. 4 Angry Men probably with the toughest time of the teams at the top right now, Blank. Alpha 7 having already gone out, so I suppose the time is tougher for them, but of the teams still in it of that top 5, 4 Angry Men with it all to do on this rotation.
We set up S2G as one of the best teams here on Miramar, and towards the centre they are right now, a really strong spot, helping Geek Fam take down Alpha 7. During that initial push, it will be hard to remove them from this compound. 4AM, like I said, tough rotation ahead, over some rocky terrain towards Alter Ego's position. Potato over on Sandhawk, we saw how effective his high ground position was. Stalwart will send a grenade to the top towards Nova. Frozen already falling. Looks like a nade is in the hand and the pocket of Nova themselves. Try to send one back to push action away, but Pika Ready one of his own. It looks good as well.
Oh, it's right on the money. Jimmy goes down, frozen. Has a teammate now to join him. Action backs off the hillside, and that is the backup that you want. It's Paraboy from a position further up. Order launches one over. Frozen needing to get res now, and Action burning down low. The nades don't burst on target as Paraboy rolls in for the backup. Inco looking to put pressure on now as they take their approach. Top up in the party bus. Smoke blooms over on the godlike stalwart position, and that fight is just about to start heating up. Nova caught in the middle of it, but they are all together. They are all as four on the eastern side of the circle.
Not much hope for 4 AM there. We saw them in a dire situation. Mornay still popping their way. Sky only comes up. Good Xiao cannot finish it off, and Ching Chen still going for the heel. Pushes out wide, tries to go for the finish. Will find at least one, but I think Kengzo might just be able to finish this. Possibly, maybe not.
Needs the reload. Ching Chen spotted, and there they go. 4 angry men fall, and now 2 of our top 5 teams are out of this game. DRS still moving in. S2G, Inco, all still with the fight. In the meantime, over on the eastern side, Nova are fighting for their lives, caught between godlike stalwart to their north and Inco to their south. Nade over to the back, found peak at order, doesn't go down quite yet. The second peak from top is good, but it's traded off by Jimmy with the micro Uzi at range. Action now last standing in the engagement. For godlike stalwart, Scry down to the north a lot further. The nades can start to pour in, but instead Nova just want to stay alive as 4 on the eastern edge.
This is ridiculous for Nova at the moment. Almost feels like they picked up a rainbow mushroom there, because they are pretty invincible over on that side, taking that fight not only towards Stalwart, but also towards Inco. Alex, though, what a disgusting spray coming through. Finds at least 2. IHC really struggling, but Ravenclaw last alive for Vampire. Trying to finish off the fight. 1v1 available.
Ziol, last standing, a sliver of HP, first aid allowed, but the res coming through potentially from Ravenclaw. Fluke will be the target, and the res is coming through from both of these rosters. Nova, in the meantime, are still all alive. Looking to try and keep themselves going. Ravenclaw around the edge, has got a teammate back in, and Ziol falls. IHC eliminated. And Vampire stay alive. Jimmy, order, transferred on by top as we hop back on over to the eastern edge. Paraboy with the off angle, not quite able to slow down godlike stalwart. Frozen, the only player holding now on the main position from Nova. They'll have to go a little bit further into the circle. A flush onto 1 for top, and Paraboy starts to light it up. No punishment found, no knock in response, but a lot of damage, and there's a beautiful knock coming through from Action. Over the top of the smoke. 2 players up top to deal with now. Order and Frozen both in action. Top not going to take the knock just yet. There's the first spray, and Action is good for more. He takes down Paraboy. He moves up, and he takes down the rest of Nova as well.
The roughest of positions there. But the boys, the deadly duo, still go strong. They make it happen. Not even Nova can bring this duo down. But look at S2G. In a veritable fortress of their own inside this map. Still trucking. Inco in the game 2, down to 9 teams remaining, 26 players. A lot of teams, a few players still left alive. Fireflux with 4 though. Alter Ego still going strong, looking over towards DRS's position on the north.
Alter Ego have potato on the high ground. Inco swings wide and does what Nova could not. Becker has been put back just a little bit. Potential to get flushed here. Nenebete close by. Don't really want to step out that nade. Oh my goodness me. Catches the sliver and catches the sliver of HP on Becker for Nenebete. They want to stick this heal. They want to stick this res. Going down to 2 wouldn't be their greatest right now with a little bit more to go, but unfortunately they don't have a choice in the matter.
Nenebete gets knocked. Action looks to steal.
Oh
4 eliminations now to 5. Great stuff. Now just squash remaining. Inco, 0 eliminations on this game. Going down in 8th. It's a few points, but it's not a lot.
Alter Ego, they have been dominant on this northwestern side. DRS now losing another player down to 2 against the hold from Potato. Action falls and got like stalwart with them. Inco also taking the knee. And no more will they fight on. DRS and S2G now are 2 remaining teams in the top 5.
Fireflux, 9 eliminations. Really strong game from them. And again, not too far away from 6th place, well 7th place realistically, with 72 points and 9 eliminations on board. 6 teams remaining. I mean, sure, it might not be a top 3 moment, but Fireflux might just be able to reinstate their name as one of the top contenders through this single one. Have to make something big out of it. Alter Ego still in. You can hear the crowd behind us cheering them on. See how far they can go with this.
They've already got 8 eliminations and 4 players alive, with Potato on such a massive, powerful high ground. DRS not taking it from them. The 8 elimination count will be crucial. They want to launch themselves from the bottom of the tables, but Kelsey from S2G, this is a team that has power on Miramar all their own.
S2G, again, compound still, and this is why the compound's very strong, especially when you know circles ending around here. It's such a large compound that no matter where the circle shrinks to, a little bit should still just be about in that you can play from. Though leaving this area will be difficult for S2G, so I hope they brought vehicles with them. DRS playing around the shadow that Potato creates. Some good nades from S2G, honestly. Vampire finding it very difficult to find any kind of respite on that area, on that side.
Reposition up to the top floor from Hamzy. Spots Lutz trying to flow down the hill and will be able to get the spray. Hamzy lighting one up, and Solus actually under pressure as well. Razy spots a player over towards Alter Ego, knocks Potato up the top of the hill. Unfortunately, that would be a really, really valuable pick, but the blue zone will push them out nonetheless. These shots are going to be so crucial. Keeping that K9 in the hands of Razy could prove to be a game changer as Silas sits Pondbit back.
I think realistically a lot of these teams just have to wait right now. Fnatic finds Ravenclaw, that's another one. 9 eliminations so far. Fnatic, an absolute roll at the moment. 7 eliminations, all is lonesome for him. Razy, this K9, disgusting weapon. I think for Alter Ego, patience is the name of the game. S2G's life is going to become hellish when they have to leave this compound. I think they realise they need some more points, so going through these eliminations, risky, but also rewarding.
They don't have many options, and Pondbit will look to start the scout. They have to move up to the ridge line. Razy loses another bullet. Silas as well, with angles over towards Fireflux, who are split right now and burning the candle at both ends.
To be fair, this ridge side, well, this little ditch that Alter Ego is able to play underneath the road, actually fairly decent. Getting Pondbit down there immediately whilst the other team is probably thinking about rotating. That's fantastic.
Oh, I don't even think Kelsey knew there was a player there. He was just shooting out towards a buggy. Saw the tag and went, oh, okay, I'll pick that one up. S2G, 4 players alive and still going strong. Pondbit being the forward guard for Alter Ego, the other 4-player roster.
Sending smokes down the train now, allowing the rest of Alter Ego to move up, move through some high ground potentially. Circle moves a bit further away from S2G. That is absolutely disastrous for Alter Ego. At this point in time, they needed no casualties coming through. Getting up towards that high ground position was fantastic for them. S2G will have to move on the next zone, but Alter Ego, they need to play the cards right now. They need to be calm, they need to be patient, they need to breathe this one out.
Like a spotted Silas, picking up points for the squad. Tonight's last for Geek Fam, a team that we haven't seen too much of. And S2G need to do the work now, Blank.
It has to happen now, purely because of the open ground in front of them. With one player already taken down, taken low off of Hamzy G. Potato. A nade over the top, a good lob. Fnatic still on knee. Looks to be picked up. Potato is providing them a little bit of support. And outside the play zone goes down DRS.
10 eliminations now on the board for Alter Ego in the final zone. Shots over towards the high ground there from Silas, but S2G are going to have to leave into the sightlines of everybody else looking their way. Fnatic gets knocked. There's a crossfire established, but out go the smokes and out go the vehicles. S2G with a fast crash across the road. Razy goes down, opened up on as well. The rest of Alter Ego looking to finish it here and now. Silas is cut out of the fray, and now the players at the back are all they have left. S2G are gone. It's only Geek Fam. The reses are available, and 4 players from Alter Ego, a high ground position, and that's all they need. Alter Ego take it home, a massive, massive chicken dinner. Make that 2.
What a way to finish that one out. 2 chicken dinners at the PMGC 2022. An unreal result. They are giving it out in droves for the crowds, this PMGC. Really taking it all the way. What a good crossfire they set up as well for that end game. They knew that S2G might have had their number if they were given a single place to look, so they do not do it. It requires gumption and determination and a little bit of ballsiness, to be quite honest with you, to make those plays, to make those movements. But they knew what they had to do to set up for the win, and they just went for it. That is just a case of, like, you know, everything has to go right. If it doesn't, we don't take this chicken dinner. But Alter Ego, they just do not let it up. Really big chicken dinner there for them as well. We'll get them a whole hunk of points. That should see them towards the top end of the lobby, towards that top 8.
Fnatic got the MVP title there, but I feel like Potato was so pivotal for them. Stopped 2 teams on the northern side from moving on in. Influence came in and DRS, forced DRS around the side instead of the high ground.
I mean, for Potato, we've seen it twice now. You give him high ground, he'll work with it. That is just the way it works. I think that he prefers to be up in the clouds. You know, that lack of oxygen gives him a sense of calm and concentration, which is great to see. I like to kind of watch that. I like Alter Ego when they have this particular play style they like to move from. But again, a very, very strong position. It's quite difficult to hold on that position as well for a long time. They had several spots they were holding in the beginning as well, up towards that compound, up towards the field. They moved from there. They still decided where they wanted to go next. They knew they couldn't take those fights with S2G, so they just quietly tried to finish off, conclude some of these fights around the actual battlefield before waiting for S2G, knowing that at some point they would have to leave, and it's just bare ground for S2G. They knew they had to get as much done as possible, and I do think it's a slight mistake on S2G's part. They were far too focused over towards Vampire Esports, when realistically they should have 100% had angles over towards Alter Ego as soon as that Zone A came through, because they would have to move. They had to make a rotation.
With that game, that put DRS and S2G ahead as well. Late game performances for these 2 rosters to push on up, but the big news here is that Alter Ego play in the rarefied air up on the high ground and take home a big chicken dinner.
And welcome back. Let's take a look at the match rankings. Alter Ego Limex with 28 points. Oh my goodness! Is that one hell of a performance?
Exactly what we needed from the boys here to try and put himself back in a race towards the top, and 7. They played such a good position. Potato, the absolute monster on that hilltop position, clearing off the position away from DRS especially, and giving that information over to all of his teammates.
Being able to fend off people, and on top of that, I love the rotation they did end up, especially at the end. They ended up getting one of their players knocked. He ended up getting revived too, and it worked out wonderful.
Yes.
They didn't wait long enough. That's what I'm talking about. The execution is there for this team, and we're starting to see it. S2G, by the way, with 16 points. That's going to be nice for them, being able to bounce back from that horrible first game.
DRS also with a great performance going into this match. Again, we just saw them in the late game and the game before, and they have done it again. They're racking up points right now.
I mean, you said it during that game, I think, Seven, right? That
Yeah.
you were saying, oh, they could win, and I was like, the game, and you're like, no, the event, they could win the grand final. And with results consistently coming their way like this, I gotta say, there's a clear possibility this could be an Bali champions after this grand final. This huge, but looking at the extra stats. Kelsey, our boy from Turkey, looking good, but.
But by the way, the only reason why I said that about DRS is because they answered the main question that I had right before this match. Are they going to be able to perform outside of Erangel? And they just proved that, and that's when I was like, okay, you know what? This team can definitely take the championship home.
Talking about teams taking home championships, we got to talk about Nova. What was that against God like Starwood? It looked like they had it in their bags, and then it all turned around.
2 words: top action. You don't mess with them, okay? You got to eventually.
Yeah.
It was not the best push from Stalwart.
Yes.
I think we were both like definitely having some criticisms for what Godlike Stalwart did at that time. And Paraboy, he was like super proactive. He's like, okay, they're on a ridgeline position on a road. It's not great to defend it if you're getting just inched upon. He's like, a little bit of an off angle, and then they shut down Paraboy. That was such a key moment for Godlike Stalwart to get himself those eliminations and take down Nova. It was good, but I think knowing Godlike Stalwart, they can do better.
Talk about shutting down your opponents. Hardware is needed for that as well. And what better hardware than the Sony Xperia 1 Mark IV? Sony Xperia 1 Mark IV and Sony Xperia Stream were co-developed in collaboration with professional esports players. You can play PUBG Mobile with Xperia Stream's total cooling system and multiple ports for intensive gaming and streaming. And while we're already at it, let's thank Prime Gaming as well. With Prime Gaming, you can get not only free games, but free in-game content for lots of games as well, such as PUBG Mobile. So if you want to get free rewards, skins, content, then make sure to sign up. And also, we want to thank PBSI, the local esports association in Indonesia, for supporting this beautiful event right here in Jakarta, Indonesia as well. Thank you so much for all of your support. If you haven't seen it already, there are links in the chat linking to a PMGC survey. And you can find that survey either in the chat or on social media. And we want you to let us know your feedback about the show. Positives, negatives. By doing that, you may get a chance to win some prizes as well. Thank you all in advance if you are participating in that survey. With that being said, we're going to take a short break before we dive deeper into match number 2, Miramar, that we've just seen. Welcome back to the desk of that short break. And my goodness, we are going into the last Sandhawk game of the PMGC Grand Finals 2022. And talking about Sandhawk, that last game, that last win from A, it really reminded me of that Sandhawk win.
Absolutely. I mean, starting from the high ground, being able to control a lot of teams, being able to output a lot of damage, and being pretty much guiding the teams exactly where they wanted them to go. It was alter ego, exactly what we want to see out of them. And going into Sandhawk, do you think they might get a chance to win again?
I mean, now when you're looking at the chicken dinners from Alter Ego, they win when they're on like a mountain for some reason. So if it goes towards the northwestern islands, but there's a chance, clearly, right? It does feel like they're confident, and especially when you have a home crowd right now supporting you the way this amazing crowd are, it's got to be a big moral boost. So I am hoping we see another win from them. I'd love to see it.
Me too. Really interested in your opinion also of Geek, because they're also alive in the late game, and they did a really risky move moving into one of the only shacks inside that late game area, but it did kind of pay off, didn't it?
It did kind of pay off. Unfortunately, it's really hard to hold on to that position because you have no moving space, and it makes it really tough to try and find yourself some good shots after that one. But S2G, wow, let's get it, ladies and gentlemen. Turkey showing up strong here once more, and no, they had themselves their bad performance, and you said it was a terrible game, but now they make it back up 7 in big way, and they're just looking so good up there. But the thing is, no, they're not even comfortable. Just 3 points ahead of Inco, hot on their heels, and even to this point, still have no idea who will be in first place.
Yeah, I think anybody from that first pitch can honestly take that first place. And then we go here, T2K, Alter Ego, the big jump up now with 95 points. I'm telling you, if they can get another win here, this crowd is going to go absolutely nuts. I'm going to go crazy, you're going to go crazy, and I think we're going to see them at least in the top 7.
You know what? My objective for them is I would love to see them make it in top 5. If they keep getting results like this, I think that would be a win.
Yes.
Also, Ego, if they make it in the top 5, that would be their goal right now, but not an easy goal to achieve, so we'll see if they can pull it off.
Let's take a look at some of the next matches that we have coming up for you. Once again, it is the last day of PMGC 2022, and especially of the Grand Finals. So we have Sandhawk coming up. We're talking about that last win from Alter Ego, the last big one at least, before going into match 14, and that was Sandhawk. So we're already talking about some of the chances, but going maybe over to some other teams that haven't really talked about too much today. 4AM, obviously, they did have that chances today as well, but they also had some good chances in Miramar just now. They get taken out by Kangzhou pretty early on, though. Any thoughts going into Miramar about 4AM?
I mean, going south for 4AM, I don't know. Don't really know what to expect from them, and they're really good when it comes to Erangel, really good when it comes to Miramar in particular. Sandhawk is not a map for me that they really stand out on, so we'll have to see. Though one team I want to see a win for Alpha 7. They're going to have the first one. They didn't drop off boot camp. My heart is broken, but if they can get a chicken dinner, I'll forgive them.
You want them to drop on boot camp?
Because it's fun. It's fun. Tell me it's not fun.
It's absolutely amazing.
Exactly. My point exactly.
Let's look at some of the teams to watch from both of our analysts. And I was, I'm surprised none of you guys picked S2G because they're still at the very top of the table, and they did just have a good round as well. 7. What about you?
You know what? The reason why I picked Inco instead of S2G is because Inco, every single time so far this tournament that they have lost the lead, they come back the next game and they regain that lead. I expect to see that over Inco Gaming. I felt like this past 2 matches, even though they did get a good performance in the first Erangel, I felt like it was super lucky. Yes, they probably did end up getting 2 eliminations, but it just wasn't what I expect out of Inco Gaming. Without the 7, I feel like it's going to be now or never. It is going to be the match that they got the chicken dinner on. You can hear everybody screaming in the background. That's because they were showing Paraboy to the crowd. And that's why I picked Nova, because for Nova, if they want to get that repeat, it is now or never. We were walking around before that Miramar started, and we saw the analyst for Nova Esports just going, all right, we need to get things dialed down.
I wanted to decipher what was going on there, but it's too smart for me. It's too 10,000 IQ what's going on in the brain of the analyst for Nova Esports. But of course, no, it's Sandhawk. When it comes down to it, they can perform so on this map. Like every battleground, despite Miramar being there one standout map, they can still get themselves some wins there.
You had Alter Ego?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yes, I got it. I said if I get at least another chicken dinner, I would love to see them get themselves in the top 5. That would be the win in my eyes for the home team.
Also, going quickly over to one of the other teams you picked, DRS. I feel like they deserve it as well at this point. They have such a good showing, not only today but throughout this whole tournament. They've been so consistent.
Yeah, exactly. For DRS, they play this edge position just so damn well every single time. And we said it, they could be the silent winners here of this Grand Finals. It could be happening. If they get themselves another result here, it will be down to the last 3 matches.
Let's see whether or not DRS is going to give themselves a chicken dinner as well. We're heading over to the commentary desk with John Adam and Black.
Plenty of support for plenty of the players here. Zaxi's not even playing, but he's getting signs.
I mean, fair enough to him. He's a cool guy. He gets involved from the fans. Fans are here for PUBG Mobile as a whole, not just PMGC 2022 is what we're here for right now. The last Sandhawk of 2022, technically. I know we're in 2023, but we're closing the book on 2022 first. Make sure you're reading everything before we head towards that sequel, which is going to be very good. Also, on here, right now, this is the exact kind of ending that we wanted. Very competitive. A lot of very good teams up towards that top side who are still performing extremely well, even under the conditions of what an absolute crazy finish to a tournament. Massive amount of pressure still on board. Playing path on our screens though as we head into Sandhawk very shortly. In fact, right now, heading down from Cow to Docks. See where this one heads. We did see it go all the way towards that northwest side where Alter Ego were able to pick up their first chicken dinner of the tournament. They just grabbed another over on Miramar.
Towards the top, especially after this game, Blank, I imagine that we're going to start to see teams dropping out of the race for that top spot, for the champion title. To lift the trophy at the end of the day. Match 15, it is so close to the end of what these teams have worked all year for. What a way to cap it off it would be, well, for anyone really, to lift that trophy. Phenomenal news. Nova, if they want to defend their title, they have to stand up now.
Seven put it best. Honestly, this has to be the time for it, right? Because 3 more matches, you have to be absolutely blinded. You have to hit it outside of the park every single time. You want to be that guy that has to make that poor dude run all the way into the car park to pick the ball back up again just so that you can hit it for 6 once more. If Nova's going to do that, it has to be some extremely potent games coming forward. Already Circle heads up in their direction down towards Painan. Maybe a chance for it. I think the scariest thing for Nova is they've left it so late at this point in time that you're doing it on Sandhawk, a pretty unreliable map when it comes to hitting those points. It's a map where you just want to be consistent. 10 points average is absolutely fine. But for Nova, 10 points is not enough. They're going to have to go for the chicken dinner. Second place with a lot of eliminations. First place with a lot of eliminations. Third place might just cut it. But again, you don't want to have to go into a Wrangle and Miramar and have to continue to pump up those points. But Nova right now, this is certainly a chance to pick up a huge amount of eliminations from Painan, which does fall in the path of a lot of rotations of these teams coming down towards the southwest side of the map.
Nova might be able to pick up a whole host of points for themselves if they play their cards right here. Controlling their crossing could be crucial for their chance at the title. But 4 Angry Men, a little bit closer to that title right now. Salon 126, 14 points behind S2G and the top spot. And they'll be looking to try and close that gap here. Unfortunately going down in a not great performance over on Miramar for 4 Angry Men. And S2G obviously doing as well as they did. It is going to be difficult.
Yeah, 140 points. I think a lot of the attention was on that Alter Ego win. That sits them in 10th. A very good capability to get in towards top 6 if they really push it to the limit now. But for S2G, can't take from the fact that they were able to get that second place, right? Well, third place over on Miramar from a very nice compound. Good amount of eliminations as well, which sits them now at 140. Inco behind at 137. 4 AM really did not get a lot of points on that last match, getting crunched away on that western edge.
Godlike Stalwart playing in boot camp central, yet to make their full decision on rotation to move down to that southwestern island potentially. Most likely we will be finishing over there, so at least getting to the compounds to their southwest on the confluence of the rivers on that trifecta compound, Blank, could be a good decision for Godlike Stalwart. Because remember, they're on 110. They're an outside shot, but they are still very much a horse in the race.
Yeah, I think that is something we need to consider. They do keep having these pretty good performances throughout our matches today and yesterday, in fact. With Top at the start of the day being the highest damage dealer by quite a fair bit as well. He has really been putting in the work for the team. Inco versus DRS. Scary engagement for the Inco here. I do think that DRS brings a lot more firepower to punch here. Inco with the compound does provide them with a little bit of safety though going forward. DRS still looking to push in on this one though.
I feel like
disgusting shots though.
On the defense, Inco have had lots of practice. So if they are given a compound like this to hold, this is them at their best. And DRS, again, same as what you said, on their best performance.
Exactly. This is their kind of best scenario. It's a very, very good point, John, in the sense that Inco is playing their best sort of gameplay, and DRS is the one who is very good with the battering ram, pushing in from the edge side. Nades come through. DRS is playing this marvellously, backing off. Texas two-step here, not allowing Inco to get anything done, and then Nevete falls from Delta.
That was the position on the outside as well for Inco. An off angle from Nenebete is dealt with, handled, and two players from DRS are going to start to move on this hillside. Look how far away Giante and Delta are, but they do not lack the confidence here. DRS are going to play off against one another, sees Nenebete get behind the rock. And the information should be gathered on over. No nades for Rules to be able to lob that behind. No Molotovs either. And teammate just suppressing those angles. Vitali in the compound for Inco. And actually, Nenebete has been res now. The QBU, an ankle spotted for Rules. Does get a little tickle of damage. And up in the hunting tower, Killer doesn't quite find a knock either. These small amounts of healing could start to come through. Vitali wants to leverage position. This is a crucial fight, and with Inco on 3 players already, they might be letting this second place on the table slip just a little bit.
Delta with a nade. Could go straight through that window there. Lobs it in. Vitali's fine. Good sprays though. Vitali takes a lot of damage. We'll go for the pre-spray on the window. Delta runs back. That could be bad news. Vitali does not peek out quick enough, and Delta finds himself in a very strong spot. In the meantime, Squash goes very low. Go down now, Vitali. Last member remaining. Inco, 137 in second place, crumbling at this point in time.
This is massive for DRS. A nade out through the window, and Vitali now last standing. A massive powerhouse for Inco during the games we've seen so far, the first 14 matches, but in match number 15, he has to go 1 versus 4 against DRS, who started the game 4 points behind them. With this final point, they will find the equalizer. They are neck and neck now, second place for both teams.
DRS must be extremely happy with that one. Both in the same type of position too. And for Inco, this is a similar rotation, so you wonder if DRS have targeted this. Taking them down here and early does not allow them to go for their classic approach in towards the circle. Alpha 7 though versus S2G, currently low on members.
Alpha 7 getting pushed down the pecking order somewhat in that last game. Looking to try and slow the lead over at S2G side. Nades are really putting some punishment heavily in the way for S2G. Razy with the DBS around the rock. Silas and Hamzy G both going low, in a lovely little opening found. No peaks being made by Alpha 7. We talked about how they're streaky, how they're hot, how they have some power, but here they play it calm and reserved against S2G. 1 player remains, Kelsey.
Kelsey does send out a dodge. 7 was saying he'd love to see Alpha 7 come out on top here on Sandhawk. They're certainly an aggressive team. They work well on Sandhawk as a whole. Those nades were perfectly placed. In the meantime, though, we do have a rotation coming through. One of the first to PMGC 2022. It's 4 AM. Coming all the way from Docks. And you wonder where they're going to sit in place. Maybe drop up towards where Wolves are playing. In Tambang. Be a potential position to rock up towards. Or towards that western side of Bantai. Also a pretty good position to play from. Maybe going for more of an edge play here for 4 AM. But again, I think this is another very important game for 4 AM because at 126 points, behind Alpha 7 now in 5th place. Really will take something special for them to get towards the top.
Put around.
Back in that conversation, John.
Crashing into Vampire's position. 1 and 2 fall. 9AP will be joined by Sky Only as well. Third player to fall for Buradam. And Vampire, this is a solid hold. They've managed to allow them to step into the Lion's Den. And they will keep on going. Bottom of the tables for Vampire, but even they have so much power to play with, Blank. It is so difficult to make headway in this lobby. And finally, they're able to pick up the points against Buradam. 4 eliminations. And they crossed that 60-point threshold.
Finally. Taking a while. Again, though, as I said before, no one's really on that 10-point average at the moment, so it's really still quite malleable in terms of gaining those points, getting higher within the tables itself. T2K coming in from the southeast side. 4AM opting to go even further outside of the zone on their botation. Could even drop off up towards IHC and Alter Ego, just the south side, Camp Alpha, though I do think we might see this engagement coming through between IHC and Alter Ego. Already those Jolt down. This is a great opportunity for Alter Ego. Renorex moving on the side, DBS with a bit of damage, but not enough.
Alex goes for the full lap of the compound and takes a little bit too much damage there from Pombit. Has to back off though. Nade in hand could prove to be really very troublesome for IHC if he able to land it right around the edge or put it into the building as well. Pombit wants to pop it through the door, back up to the building he has for cover. And Alter Ego playing a little bit smarter. IHC allowed to get the res, however, and now both of these teams have to share it, 4 apiece. 2 buildings held, and a lovely little off angle from Fnatic. The high ground held. What a rotation from him. Gets the flush over onto Demo. Needs to be worried from the side, and Giol does not manage to slip it on through. Nade over the top might be able to do the job, though. And if Fnatic goes down here, they might turn it topsy-turvy. A lovely reposition away.
He runs from there.
Excellent heads-up play from Fnatic to keep that high ground under control. And in goes Alter Ego. Godless and Alex on the inside. The first is rebuffed. Now the rest of the team need to step forward. Godless finds a second. And the third is there. It's all coming crumbling down. Only Fnatic now standing for Alter Ego. It looked so hopeful when they'd taken down Demo. But now they're left high and dry with only Fnatic.
The 3v3 could have been there, but I think with that man advantage, you never push on that. But again, the drums from the crowd, that's the type of thing that really could take you into a new type of drive, a new type of sensation, just wanting to push it out. Now Fnatic just has to live for a little bit longer. Real unfortunate stuff. Circle heads up towards the northwest side. Influence Kevin in a really strong spot towards that bridge, but a lot of water in this one, not a lot of places to play. 4AM ditches their boat, will start to swim towards the docks of Tambang.
Somehow it's the best strategy out of a lot of these teams from the top 5. I would say in this next circle it's probably about 30% playable terrain at this stage, Blank, if you don't count the water, which I guess you could say is technically playable, but even then it's going to be very, very tricky. Not only that, but you've got a lot of shallows in that water, which you can't hide in. You can't just swim around there in that river.
No, it's very difficult, and I think that even if you look up towards that northern side, that landmass is sort of not what you want right now, particularly with the fact that it most likely will move away from there. Could even end up on the bridge, you know, which would be absolutely crazy. Alpha 7 moving up out of the blue now, just getting out of it, heading up towards T2K's location. S2G still in the game with Calci all the way on that northern edge by IHC.
With the eliminations that Nova have been able to find so far, 2, they do break into 3 digits. 101 points now. We said at the start they need a big game, every game, from here on out. They are still as 4, they're on the southeast side, and pretty much the center of the playable terrain. Mythic, spotted, cut out, and Vampire continue picking up their 5th elimination of the game. Oh, Carrillo wants to push them back though. And Schwepp finds a second as well. Carrillo looks for a third!
Ooh, he gets it as well.
Oh my goodness me, but not going to be good enough, unfortunately. A third party comes on in. And that is beautiful news for Vampire to keep themselves alive, but my, what a go of it from Alpha 7. Shift comes in, it's all the way down south, and 4 Angry Men, with a rotation, playing out in the water, somehow, Blank, have one of the best positions in this next circle.
Yeah, extremely strong. I think the real question for me is, can they get up onto the coastal side? Currently still in the water. Most likely we'll have to move up towards the docks on the northern side that Influence Kemen are currently holding on to. It's a little bit awkward, but certainly still playable. Question is, how much loot do they still have? They weren't out in the blue for a very long time either, considering how much water was still in. I think they played that move very, very exceptionally well. Just because you're on that western side anyway, usually they might have thought about dropping in earlier on the south, but they understood that there's so much water out there. We're outside that 400 meter LOS range, so we can just drop out the vehicle. No one even knows we're here. We swim towards the coastal side. It's not likely anyone's going to be looking at that coast anyway if they didn't see a boat in the first place. So for 4 AM, this is a very heads-up play. It will kind of run on the coattails on the fact that if they can get up onto the island itself without Influence Kemen spotting.
Some more swimming going on through. IHC sharking off the Fnatic. Trying to live his best dolphin life here. Going to struggle with it. 3 players in pursuit for the squad. Nova playing on the eastern side of the circle, just to the southwest of Ruins, will be guarding out DRS. A very important fight for not only Nova's progression, but DRS's to try and climb up those tables towards S2G, who are still going, by the way, with Kelsey on the northern shore, but I'm sure that's going to be very difficult to make any more headway.
WWX making a dangerous move right now. Swinging over the top side of this rock. Fnatic doesn't take too much damage, but IHC unfortunately spotted much quicker. DRS to move in towards Nova's position, but gets sent back fairly quickly here. Good Xiao. The rest of 4 AM. Frozen though. It's a heavy hit there, but DRS is just slowly but surely bleeding out as the bullets find the target too many times.
Just Delta remaining under the purview of Nova, who seem to have turned it up a notch. 5 eliminations now on the game. That nade is going to cross with a 1 from Frozen. And Delta takes a little bit of damage. Frozen and Jimmy playing off that same angle, trying to move on forwards as much as they can. As God like Stalwart on the northern side clashed with Influence Kemen. It's going pretty even on that trade over on the northern side. If DRS go down here, it is going to be so close, with Kelsey almost certainly going down fairly soon. I think he's still healing right now in the blue zone. We saw that strategy go a little bit down the pan with the changes to the circles that we saw, but you can still get to maybe a top 8 if you're lucky.
Top 8 certainly still available. Stalwart moves up though. Influence Kemen taking punishment here from them. Pika moves in, finds another little boy. I think last remaining now for the team. Wolves in the meantime keeping Geek Fam off their doorstep.
Pushing them back. Pickfeet the only casualty so far for Wolves, but in come Nova to try and play spoiler. There they go for S2G as well. So the top of the tables is down and out. Delta most likely not long for this game either. And the nades from Nova start to pour in through the windows. 1 more launched on in for Order. 3 eliminations for Order, 3 for Paraboy right now. And they're going to try and add that one as well. Pickfeet still down for the Wolves. Chinese team pushing onto Chinese team, but Memory shuts down Frozen's close position. A second knock over towards the back from Remember finds Order. Jimmy wants the res on the player towards the back. Paraboy still active. Order super low, and there's the knock. Paraboy now in a 1 versus 3 on the hold. Needs to push in, but Delta's still there. DRS are still going, and they might be the spoiler that they were looking for. Frozen knocked on the front, and Jimmy resable here, sure, but the nades could come from the Wolves, and Paraboy, he's not looking his back, he's not checking his 6, and Delta might move on through and play complete spoiler. Delta falls to Geek Fam, who play a third party, and Nova are going to stay alive for it.
Jimmy might stay up here, 33 cent. Also on that western side, have been watching as Fnatic and IHC have rolled in, giving the information back. WWX looks over towards that spot, and Zjol Might just try and play spoiler, but information's already been gathered, it's already been thrown through, and already 4am are starting to swing, sift, flow down towards this south side. And Fnatic's still going for Alter Ego.
Let's take a minute to talk about Vampire, though. They have reached 10 eliminations. They hold a massive high ground compound in this next circle, Blank. We've seen them take a fight. They held out Buriram really, really nicely, and they've been leveraging their position ever since.
Absolutely. It's going to be difficult to remove Vampire from this spot. They knew they needed the big game. Scry tries to run across, but it's over open ground. It's only a matter of time before some of those shots hit, and this is the PMGC. This is where the players don't miss. This is where you give them an easy shot and you go to your knees.
Speaking of, Paraboy and Jimmy lighting it up against Godlike Stalwart on the hillside. The Wolves still in their compound, holding out Nova with the blue zone pushing in. They do need to go for this fight. It was slowed down earlier and taken out of the mix. And teams are really not willing to give any ground. 4 angry men want to go on the chase. They had 14 points to make up, but Span goes down to top. 2 players active for Godlike Stalwart. Fnatic still in the water underneath, but Ziol's close by. We're going to roll that one up. Paraboy knocks Nova, finds the last as well, and Wolves alive with 3. 7th place, 6 eliminations. It's not terrible, but Blank, they needed more than that.
They did need more than that. 4am as well. I thought that push from Spam was a bit weird. Massive grenade there. The only saving grace, the nade takes down top. WWX has to hit this first aid kit soon, but he's out into the open now. I think 4am's going to struggle. Already down to just 1 player in WWX, and he has to hit one of these shots.
5th place for Alter Ego. Ravenclaw nearly gets away with it, but WWX Meerkat's back. Underneath, Pete's down. Wolves are now looking to roll on in and play from the bottom of the hill that everybody else has struggled with so much, but underneath them is action and maybe a little bit of an unknown X factor here. I don't think they know. They're certainly not aware. Steps up, pick feet. Oh, he's with the spray completely. Action now. 3 players bearing down right upon him. He's away. Gets to some sort of semblance of safety, but he's finally sought out and sanctioned for his trouble.
Wolves versus Vampire, and Vampire up on high. But in a 4v4, an unlikely setting here on Sandhawk that we see this type of engagement. Both sides own some cover. There's a row between both of them. But Vampire want to end up in the top 8 today. Like Sir Tanny was saying earlier, the coach from the team, this will have to be the clean 1v4. 4v4.
They started the game on none 157.
That is true.
So they are going to need to...
Most teams are on the hundreds and something.
Exactly. So hopefully with this game, 14 eliminations, they're looking to put more up as well. They might even challenge the 18 elimination game we've seen already today, Blank. Coming on through, but Pick Feet has other ideas. Memory has fallen in the meantime, so 2 players active for the Wolves. 15 eliminations on the card for Vampire with 3 more left to gain. 1 more now stands between them and the chicken dinner. It is Vampire from the bottom of the tables. The looks of relief on their faces as they pick up an 18 elimination chicken dinner. 33 points on the game. That'll see them up to 90 points now, Blank.
One of the most inconsistent teams I've seen in a long time, and one of the most interesting teams in their inconsistency, because they can either be very low on that streak or be up towards the 20 points a game mark. You don't see that very often in a team who fluctuates in performance like this so often. PMWI was a great example of when they were up on their numbers, right? And again, this is the type of game that we saw so often from them, and it looked almost effortless over the time when they went up against Alpha 7, but other than that, it was effortless for them. It looked like they made all the right moves, all the right times. They were taking some incredible shots, which were pinpoint accurate, by the way. And that end game, which is a case of Wolves came up, they were expecting they were going to go for a very rough fight, but it was just a ridiculous amount of grenades going over the top, all perfectly placed. Bish bash bosh, the fight's done.
Well, they wanted to be in the top 8, Blank, and they might have been able to do that here with a big chicken dinner. 18 eliminations and a chicken dinner. Chicken dinner for Vampire Esports.
Not sure what a chicken dinner is, but I do believe we've had a chicken dinner in our hands anyways. Vampire! They are coming out of the gate swinging today, apparently, at least Sandhawk, and that is something I think none of us... Actually, did one of you pick
Oh my goodness, 7 says yes. You did pick Vampire.
Remember
the prediction of the century.
Remember earlier when you were trying to ask a question about Vampire taking it to first place, and I just absolutely cut you off, but I also said that this team does have the potential to get a win today and just showcase their skill, because we know they have the skill. I mean, we got a chance to see it firsthand when we were at PMWI earlier last year, actually. It's just, as Lang put it best, like, it's one of the most inconsistent, consistent teams out there, and they're just fun to watch.
Yeah, they're really fun to watch, to be honest. That push from Alpha 7 was like, this is actually a good push. Good push. Then Carrillo had the DBS. Then it was not a fun push anymore for them. So, as stated, then, very inconsistent team when it comes down to it. And for this event, not been looking so good so far. But no, this is just like a little explosion. Like, we're still here, guys. Don't forget about us. And they'll get a little bit of a prize pool increase too. But as you said, Satani said, if they can get himself in that 8th position, that is going to be their objective. And with games like that, it's definitely in arm's reach.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. Maybe one thing that we saw in the late game as well that I want to touch on. Wolves. They still haven't gotten a chicken dinner in PMGZ 2022 in the grand finals. But they've come so close just now. Is it something you expect to happen?
I didn't hear the team name. Can you say that? The
Wolves. Wolves is what I mean.
Yes, I think it could be happening for sure. I mean, I think the way they pushed out that compound more specifically was really good on the Eclair I was talking about. They're lucky. If TGK do not third party that fight, 7, I think we lose both teams potentially to like whatever the hell is happening in that fight. But TGK saves it up for VP.
Why you gotta bring that up? Why you gotta bring that up? With Alpha 7, by the way, the crazy rotation that they did in that match to just go through everybody and try to push it, it kind of worked out until it didn't when Vampire Ace did end up pushing over there with the match ranking. Here we go, 33 points. I mean, that's definitely gonna put them closer to that top 8. Which one do you have in mind?
I was going to say VP. I was going to say that was not like celebration. That was just relief on their faces after that game.
A good performance out of 4 Angry Men. I mean, a team that definitely needed Nova as well. We're talking about how this team definitely needs to react, and it's good that they did that because guess what? Inco Gaming, 0 points. S2G Esports, 2 points, and then Alpha 7, 3 points. So if there was ever a time to get a little bit closer and make it even tighter at the top to just leave us suspenseful. I think even going into the last match, I think last play is going to be the deciding factor for the win.
I think it's going to be down to the last game between 5-16 potentially. That is how close it is currently at the top. But I also want to bring up that was absolutely Chinese dominated this game when it comes to Sanoff. Wolves Esports in 2nd place when it comes to point, 4th and 5th respectively for Angry Men and Nova. Really once again doing good on this battleground, but we're done with Sandhog. It doesn't matter anymore. You only have Miramar and Orangel left to go.
And with that said, I mean, DRS Gaming, they did end up with 5 points, and now we're going to be going into Erangel as well. I'm pretty sure those extra points are going to push them up even more, as they are currently in 4th place. S2G maintaining that 1st place. 4 Angry Men now with 2nd place, 138 points, and Inco Gaming does go down.
It is absolutely furiously close. Look, there's 142 points. Going down to 6th place is 123 only. That's not even a win, essentially. That's just a good game. And looking over at the second part of the ranking, we will see just that as well. Still plenty of teams that have got the choice to maybe come out swinging, just like we just saw in that last game from some of the teams on the second half. Maybe not Vampire again. I mean, we were all kind of counting them not into the favorites anymore, at least the possibilities. Maybe someone else on that second side.
I think up to 7th place, up to where Nova is, any of those teams can take 1st place.
Yeah, but even that, you're looking at teams on the 2nd page, if they get themselves a pop-off game, they're in the race. Like, you're asking for predictions. How the hell are we supposed to predict 7? We're supposed to do analysis. How do you analyze this situation? I have no clue right now.
All right, let me give you a little bit of context of why I didn't pick anybody here from the 2nd page, at least towards the top, right? It's because T2K, yeah, they did have a 16 elimination game. Yeah, I think it was the 2nd place finish. I just don't see any of those teams having 2 pop-off performances.
But it could happen.
But I don't see it.
You're telling me there's a chance.
But I don't see it.
Fair enough. Yeah, I do respect that point because if your team is inconsistent, not able to close off games, you're not looking confident. But the fact that the hope is still alive, and we saw insane comebacks in every esports, even more specifically in PUBG Mobile esports, so the hope is still alive. The team can still make it happen.
Let's look at some of the drop spot locations. I quickly want to touch on INF because I really thought they had a great chance of a great game in the last Sandhawk match that we just saw as well. But they have been so inconsistent the last 8-9 matches almost.
We're going to have one of the Brazilian teams, unfortunately, be behind, and in this case, it is going to be Influence Kevin. And I still think this is a team that, during the league stage, just showed absolute greatness. But the grand finals, I mean, they're just completely outclassed by your Incos, by your Alpha 7s. It's unfortunate, but a team that still has potential and could still make it up there in either window.
I think it would have been reasonable for me to sit here and with my bias towards Brazil, think that there was going to be 3 teams at the top continuing in the next 3 days, right? That's why I was waving the Brazil flag at the start of day 2, because I knew there was
still could.
Exactly. While I still could, because I knew one of those teams was going to end up dropping off, and it definitely happened that way.
Talking about dropping off, Fireflux is in last place right now. And whenever I watch them in the early game, especially, I always feel like the rotations, sure, they're maybe a little bit late, but I feel like they do have opportunities. They're just not capitalizing on towards them.
I think you just described it super well there, right, Palek. They have such good opportunities to get in good positions to do their rotations. They're just, unfortunately, a little bit too slow. They hold on to their splits too long, and they lose players like one player or two just too quickly, and that really just hinders their chances of a potential chicken dinner almost instantly. So at Fireflux, I had high hopes for them, but right now my hopes are just crumbling down to pieces. I'm disappointed this event for them.
Disappointed in Fireflux, Maxman is. Let's look at some of the teams to watch. And Maxman, starting off with you, Nova, 4AM, and Star Wars. Can't explain.
Star Wars been having a little bit of a redemption, right? They're second, third place yesterday. Then again, still some good points. Third place here. Like, that is not that big chicken dinner that I still want to see from a godlike Star Wars game, but it's enough to still remain in the race, to slowly but surely climb back up. They were in 6th position right now, I do believe. That is close enough to still become the world champions right now. That is how close it is for them in this event.
Oh, man. I have DRS. Sorry, Max. I'm just thinking about DRS. They were able to show me some stuff in Myanmar. We still have 1 Myanmar left. And then we go into Erangel. We have seen what they're able to do in Erangel. We do have 2 games left. This team set themselves up perfectly for this chance to go for that push to first place. We've seen S2G have some great performances, but they are just not able to be consistent, right? They're not able to be consistent to the life that DRS has been able to be consistent and maintain themselves there towards the top. Kind of like Star Wars, I 100% agree with what you were saying there. And I mean, with Nova, I was saying it earlier, there was never a chance for them to try to go back for that three-peat. It's going to be now. We did see some flashes here and there. We saw what Paraboy was able to do. And we saw Order wake up a little bit. He has had not the best tournament. We saw him get at least 3 eliminations in the last match at Sandhog. This could be a chance.
I think it's fair to say, if we see Order wake up and play at the level at which Paraboy's been playing, especially Frozen, like a big surprise, didn't really know what to expect from Frozen. He's really stepped up in these past 2 days. If we see Order on the level we saw him last year, where he took the MVP award for that season, I'm telling you, they're going to be unstoppable, but we need to see Order up there for these 3 matches.
I also really want to, now that I quickly want to touch on that topic in terms of who we want to see in that first place as well, Alter Ego. I was surprised you picked them, I think, almost all of the times today, but not now. And I really feel like if they do want to make it in, if they want to keep that momentum, they need to perform now. They need to make this Erangel game count.
I think the reason why we keep having them as their team to watch is just on your screen right now. All the fans. Well, you got the Geek Fan fans also. Every once in a while you'll have like some Geek Fan like cries in the background, but I think it's a little bit drowned by the Alter Ego war cry. Do we have every every game pretty much at this point.
They have made us biased. That's what it comes down to.
It's your fault, audience.
To be fair though, hey, the audience has been absolutely amazing. Even when it's not their team, even when the team goes down, they're still clapping for them, they're still supporting them. Even when some other fights are happening too, like they just maintaining that hype, and I absolutely love the crowd.
I felt starved for the past 2 years now. Not having that was a weird way to put it, but you know what I mean.
I know what you mean.
Not having a live audience for the past years. I think the last time was actually Malaysia, if I'm not mistaken, an era where you actually were at 7. It was great to have a live audience, but we're back here once again, and some of the teams have been able to just pull some true strength from the audience being here, able to support them. And Vampire, no? It's a smile on their faces.
I was going to say, if this audience is like this, I can't wait to see what Turkey is going to be like in December. Okay? That's going to be absolute madness as well.
Yeah, I really hope we're going to see just as strong of a performance in terms of the Turkish team as we're seeing now in terms of S2G. I quickly want to touch on them because they're still very much in the race. And they've just had a maybe in terms of rough game. Yeah, rough game. Let's just say that. Just had a rough game. But going to the next one, I mean, setup was always a little bit unpredictable. What are your hopes for now?
It's weird because we talk about S2G as being like this consistent team, right? Especially in day 2. Day 1 it was a little bit rough, topsy-turvy, but now they're back to that topsy-turvy situation where they had themselves that good Miramar match. Sure, we're not able to actually convert it in a win, but it was like, so far it's down, up, down once again. So I want to see just some more consistent points coming in for them. I don't think, I watched the VOD yesterday, I don't think you guys can actually hear the audience because our headphones are so good. The noise cancellation is top tier, but I can tell you, we can hear it through the headphones, and it's a true ambiance.
We feel the floor vibrate. That's how amazing it is.
I want to throw my headset in there just for you guys to actually listen to it. You know, get right there into the audience. But talking about SG, yes, I mean, it's so weird to see, you know, SG performing that well, the Fireflies being at the very bottom, because I wouldn't have expected that going into the grand finals. The skill, discrepancy, and also the experience isn't that much, there isn't that much difference between these two teams.
Yeah, I mean, I did some disappointments for some of the team, but that's unfortunately how it goes when you have the top best teams in the world participating in one single event like this. I mean, you're going to have some teams at the bottom. It's the nature of esports. It's how things are going to be going down for some of these teams, and no, unfortunately for the side of Fireflux, that's how things are going right now. Meta late game. I mean, that's it. Hashtag Nova Meta late game. Day 3 is the late game, technically.
If we're going to be talking about Fireflux, I mean, something that we got to keep in mind, and we just saw it perfectly, especially out of Empire Esports, is those teams at the bottom that are going to be playing that spoiler role, right, for the teams at the top. For the teams that are going to be working to try to get those points, that man's just taking a nap. He's waiting. He's waiting patiently. And he's also thinking about, okay, which team from the bottom, Vampire Esports, Fireflux, maybe influence Kamen, they're going to decide to wake up at least one game, take some points that are much needed from the teams at the top, and it's going to make it even tighter.
I feel bad. We have these our teams to watch every single time. We need like 15 teams to watch. We need more spots to be able to show the teams you want to see before.
It's literally every single team.
Exactly.
It almost is. Talking about teams and U7, A7 has been really, really good, and I'm especially excited going into the next game because, well, they are very close to making it to the very top as well. Just 15 points difference between them and the first place. Let's head over to the casters because we are going into the next match with the PMGZ Grand Finals. One of the very last ones, unfortunately. John Allen and Black.
Another match, another Erangel on the cards. Blank. Correct. Can't believe his eyes.
I can't believe it. No, it feels weird. This is our second to last Erangel coming through. After this, we will have the Minima, and then finishing off with Erangel. Sadly, honestly, I'm tearing up. I don't really want to leave. He has been so fantastic here. Luckily, I don't have to leave. Happy days, happy days. But yeah, we will be finishing PMC 2022 very soon. First, we will have to crown a victor. That game was extremely important for a couple of teams, particularly DRS, able to get a little bit far into that one, but at least they did get some elimination points, especially versus Inco. But for 4 AM, very important how far they got. I mean, with a very odd rotation, they were right on the eastern side of the map, went to docks, rotated round through the water. It worked out quite well for them. I think it was the 4th place in the end that they were able to achieve, they were able to pick up, which is very good stuff. But that means that they are still in the running now. S2G have performed a little hearts out. I'll give them that. I think they've done really well at this event. I think that they've played a very dominant game. It feels like they're in some very good priority positions. They fight for these priority positions. They take them comfortably. And I think that S2G can definitely take it all the way at this rate. And for Turkey, this would be a monumental achievement for them should they pick up the grand title of PMGZ 2022 champions. However, all that remains to be seen as we head into match 4 of Erangel.
Plane path, very heavy south lane here from Novo to the middle of the west coast, just a little bit north of Quarry. So a deep cut there, difficult to get to places like Severny, is going to be very, very inaccessible. So T2K might go for a backup trot. Last time we saw a plane path, actually fairly similar to this. We had a northern circle on the back of it, and nobody went to C block, so I'm going to be interested to see if a team adapts to that information, or if more than one team adapts to that information.
Again, I don't think you'll see anyone going to C block on South Africa. I genuinely don't see it happening. I think most teams are prioritising getting these central spots on the circle. and that means being up towards that northern side.
There you go.
I think a change like that would mean that you are in contention with Stalwart crossing these bridges, those kind of late challenges a bit more difficult. I think everyone just realises, look, we're just going to allow Stalwart to have it. There's no point us clashing with Stalwart at this point in the game. It's not really a chance we want to take, especially with Stalwart playing much better today as well. That's one of the things that you have to watch out for, is which team's on top, which team's looking a little hot today, and I think Stalwart's certainly one of them. In terms of a team of team fighting prowess, one of the top out there, that is for sure. Looking at a lot of the other teams dropping out, Vampire coming off the back of a big win there over on Sandhawk. I think that is our elimination lead for the entirety of PMGC 2022 of 18 eliminations total. Primos drop for them. 4 AM able to get out towards North George, especially with this little bump up at the end of the plane path up towards the western coast. This does give time for 4 AM to head up there.
Influence came in close to Kangzo with Koyoski. Federer's there as well, but he's too slick with it. Might be able to get in the vehicle. He's just wasting time until there can be some backup from the rest of the squad. You can see there is a micro Uzi on a bike. Wow, Koyoski actually in a little bit of danger. Might be going the wrong way if he heads towards Sky Only. There's more bullets to worry about, I'm sure. Keeping them separated and actually regrouped up so does not get pushed into danger, into the line of fire. Unlike Vitali, and Inko lose a player early. Really, really good news for all those teams around. They might lose a second as well, as Nene Bete jumps into the vehicle and hightails it out of there.
Once again, this issue is coming through for Inko without...
They're still in the air.
We're still in the air as well. Without a set and fair plane path, Inko really struggles right off the bat. Because they don't have that set drop spot, like I was saying before, when everyone has a fair place to land, you aren't seeing people dropping in random locations. But when this happens, Inko doesn't have those little areas that are free that they can start to trash loot in, then move to the center quite quickly. They have to drop in areas where other teams are. I don't think they are the best at early game team fights whatsoever. So for Inko, this is really bad news, having these two Southern Plane Pass matches in a row. Right now 137 points in third place, tied up with DRS. In fact, after losing one player, it might even be Inko slipping even further down the leaderboard at the moment.
You cannot let these opportunities pass. But Inko's record is undeniable here. Over an 80% top 5 rating. I mean, 400 men over 70 is incredible. But to be that consistent from Inko is something else indeed. IHC, though, clashing with T2K. Shotguns and pistols at dawn of the game leave both teams a little bit hampered and harried. IHC, though, managed to keep everybody alive, and that is a big bonus against Rig and Jane, who did go down for T2K.
4M also close by in this area, John. They do have weapons, they do have things to play around with. A UMP, the Micro Uzi 2, demo down the way, and it looks like 4AM is just going to pick up the vehicles and head back out. Try and meet back up again with Svan over towards North George, waiting for this engagement to conclude. Now IHC moves further down towards South George. The road save 4AM becomes a little bit more easy. Central position, central spot. Central spot is great. Alter Ego also towards the center of the map too, so Rozok is looking good for them. Inko, on the other hand, have had to move up towards Yaz at the moment, which is a little bit more awkward, John.
Going a little bit further north on the 3-player rotation. DRS on the southeast side, just leaving Milton now. DRS tied right now with Inko, 137 apiece. Alpha 7, 128. Godlike Stalwart, 123. It's a top 6 race at this stage for me. Blank, we have 2 matches remaining. There is always the outside possibility of a Nova standout performance, and Wolves who have put themselves in the conversation, and we have to mention Alter Ego, of course, just a little bit behind them, but that possibility is shrinking fast. You need to start to rack up eliminations now if you want those things to come through.
Exactly. Alter Ego on 1 on 10 and 2. Very good scoring for them so far. And I mean, look, up towards 7th place, they're only 5 points behind. It really is 6 to first place at the moment, which is a bit more difficult to get into. I think top 8 is a really good result, whatever team you are. Top 8 in PMGC means you're in the top 10 of the world. You're not 10th place in the world, which is not what you want to say, but you're in that top 10 of the world. So getting into top 8 is a really good goal for a lot of these teams. Vampire, unfortunately, after that last game, even though they wanted to be in that top 8, that huge chicken dinner It's only dragged them out of 16th place by 3 points.
DRS take control of the north side of Potato Hill, but the west is threatened by wolves. They'll need to light the torches and ward them off on the west edge, but they're just staying grouped up for now, not taking too many risks. It's slap bang in the centre of the circle, and there is room for two teams on the top of Potato Hill, but if they're going to turn their attention their way, certainly if they're going to pop shots like that, maybe that will spook DRS into going for an engagement over the top.
Inco takes themselves out of the picture. They're going to head up all the way towards that northern side of the map. I don't think we're going to see too much out of this team and towards that end game. I think that's going to be the killer for them, because they are not playing like they are a champion team, right? That is the issue for Inco, is that they play to survive, they play to get big points, but when you get towards those last 3 games, you have to play like that championship depends on it. I think for Inco, they are relying on other teams doing badly, as opposed to themselves taking it home for themselves.
And then you compare that to teams like S2G, to DRS, I think, one of the very proactive teams in this lobby. And you've got to wonder if they've got the legs to make this one work. Inco, a surprise from the Brazilian region to be such a hot contender in this one. Alpha 7, maybe a little bit less of a surprise, but still very far up there. And Brazil will be proud no matter what the result at the end of these 2 matches.
Absolutely. It's a good result no matter what happens. Wolves just sending off these warning shots, letting everyone know that this territory is already claimed. A good thing to do this early in the game as well, especially towards Potato Hill, which is such a massive landmark when it comes to rotations. I think you certainly need to be on the ball with it, or at least letting other teams know that this is taken. DRS up towards that eastern side certainly is going to try and move towards that west. This is the first time in a while we've seen DRS get so close towards the centre of the circle so early, and I think that's purely based off the fact that they haven't had to play edge here. They were already in a location to play towards that centre, and I respect that from DRS. If they can play centre and they're in the position to do it, go for it.
T2K on the north side, south of Inco, as the circle pops on the south coast. I say south coast, sorry, south side of the river. On towards Pachinki. Slap bang in the middle of this next zone. Nova may be looking to move into very powerful positions on the north side of Pachinki. If they want to get some big games here, this is where Nova can maybe make it work for themselves in a central position, playing on that church on the northwest side. They're very split right now, though. And a long line out from Jimmy and Order leaves themselves potentially vulnerable to teams moving through.
Potentially vulnerable to some threats coming in from that northern side, especially S2G. Influence Kevin also coming through from school side. I think Nova would love to get down towards where Wolves are currently playing as a strong position of Pachinki to be in. Vampire Esports also down towards that southwest side, towards those hills. 4AM has to make the cross over the island bridge. S2G is waiting. The direct competitors for that first place spot would be 4AM. They've spotted now actually S2G waiting on the other side. They instead intend to just bucket out of there and head up towards ruins.
Will cross and potentially come into conflict with IHC. S2G are taking shots from across the way. I think that's influenced Kevin actually coming on through into the engagement, but Calci is humbling them somewhat. S2G don't even take a knock in response. That is powerful stuff coming through. A tonic for the nerves for S2G to keep them nice and safe.
EM do make their way past them easily enough. Influence came in, passed their way over Rosok, get themselves nice and deep in towards this circle. A lot of teams already here, in fact most teams already in this circle. One of the most central circles we've seen in PUBG Mobile in a long time actually, John.
It hasn't been super common to see the circles finish in Pachinki, so
yeah,
could potentially be a nice little change back to something that we've seen a lot from before.
Yeah.
Seen, I think, about 3-4 northern circles on the trot.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of northern circles so far. And for Inco, who intended to kind of take themselves out of the picture with T2K once again run down by AHC. I mean, talk about taking out the picture. That's T2K getting absolutely painted over there.
Just Legend now on the northern shore to cross in for T2K. Out in the blue zone as well, so severely diminished, and T2K's run might be finished now. With this game in hand, they might have had a chance. They were on 101 point, I think, at the start of the game. But we are going to see teams start to fully drop out now. Anyone below 100 points at this stage will not be making it to the champion spot.
Yeah, it's going to be a real tough road ahead if you want to make it towards that champion spot and if you're behind by this much. I think 7th place downwards is still difficult. That requires you to have a chicken dinner on top of a chicken dinner and then a very good game to finish out with. It's unlikely. 33 Zets fan though. Ooh, that is real bad news. That's S2G. An absolute winner of a decision for them. However, Inco, Hamzy G, right over the side. A nade as well. Could spell doom for Inco.
Well placed, and they're done for. Cooks it, but it's a little bit long, and Ibete low has backup from Razy, who moves up that ridgeline. Nicely found, and look, Nova are going to light them up from the back as well. Jimmy has a good angle into the vehicles. They try and flow around the edge, and then Ibete knows they need to get out of there. Babeka, and he will fall. Squash left, last standing for Inco, and they have it all come crumbling down around their ears. S2G picking up those points is almost a worst-case scenario for them.
Absolutely, for Inco, this is all just falling apart. The scenes, we said that you need to play like your life's on the line now. And for Inco, I think they've taken that a little bit too far because they are playing like this is the only life they're ever going to have. It's too safe. It's too cautious.
Alter Ego, though, being anything but cautious, and why not? You got to rip it towards the end. With 2 more matches to play, they want to put some numbers on the board. We've seen that they are capable of chicken dinners. They've already managed to accrue 2 over the 16 matches, or well, the 15 that we finished, and the 16th match now on the card. 3 eliminations this game, tying it up with IHC and S2G, both of whom also have 3.
4 AM, now just 3 players. Fireflux in 16th place down towards their south side. Squash finds himself a little bit of safety. And Alpha 7 fairly central. Nova split around them. And for Alpha 7, things aren't over yet. Still a good chance with 3 more matches to go now. Nothing is out of the picture for at least the top 5.
The headshot hills on the northern side making up a massive swathe of the circle. And S2G control it. Going to be very difficult for anyone to move into it as well. With 4 AM on that west side, you can't really swing through without taking a fight. And those 3 players that remain for them will be a strong barrier to move. However, the circle gives them some semblance of safety for the rest of the lobby. And moves down towards Pachinki yet again. Nova on a 2-2 split, looking to regroup now. Look at that, Order and Jimmy sailing across.
It's a really good regroup. Great timing for it. Squash also happy about this one from Inco. Will just be about in. 4AM may try and hold out against S2G, understanding they'll have to pass it along some quite open ground to get towards the circle. They could swing all the way towards that eastern side, but that's very clumped up. It's a difficult ending. It's Pachinki. A lot of fielded area, a lot of awkward buildings to play. Influence Kevin finding that out first hand. All these windows.
And all this trouble. Spelling doom for Influence Kevin. 1 player now remaining. Federal does manage to get the first knock. And a flush potentially coming through as well. Looking for a res. Slows down any aggression. Pick feet. 4 Wolves will be able to get the first aid off. Nade cooking now. Underarm. Switches back to over. A nade into the side room would be the end of plenty of player on Influence Kevin, but instead just gets the double flush, and there's the last as well, as it does get picked away. A third party from Geekfam.
A real shocking performance from Influence Kevin. Not in the sense of it being bad, but in the sense of it's so surprising for me to see them in 13th place. I thought that this would be the Brazilian team that we see taking us all the way towards that top 3 position. Unfortunately, they've just not found their footing here in the PMGC 2022 Grand Finals. Unfortunate ending for them as well. I think 96 points, 1 elimination, only 2 matches to go. All but over now to try and get towards that top 5 at least. Maybe some redemption in the top 8 potential.
4 Angry Men with some rooftops to play around and S2G to slow. So important for them to do so, as much damage as they can. Preferably take them out entirely. Fnatic takes a little bit too much damage and takes the knee for it. Rules crashes into the side of the entrance there, and there's a knock going their way, and he swivels around and somehow plays it around the edge of the smoke and completely destroys Alter Ego. 15th place.
Kind of hope that Alter Ego had left a grenade behind there. I thought he was cooking one. 4AM though, taking massive damage from Squash alone of all people. A good nade over the top, but now 4AM down to just 2 players at the hands of Squash, helping out S2G in a way. And they're going to rock up on this one, taking no chances. This is the perfect opportunity for them to take out the majority of their competition.
This is absolutely huge, a double roll-up coming through from the S2G. We've seen them do this before, and it has gone pear-shaped several times. But they're on the chase now. The last player from 4 Angry Men is taken down, and their closest rival eliminated. DRS now, a big threat for them. 1 player of theirs has fallen already. 3 players active for DRS, 4 on Alpha 7, 4 on Godlike Stalwart further behind.
All 4M can hope for now is for S2G to go out early, but the way they're playing, the finesse of it, the way that they're just flowing through these hillsides, taking fights and making sure no one can step to them, it doesn't seem likely. S2G are feeling more and more like a champion as the matches go on.
The west edge of the next circle guarded by Nova. S2G have been taking some pretty tricky fights, to be fair, with teams that are main competitors for them. Nova might be their next challenge, but will it prove to be too much?
Taking players outside the blue to pick up vehicles left behind. Smart move from S2G. Trying to use as many vehicles as possible because they know the run ahead of them is going to be disgustingly hard to hit. Having as many vehicles to ensure as many lives are saved, because I think that they know there are going to be casualties going into the circle. It would be amazing if 100% of the squad made it through, but is it likely? Not really, no.
Nova moved away from the hilltop that they were occupying for a long time. The church position overlooking Pachinki is currently available, and S2G might be the ones to try and take control of it. Vampire a little bit too far south and not wanting to step too far in. S2G are worried there's a team in there already, and why wouldn't you be? It's a seemingly valuable position that should have an occupant.
Yeah, Nova playing for late game there, and because they were playing a split, and they are so strong at holding onto positions, they've essentially held on to 2 spots that 2 teams realistically should have had. So you're right, for S2G, this is almost certainly a position that has been taken up in church. So they all just lie down underneath it, expecting to be shot at any second. Fireflux, send in.
Vampire trying to slow them down from the south side, and Burram will be the doorstop for them. That's low, but back to the building. Solus has his teammate swept away from him. Ketch falls as well to shots across the way. Vampire are still chiming into it. Only 1 player now standing. Solus on the ground floor. They think he might be upstairs, but he's a little bit lower than that. They'll hear the footsteps now, though, and they'll know he's still in here. Kengzo watching the outside, and Solus holding the door frame, waiting for someone to make a mistake here on Burram.
We'll hold on. Burram comes down the stairs, but it's Tiger there moving through, and Fireflux continue to have not the greatest of tournaments here in the PMGC. 16th place. Vampire overtaking them, must have stung. But again, just looking at this leaderboard, 87 points to 8th place. You know, it is only 19 points away. It is one game. So everyone's really done very well during this PMGC. Everyone's put up points. There's not a single team that I think has been dead in the water over here in the PMGC.
S2G found out that the church was free and will be the ones taking it, but you're right, the points totals are so tight. Overall, we are far below a 10-point average at this stage on these games. At the top of the tables, which you would expect 2, if not 3 or 4 teams to be able to achieve over the course of a tournament. And we are over a 5-point average at the bottom, which is really quite remarkable, which is something you don't see all too often. Nade from Rules out to maybe slow down Alpha 7's approach. DRS, remember, the main threat right now for S2G on the top.
DRS, looking for something more. Again, like you said, main competitor. Ooh. But a great nade to start things off. Rules is already down on A7. They don't take a single moment, or at least don't waste a single moment. They'll move straight through. 5 eliminations bound for them. Again, it's not done for Alpha 7 yet. Dangerous push from S2G, but they make it. No one takes too many shots over towards them. They waited enough time. There wasn't enough firepower, enough guns looking at them. So when they made that approach, they made it by the skin of their teeth, but it was still quite reliable.
6 eliminations for S2G and all 4 of them alive. 9th place for DRS, and now Alpha 7 with 5 eliminations, all 4 of them alive, will take up the mantle of the closest chaser in this game to S2G. Shots from top over towards Mafioso as he hides behind the wheels, trying to stay hidden. The Axel ricocheting the bullets away. Mythic hops on into the pickup there. And will be alive for the time being, but there's a nade from GeekFam, and a second as well on the knock from the nade. It's beautiful. Micah wants to keep it on pouring, and Alpha 7 being torn apart here. Godlike Stalwart might be able to step up to the plate as the next closest competitor to S2G's top spot. The nades do not stop, and GeekFam rack up 5 elimination points already, with 1 more soon to follow. That's 6.
Refusing to allow anyone from Alpha 7 to survive this one. Just Carrillo remaining now, looking for those placement points in the smoke, but outside the blue will push him into open ground. It's unlikely that Carrillo stays alive for much longer, and Micah will put him to bed.
Damn rude, actually, the one to steal that one away. It looked like Micah had it all lined up, but this is such excellent news for Turkish fans. S2G with 4 teams directly beneath them, all wiped out. They have 4 players alive. They have 6 eliminations on this game so far. They are in a prime spot to take a huge game, so vitally important at this stage.
No matter where they drop out now, I'd say it's a good profit on the game. Even 7th place right now would not be bad for them. For 4 AM, it's going to be pretty rough to profit on top of what they've earned this game anyway. And coming into Miramar's Game 5, I said this earlier today and yesterday, that for S2G, that's a map where they do excel. We saw it on the first Miramar of the day already, and having that in the back pocket for Game 5, this is a place where you can bump up even more points. And 4AM really was suffering on that last Miramar. They didn't get very far. They looked a little bit lost. So for S2G, I'm really excited to see what they can do here. In a second to last angle, to pump up some big points here to secure their position at the top of the table.
Put around 2 players, Wolves 2 as well. If they fall, that would put you in 5th place, which is desirable for everyone, other than, of course, those 2 teams, but we'll see what can be done. Vampire crunching in a little bit on that south side. They have got the 2 buildings there, and they're pushing in towards Kengzo. DBS in hand for Schwepp, and Fluke actually caught out by Godlike Stalwart, having some angles there to play with. Nova clashing with S2G in the meantime, but Razy has some cover to play with. Backs off the high angle peak, but will be very resible for S2G as they play a little small 2-2 split. Nova not wanting to push too far out, but they'll have to regroup and push into the town if they want to keep it on going on that northern side.
S2G, Kelsey very low. Wolves, Move forward. Zone 7 right now. 2 more to go. Close to Zone 8. Nova swings round. Towards some compounds very close towards S2G's position. Very clumped up, so a few grenades could spell doom for S2G. You wonder at this point, how many does Nova still have remaining?
The only Malaysian team here, GeekFam, have got 9 eliminations now, and it's a team that has fragged out before. See if they can do anything with the 4 players they have on the north side, but Micah does go down. Potential trouble there. Vampire seen, and Godlike Store have been so troublesome on this south flank of Pachinki. An urban finish, we haven't seen it so far. But now Nova, a big test for S2G. Frozen will fall first. The burn from Hamzy is good. It isolates the room and looks to put pressure on Jimmy and Order, one of whom has to leave. Jimmy will be the one to elect to do so. Hops out, and Paraboy on the corner being isolated. There's another player in the kitchen though, and Hamzy could be caught broadside, but he has backup to deal with the threat. Order falls, and now it's just Paraboy at the back. Not too much HP, but S2G have lost 2 players in the midst of the fray. Silas wants the flushes. They want to confirm these points with 8 eliminations. They'll take what they can get. 6 teams remain, and Paraboy backs off with the burn. S2G, 3 alive, 8 eliminations racked up to 10. They are on double digits already, and with 5 teams remaining, they have guaranteed a bumper game to see themselves safer towards the top.
This is going to be so hard to chase in the next 2 games, regardless of what happens going forward. For S2G, 3 players still going outside the circle now, though. If they can conclude this game in a top 3, the teams underneath them are going to be quaking in their boots because that trophy is going to look so far away. Might need to go to Specsavers to even have a hope at seeing it.
Godlike Stalwart still have been looking to control so much of the ground here, but My Name P spooks him a little. Unfortunately, doesn't manage to get the better end of the deal. Top will get the flush as well. Kengzo upstairs, hiding in the attic. A monster in his own right. King Kengzo, we called him during the group stages. But put it down. See what he can get done here. Vampire nades over the top, laid into S2G. Silas out the window. Escapes from punishment on that one, but that's a lot of damage sent in. And into the Molotov from Schwepp. Has to get burnt down on the cross. The smokes are there short. Now it's just 2 players for S2G. 5th place finish. Not ideal, but they will take it. 10 eliminations. And it's a big game to put a barrier between them and the teams beneath them. 10 eliminations for GeekFam as well. But is it time for Godlike Stalwart to stand up?
Vampire Esports as well, off the back of that fantastic Sandhawk. Maybe looking for even more. They did say they wanted top 8 today. I told Sir Tony, get top 5.
He's taken that advice to heart.
He absolutely has here.
And imbued that confidence into his team as well.
A little late though, don't you think?
Maybe.
Yeah. I mean, really making me bite my fingernails here, man.
But we've seen how tight those points totals are, Blank, and anything can happen. A miracle run for Vampire from the bottom of the tables after match 3.
For Stalwart, maybe even. It's a real chance. I think for Stalwart, this is a big game for them, considering they were one of the closest chasers towards the top of the lobby, other than Alpha 7, and they've still got 4 players going. They can rack up some big points here, John. This is last zone now. This will push everyone in. Pika having this high ground position, as well as top, is so unbelievably beneficial for them. Anyone who goes onto this open ground, Pika and top, will be able to play off one another to hit them. It's really, really good stuff. These smokes are so good, though, from GeekFam to get through. Kengzo as well, just blockaded into the attic.
Can't afford to go upstairs though, as Mike is actually ticking away. I think he caught himself on fire, didn't expect to finish that one out so quickly, but do so they will. 4 versus 4 versus 4. Urban finish in Pachinki. And the nades start to fly. Vampire with 4. Godlike Stalwart on the south side. Shrek gets caught. U-High is good for 1. A high elimination game for GeekFam so far. Nades on in from Vampire towards the Godlike Stalwart line. Schwepp repositioned towards to go for the res from Fluke. and they're not really going to punish it here, but Mike has already taken a lot of damage. Ravenclaw, high ground, on the second floor of the building, sights around the corner, sneaks back on in. Godlike Stalwart can start to move through in the back, because Geek Fam have been punished from the front.
No!
And action is going to start to tick away. Snipes the only one to fall on. Geek Fam Micah has the nade, but floods out the front and right into the sightlines of Vampire. Godlike Stalwart getting cut down, and it's chaos. Another potentially on the cards now as Vampire move in. All four of them are alive and kicking, and it is a second game on the cards. They just need the last, and it is Vampire Esports. They have hit their stride. Is it too late?
I don't know if it's too late, man. There's potential here for Vampire Esports. I mean, 2 chicken dinners back to back. If they continue on this rhythm, we say that performance fluctuates. Once it's high, it is so high, and it feels like we've hit midnight right now around Pennsylvania, because they are going strong. I am worried for all these other teams, because there is a beast in the night, and it is hungry.
Flashing red. The eyes of the Vampire turn their gaze onto the lobby and strike fear into the hearts of many, I'm sure. PMWI champions, remember, this is a team that has power. We just have not seen it until these last 2 games.
Yeah.
And Blank, with those 2 games, they have done so much in this lobby that is so tightly packed on the points tables.
Absolutely. I like that, you know, Schweppes is MVP. He got subbed out for 2 stops yesterday and was like, I am good, by the way. You won't be subbing me out again. That's just how this is. I mean, this was a couple of very good games from Vampire. I mean, that was not an easy finish on either. Sandhawk was a little bit easier, but again, good positioning. Here on Pachinki, that was the most chaotic fight I've seen in a long time. I have to give good props to Geek Fam, though, John. They did a wonderful job during that game. It was very hard. I felt like they were going to go down 10 seconds earlier. It was a marvel to see them live for that long in the first place.
They moved up to 90 points at the end of last game from Vampire. This time around, they're going to have put a massive dent in the lead ahead of them.
It would be funny if they were like 16th place to first place.
This is crazy. Not in one day. Blank in 3 games. They've done it in 2 so far. They would need a third massive performance to try and cheer themselves up towards the top. And what a way it would be to be able to find our PMGC champions. But we're going to head back over to the analyst desk.
Just what is happening right now in the PMGC Grand Finals? We have Vampire coming in from very last place and making and working and pulling it off somehow with our back-to-back chicken dinner, and they will find themselves in a very good spot after that game. Is that the secret? Is that the secret behind pulling it back? You know, Schweppes being alive? Finally, not dying in the early game.
I hope being alive is pretty important.
I guess so. Maybe that is the difference maker.
Really, I mean, we counted them out at the start of the day. We're like, from what we saw from you and me both, and we were like, no, it's not going to be happening for them. Back to back chicken dinner, not just a small chicken dinner, like their big elimination chicken dinner, and that is looking so good for them. And as they said, John and Blank during the cast, could they be doing the impossible and going from 16th to first place in the last day? It's hard, but it could happen.
If they do it, I'll be more than happy. All right?
But I don't think it's going to happen, all right?
I don't think it's going to happen.
Let's take a quick look at some of the highlights from that last game, because there are plenty. That was one hell of a game. Obviously, Pachinki being the main protagonist of match number 4 for today. And at that breach alone, I was cheering for Wolves because they finally pulled off to defend that breach. And unfortunately, there wasn't much after this.
I don't know, you call Pachinki the main protagonist, I'm going to call it antagonist right there. It was not fun for the teams to deal with, but Geek Fam, they were in a hot seat for a major portion of this game 7, and really what they were trying to do is clear all of the teams coming in from the eastern fields. The moment you do that, you can start fighting teams around you, but unfortunately, as you fight the teams on east, teams in Pachinki itself will become the major threat later on down the line.
Yeah, definitely a big game for Geek Fam, and I am just happy to see Godlike Stalwart there towards the top and towards the end too. I mean, this team has been completely different, night and day difference from what we saw in day 1 to what we started seeing at the end of day 2. I think if they continue on this trend, you are going to have to just wear that jersey.
That was really interesting, talking about Godlike Stalwart especially. But let's take a quick look at match rankings. 25 points for Geek Fam, even though Vampire took on the chicken dinner with 23 points. Now we have Godlike Stalwart in 4th place. Really interesting that comeback, because until round 11 they did not have a single top 3 placement. Can you believe that?
What I'm actually interested on is S2G. I feel like they took massive advantage of the situation there. With Inco Gaming, with all the teams that were kind of hunting them down to get that first place. I mean, the Turkish casters were going absolutely crazy. They were making me go crazy. 16-point game that is going to be able to create a gap, and it's going to be making it harder, and this is why I was saying that I don't expect Vampire Esports to pull the impossible because of how S2G is currently performing.
Incredible, especially since S2G took out both of their direct oppositions, which was 4AM and obviously in second place.
Nova also later on.
Oh,
yep.
Yeah, definitely. Let's take a quick look at some head-to-head statistics. And who do we have here? Silas. Ooh, who else than Silas?
Come on, we saw Razy, we saw Cassie doing well. We're finally seeing Silas up there. It's been since a few games that we've been missing out on Silas. But the thing is, the fight they took versus 4AM, the fight they took versus Nova, it just felt so damn easy. Absolutely like a knife through butter, I would even have to say, Seven. And really, the strengths of this team, night and day compared to their first day of play. And now, a team that is not only in first place, but slowly and surely building a little bit of a lead for themselves.
I feel like their aggressiveness has definitely improved, and we can say the exact same for Godlike Tower. I mean, we got a chance to see Top right there as well. These teams are going to just make me not have any nails at the end of the day.
Absolutely incredible. Maybe talking about Nova for a second, because you were really worried for them after this game.
I still am. I said it during that game. Was that the match that puts Nova out of order? Not a pun intended, by the way.
Wow.
I'm really not too sure, because sure, the potential, mathematically speaking, they could still make it up there. It's only 2 matches, and if they have the next match is a bad performance, they're done. That's it. The 3-peat will not be happening.
Whatever is wrong with Nova, it sure as hell isn't the hardware that we have right here, because they're all playing with it. And let's take this quick second when we thank our sponsors. First of all, obviously Sony, with the Sony Xperia 1 Mark IV and Xperia Stream, which were co-developed in collaboration with professional esports players. You can play PUBG Mobile with Xperia Stream's total cooling system and multiple ports for intensive gaming and streaming. We also want to thank Prime Gaming while we're at it. We can have free in-game content with Prime Gaming, not only free in-game content, but also free games throughout all genres. Everything that you will enjoy in terms of categories of games, you will find there. And to top it off, you will find free PUBG Mobile items and content there as well. So make sure to check out Prime Gaming. And obviously, we want to get your attention on towards the PMGC server. You may have noticed it in the chat already. If you haven't, you will see it in the chat and social media. Make sure to click on it, because if you do fill out the survey, you're not only giving us a chance to make this broadcast better, but you are actually giving yourself a chance to win some amazing prizes. So check out the PMGC viewer survey. You will find it in the chat and obviously in social media as well. And last but not least, for the ones that haven't opened the app PUBG Mobile in the last 2 days, it is time to do so right now, because the new update is out since start of this broadcast, since 6th of January, start of PMGC Grand Finals. So make sure to awaken your fighting spirit. You know, get right in there and check out the new update, Warrior Trial. And with that, we're going into a quick break, and we will see each other right back. Actually, we're not going into a quick break, ladies and gentlemen. We might have some more time to dive into what we just saw. Any teams you want to pick about in particular?
We keep saying it, there's too many teams. I don't know which one to really talk about right now. I still want to see DRS. So DRS are still the teams that's like still lingering, they're still there. Got to be careful. The power can strike hard in these last 2 matches.
They definitely can. I mean, I feel like they had a great push. If I remember right, it was into Alter Ego, and they were able to get some good eliminations there. They still have a chance.
Well, that's from us. We will be seeing each other in just a couple of minutes. Stay tuned as we are going into the last 2 matches of the PMGC Grand Finals. See each other right back. Ladies and gentlemen, it could not be more exciting. It's one hell of a situation right now on the overall leaderboard. And going over to Yusef, at the start of the last match, that was something interesting with S2G and Inko. They took them out very early.
Yeah, with Inko, they put themselves in some interesting situations that I keep asking myself, what are you guys doing? Because, I mean, they keep losing player early on because they're pressuring for so long that by the time they actually lay down and land, there's people just waiting for them with guns. This is the reason why I'm wearing their jacket right now, okay? Because if there was ever a chance for this team to respond, for this team to wake up, it would be now. They're currently sitting 21 points behind first place, and if they don't wake up now, they're not going to be able to do anything. And look at that, S2G, 159 points.
19-point lead right now for S2G. I mean, they're just, at this point on time, they're just trying to lessen their lead against all of the teams below them. DRS, Boankramen, got to be careful, man, because that lead is going to keep on building these next few matches, but they're just looking good. They've been looking consistent throughout today. Even if they get themselves a bad game, then they follow it up with an absolute banger of a performance. I don't know, can anyone take down S2G right now? It's going to be a tough task at hand.
And the crazy jump up to Vampire Esports now in 8th place,
Look at that.
113 points. That's crazy. Wolf Esports here with 113 and Nova. No, this is I feel like this is maybe one of the biggest upsets this year. Definitely the biggest upset.
I really can't imagine Nova just staying in that 10th position. It just absolutely feels weird. Look at the next two matches that we have coming up. It is once again Miramar and Arango. Any tips for Miramar already? Because I really thought the last two games were super interesting. Are you just going to say Vampire is going to get another chicken dinner, man?
No. I think we're kind of stretching it right now. But as we tend to say always, right, Seven? Yep. Nova are a team that do well on Miramar. This is going to be the battleground where they can bring it back for themselves. So I want to see Nova get themselves a game here. I want to see the chicken dinner.
I'm with you.
Let's take a look at the teams to watch that you guys picked. And obviously, 3 each once again. I'm kind of curious to see if there is a Nova in there. It's only for you, Max. No Nova for you, Seth. Have you given up the hope?
No, have you lost it? I mean, I talked about them enough earlier on. I feel like I wanted to give some light to some of the other teams. Like DRS, they were able to showcase some good performances earlier in Myanmar. I want to see them mimic that again with S2G. If they can stay alive, if they can just get a top 5 situation and get some, even 5 eliminations, even 3 eliminations, I think they're going to be able to maintain a nice lead.
I'd have to agree, but also you've got to keep in mind that S2G, if they get a chicken dinner, like a big one that we saw earlier, it's done. S2G, they will be the world champions, okay? So S2G, one chicken dinner, and it might just be done and dusted.
Imagine the situation where we have a defending country, Turkey, Grand Finals 2023. Oh, that would be amazing.
That would be the best storyline ever. Okay, I want to see it now.
It really would. And with that being said, we are going over to the commentary desk, John Ellen Blank, for the second to last game of the PMGC Grand Finals. Hype it up, boys.
Match 17 on the cards here in Miramar. We draw ever closer to the inexorable end of 2022's chapter in PUBG Mobile history. With 2 more games left to play, this is the last we'll see of Miramar.
Oh yeah! What are you doing? Alex said to hype it up. Oh yeah, I had to hit him with one. I did debate whether it was a good idea or not, but I was like, I'm in for a penny, I'm in for a pound at this point in time.
You've broken me.
Oh, I'm so sorry, bro. But yeah, we're heading into Miramar, and we've talked about this before. Max has already set it up. This is where S2G could pick up a chicken dinner, a bunch of points, a position which would set themselves pretty much untouchable towards the top of the standings. But is this the Vampire comeback? Is this the Vampire top 5? Is this the Vampire top 3? Can they keep up this kind of pace? Because it's a difficult pace to keep up. If anyone can do it, it is Vampire, the streakiest team in all of PUBG Mobile.
Puerto Paraíso to Torre Almada in the north side for our final Miramar. I would love to see Vampire be able to pull that out of the hat. I mean, they've won 2 back-to-back now. They started the day, and in fact, they started match 13 out of 18 with, was it match 13? No, it would be match 15 out of 18 with a 16th place record, 57 points they were able to have. In 2 games they have they've almost doubled it, 1 point shy of that mark. And if they're on form, then there's nothing that can stand in their way, but there is a long, long way between them and that top spot if they want to be able to take it. And have to fight S2G for it, and I'll tell you what, there is no way that that is an easy fight to take.
It really isn't. I think S2G feel like they're so close to that prize at the moment. They almost have their hands gripped around the trophy. They do not want to let go. And they are holding on for that chance to defend the trophy on their home turf next year over in Turkey. This will be an incredible story to finish off PMGC 2022 and look forward towards the future, but already T2K set sights towards Vampire.
Maybe look at the spoiler here and now. Stone doesn't even have a weapon and he's on the hunt. Unfortunately, a stake through the heart of the hopes through Stone to have the 4-player power here, but with 3, Vampire will try and carry out further mischief in this lobby.
Nepal also challenging out for that #1 spot at the moment. DRS, 140 points, tied with 4am. Inco, they fell off. It is an unfortunate truth, to say the least, for them. Right now, just do not have that confidence to ascend for that centre. So many other teams have set their sights upon those best compounds, and Inco is struggling to find an entrance at this point in time, with the meta of the lobby shifting slightly over the days. But DRS, I think for Nepal it would be one hell of a victory for them. From the amount of times we've seen Nepal make their way to PMGCs before and do pretty decently well, but never towards that top side. DRS has really turned things around this past year. They look so fantastically strong, and you know what? They are the real soldiers now.
They are the real soldiers. You know what, Blank? This lobby is looking a bit like Christmas leftovers. Because it is a turkey sandwich. Turkey at the top, turkey at the bottom here. I know it's the other way around to what you would normally see. But Fireflux at the bottom. The fact that they are the team at the bottom shows you how powerful the entirety of this lobby is, right?
Yep.
This is a team that people fear when they think about the Turkish region. And they have a 5.5 average score in this lobby, which to be a bottom place score is still really, really high in general. So I'm absolutely loving the action that we've seen so far here. Match 17 of 18. The final Miramar, and this is where we find ourselves.
S2G. Certainly, I would say Fireflux is that team that people thought would be on top, but I think for S2G this has really been a chance for them to establish that dominance and show just what Turkey is made of. And I think that all the clutch players on this team, Razy, Kalsi, Hamzi G, every single one of these players, including Silas, a veteran of the scene. It has been a long time coming for success for S2G, just in terms of the players they currently have on board. And I think that throughout the year, people keep telling me, you know, S2G, man, keep watching out for S2G. And I'm like, okay, I will. And, you know, it was never always towards that top side. You know, I was like, you know, they're a pretty good team. They've got some cool moments. Then they really surprised me. Then they really excited me. And we get to PMGC 2022. Now it feels like a chance that they could take home a storyline which will be forever etched into the pages of 2023 and remembered there forwards.
Would be an excellent foundation upon which to build their year. The ride to glory. Silas, Razy, Hamzi, Kalsi, all contributing so well to this roster. And looking to try and convert. The 19-point lead they hold is not certain. It's a bit tenuous, but still a bit of a breath of relief for them at this stage.
Once again, Nova takes up a lot of these positions that Inco's been taking. And right now, I think Nova's been holding them just a little bit better. Inco, though, want to reframe themselves towards the top, make Brazil proud. And now they have to face off against the two-time champions themselves. It's Nova here in the compound. Inco have already made their way in. Nade out the side, won't do too much damage. Frozen, tickle just a little bit.
Nanibete peeks out, gets a little bit of damage over onto Frozen again with the nade. Paraboy not going to be able to suppress the door frame just yet, but Jane is here from T2K, a long-range shot over onto Order. And we'll go for the spray down as well. That's going to slow down Nova on the approach and maybe a little bit of a gift for Inco at a crucial juncture for them. Nova, they've let it slip just slightly, but they will not give out. Not yet. They have more staying power than that. Paraboy still on that ridge line. Squash suppressing that position. Becker, Nanibete close. Auto shotgun for Nanibete and through the window will slow things down.
Ooh.
Squash from the staircase. Sees the muzzle flash from Paraboy. Sees the tracers pierce the smoke. And sends one back straight through the heart of the off angle from Nova. Squash, spray around the side, a drop shot as a Frozen hit the up as well and will be able to find another knock. Squash pivotal in the fight, but Jimmy's still active. Seen too that will not go their way, and Nova's hopes have crumbled. 111 points going into the final game, and that is not going to be enough for them, Blank.
I think that's it. I don't think we are seeing the 3P. I think we can confirm it right here, right now. Will it be another Chinese team on top though? Will 4AM take them all the way, or will we have a different region, country representing that title? And will that title be represented in the home country for 2023? There's a lot on the line here for all these teams. Brazil kicked things off so strongly towards day one. Can they maintain that presence? Happy to see Inco there. They really brought things back. I think that was a fight that they took phenomenally well. They did get a little bit bailed out there by Jane when Order went down for a very, very long shot from T2K. But regardless, it was well placed. It was well played. They got into the building early enough and set up there and after. So very, very well done to Inco. Now sets them just a little bit behind S2G. Still, that lead is fairly strong.
4 Angry Men close to the 3 players from Vampire. Remember, they lost a player to a hot drop. Coming on through against T2K, who have now got 2 eliminations on the cards for this match. Match number 17. 4 Angry Men sharing Los Leones with them right now. Happily so as well. You don't really need to be too worried about having another team in Los Leones. There is plenty of space. You can house comfortably 3 squads in this location. And even then, 4 Angry Men, they're playing 2-2 split, so they're not even fully in there.
Taking a look around the map at the moment with this shift. Inco Central, the first time in a long time. This will give them some real agency into this game. This could be exactly what they wanted, what they needed, John.
Alpha 7 and DRS both on this eastern side. Potential for them to come into conflict on the hills of Impala. S2G near Picardo right now will be playing Edge as well, but they're close to Fireflux, their Turkish counterpart, at the bottom of the tables to their south side. If S2G take a straight shot to the circle, they crash into Godlike Stalwart. Further than that, Wolves a little bit further south, but that western side has plenty of cover for them to operate around.
Influence Kevin coming in from the south, in the north. Vampire Esports down towards that south side. Remember, they are 3 players strong, purely off the back of that initial knock coming through from T2K. Has certainly caused some big problems for a lot of these teams at the moment. But S2G, like you said, John, coming in from Picardo, a difficult rotation for them to make. They're on the outside. So many other teams have already found these big compounds towards the center. We'll see if they can find themselves an area, a little crack, a crevice. They can squeeze themselves through, get towards a good position. They might be able to play out the end of this game. Remember, Miramar, definitely their best map here in the PMGC.
The fact that the gap between 1st and 11th place, Blank, is less than 50 points is incredible. Normally we see that sort of gap between 1st and 3rd. It is so tight. But S2G have that 19-point lead to be playing around. for this game, which means they can be a bit quieter. But with Inco already on 3 eliminations in that central location, they cannot let it rest.
That's the real issue, right, is Inco being in a good spot. Because if Inco is able to catch up just a little bit, S2G's lead coming into that final game becomes the scariest thing. And this is what I'm talking about. The best team on Miramar by a landslide.
By far.
41-25, Turkish teammates over on Fireflux certainly make them look good. But look at that, 9k damage coming through from top on Stalwart. Closest behind them in Calci with 6,410. Top has certainly been putting the rest of his team on his back and just dragged, limbs dangling, through this PMGC to where they currently are, 137 points, a team that we cannot count out. And godlike, they've been so hungry for this first place title in such a long time. We can't count them out at this point in time. And they're certainly sticking to their namesake. They are very much Stalwart.
Circle shrinks again, leaves Los Leones in the dust. No settlement other than Impala right on that eastern side in the mix. DRS close to Alter Ego. DRS, remember, a chasing team, currently 19 points behind S2G. So every point would matter. If they're able to pick up something sneaky here. Spotting the player starting to roll out from Alter Ego. A spray, looks for one, has to duck back behind because Pondbit's close by and knows that he'll be moving up to deal with a potato on that left flank for Rules to be worried about as well. And now Alter Ego can take this fight with knowledge.
There's going to be a real slow fight here for Alter Ego. For DRS, though, this is a real blockade that they did not want to see at this stage in the game, especially down towards the southeast side where, honestly, the terrain is very difficult to traverse. One knock goes through, though, over towards Alter Ego, Pombit down, Vampire Esports find one on towards Pig Feet.
The Wolves in their fairly central location will be under threat from a lot of angles. A second knock over towards Alter Ego for DRS. And the teams beneath S2G are circling. S2G on that southwest side, moving through Los Leones right now. Have not managed to pick up their feet and gain speed so far, but they are still 4 strong, and it's still very early doors in this Miramar, stage 3. Too early to call.
Potato sits down, sits back. DRS effectively deals with the challenge in front of them. Doesn't even see a blockade. The front bumper smashes through it.
Potato has been spotted, laid broad as well. Mythic further up the hill, but Killer's more preoccupied.
Got that fancy feet, or at least the fancy knee work.
Doesn't get stolen away. That's another point for DRS. 3 eliminations now. And Mythic somehow gets away with the angle that he was holding. Crawls over to the rock and Buradama close by to see that it's even harder for Alpha 7. They've let it slip away just that little bit in 6th place, but they are still close enough for 2 matches to make a massive difference.
S2G take a real interesting rotation, actually slither in behind Fireflux down towards that south side. Play from that position. Looks good to me, in fact, because they'll have some higher ground to mess around with. Down towards that northern side, that fielded area, real difficult to play. Impala still just about in. We could have those eastern shifts going through, but I doubt it at this stage of the game. I think our real contenders here that we are watching out for, 4 AM over towards the west. Just outside Vampire Esports, still with 4 players. A major sticking point for them is losing Svan early. Tends to go for these outrageous scouts recently, and I think that doesn't necessarily have to go for the best position in the circle, just go for a position where they can play as 4. They play as 4 much better together. I think Svan's trying to take a lot of these games into his own hands. Don't think that's necessary. We saw what they were able to do earlier with the power of that teamwork. But he is a key member of that team.
Could S2G be rotating in behind DRS here? There is an opportunity for them to potentially slow things down. Inco have managed to make their way central yet again, and they will be holding on the crossroads with the Chi Junction to their south, Buriram across the road. T2K behind them. It is treacherous every which way you look. 4 Angry Men. The only team in the top 5 yet to get an elimination apart from, well, S2G and 4 Angry Men. We've said that their playstyles feel fairly similar.
John, this position from Inco is not good. This is horrible. They would like to leave, and Butterham's got them dead to rights here. A few shots going through is all it takes, and I think that they're lacking the medical supplies. Either way they move, this is pretty much a graveyard for them. There's no coffins, but he's certainly covered with the hay inside that little shack they're playing in.
The saving grace they have right now is the fact that no one can really push them at this stage. But if they get spotted, that's kind of it. Inco, they have been
It's a horrific spot.
P2K open up. There's a shot back over towards Fireflux, but you've got to wonder if it's going to really make a difference. They are just getting picked apart here out in the open. There's nothing to do here. Vitali, last standing, might be able to stay alive as a solo, but that is Inco torn to shreds.
I mean, those 3 eliminations from earlier over towards Nova were decent. Taking a central position like this,
and up a point for it. And now the shots over towards Godlike Stalwart that they can take. They do need to have a route into the circle, and 2 knocks have been found. Scry loses a smoke. Unsure about where to really be worried about, but Schwepp looks to mount up. They know there's knocks, they know there's chaos here. Fluke leads the charge, down and out wide. Vampire, remember, they lost a player early. Scry taken down on the opening run, and up to the vehicle they go. The burnt out husk of the pickup truck will be now their operating point. A lovely little shot around the edge, looks for more. Pika wants to heal, a breakout wide, gets punished, and now Godlike Stalwart down to 2 active. 1 knocked down onto the floor, Ravenclaw cut out of it. Unfortunately, T2K are just third-partying everywhere they can spot. Pika hiding under the hay. Somehow it's protecting him from the fire. Another nade could prove to be disastrous if it lands on the target. If it's on the money, it's good, but falls short just.
Schwepp sends one back, hopefully on target for Vampire. Another Molotov right into the crevice, but it goes far again, and Pika's going to send one back, and it's right next to them. Svan from 4AM takes that shot over towards Schweppes. It looks like 4AM starting to rotate over towards this western side. You can see now Svan's on our screens, taking shots over towards inside that smoke, ensuring there's no players inside that one. Vitali also in the sights, but 4AM will have to move further in. So will S2G. Calci currently behind DRS, John, checking out their rotation, checking out their mark.
The res back south because Fireflux have managed to spot Svan.
Svan going down again, we said this earlier, is that is like a very bad thing for 4AM to lose. Now S2G looking towards their position, rotating almost hand in hand with them. And now 4AM has to play without their star player. See if they can realign themselves, restabilize versus S2G. But that mini 14 from Calci looks extremely dangerous, and HamZG equally on so, with a beautiful spray from the M4. Needs to reload instantaneously. WWX gets out the way, but there's still targets available to him.
Out of the frying pan and into the fire, though, because DRS are across the road. Another team in the same situation. They both started on 140 points blank at the moment. DRS are ahead, but it is such a squeaky tight gap. As Fluke gets taken down. Another player knocked, and it's 1 versus 1. Ravenclaw, did he get spotted? I don't even know who took it down. It was Butterdown with a third-party engagement, and Vampire will be denied.
Stalwart up to 3rd place now. 5 eliminations, 137 points. With that 5 at 142 now, just behind DRS in 2nd place. S2G still going strong though. No eliminations as of yet, but I think they're starting to encircle a lot of these teams down towards that south side, concocting a trap in this area for anyone to fall into, and already it's this ditch that S2G didn't quite push up towards, and 4AM has been forced to find themselves in. And S2G look to be more and more confirming their championship title as these matches go on. Who will challenge them? Will anyone challenge them?
DRS really the only team now that can really have a shot here. Alpha 7, they do have an outside chance, but S2G take a knock to a nade. It's actually going to DRS as well. Silas might be resable here. The last player from 4AM is just over this ridge from Hamzy. Spots the backpack, and that should be curtains for 4 Angry Men. Shuts them down. on 140 points. And in comes a push Buram and IHC going head to head. Kengzo close by. Look at a maybe look for a heal. Try and get something done. Tiger is there as well. Does manage to pop the heal from Kengzo, but the burn from Alex sees Tiger low. Last player standing needs to confirm that heal. Kengzo wants the reses as well.
IHC, they're on the side. Kengzo, oh no, doesn't even want to take a moment to breathe, and that might just be curtains for Buram. That moment of unbridled aggression coming through from Kengzo spelt their downfall. Fireflux still going nicely on the edge at the moment, but they will have to move further in towards that circle. Vitali in a mess.
Further ahead of them. There's a foothold there. Solke moving closer to the position for S2G. As time goes on, S2G don't even need to get too many more points. The placements will start to add up from them. And they had that 19-point buffer to play with. 10 points a game. If they can reach that margin, nobody can catch them. Turkish team. That is all 7th place, 2 eliminations. It's not the biggest points total, and could open a window for DRS to try and pry their way in.
DRS is 4 right now. On the southeast side, Hamzy G falls. Will be confirmed. And now, the turkey sandwich, closer than ever here. A bit worried about this.
I'll be aware of who it is now, certainly. Nades keep on going in long. That is right on the money, but just finds some cover, I think, around the edge of that buggy wheel. Somehow, doesn't do too much there. Razy continues the bombardment, continues that pressure. Fireflux have slowed it down quite a lot. Solus has broken out quite wide as well, and the line has been established, but they do have to go further. The zone will push them in. 3 players active, live and kicking for S2G. Solus rolls forward into County's crosshairs and shut down with the M4. The reload is good as well, and no one there to refract. Ketch and Lutz may be lining up here as Razy swings out around the side of the smoke. Could be caught out to a cheeky little stand-up by Solke. He's biding his time with the smoke on the cover. Kelsey. How is he still alive? Have they not spotted him? Solke either way steps up and Razy takes him down. And 1 player left for S2G. They will fall to Fireflux. 5 eliminations for DRS. 2 eliminations for S2G. A 6th place finish. It's not going to be a massive points game for them. And that 19-point buffer will be eaten into now.
DRS can definitely take this even further, with the circle not shutting them out just yet. Getting a little bit terrifying. Law, last remaining influence, Kevin will be taken down by Alpha 7 here. A Brazilian team looking to get back on form towards that top side, have a chance in that final game of today. Certainly still doable for Alpha 7. IHC off in the distance. Next circle will decide all. There is so much interesting terrain in this final circle. But I'd say northeast, northwest and the south. Whichever side this circle decides to enter up on, it should win, but it goes right towards the centre and everyone's forced to push into unfamiliar ground. But A7 made that move early. Proactive gameplay. We know how fast, slick these guys are with it.
Alpha 7 have got such a good stronghold now with those silos. To use as cover, they can have some pretty significant control. All that it's going to take is IHC having to leave the high ground on the compound that they hold for them to be isolated. And that's going to happen fairly soon. The zone about to shut in about 10 seconds from now. Blank Fireflux, south side, will need to push in past DRS. They played spoiler to their countrymen. And now DRS on the chase. Can they reignite the S2G hope?
Fireflux send in DRS. Giante looks out the window, takes some shots. Lutz is already down to rules. The DRS are holding pretty well already. Lutz already out of the picture, but rules get taken down. But look at this, Alpha 7 off in the distance. They're sending in. They're taking no chances.
They're fighting off against Fireflux, though, not DRS, which means that there is still another contender against their spot to be worried about. Gianti is split from the rest of the roster. Ketch is allowed to get this res onto Solus, as Gianti not quite finding the utility. There is a burn there, could spread. They do need to move, but he wants to put more into the mixing bowl. Solke low on the outside of this engagement, spotted out by Delta, and 7 eliminations now for DRS. This is big, 4th place already, a 19-point differential between them and the top dogs. S2G, and they want to get more done, but Ketch has other ideas. Forced into the burn. I'm not too sure what you're trying to do there, Ketch, but we'll go down to the play zone, and DRS is still going. Third place now, a 17-point minimum gain for DRS.
10 eliminations for Fireflux on that one. That might see them a bit further up the rankings and no longer, sadly, in that 16th place. Revo moving up, spots the smokes, knows there's got to be players around this location now. Just about spotted that shoulder peeking out from the top of the smoke. DRS might be going down here in third place. Mythic behind, waiting, ready, raring to go.
If either Alpha 7 or DRS take a chicken dinner here, this is huge for the top of the tables.
S2G's got to be a little bit more worried. So unfortunate. But for the rest of the tournament, S2G has been absolutely stellar here on Miramar, and it's match 5, day 3, where they dropped the ball with it. This was meant to be their hope over on match 5 that would give them some decent points, knowing that they are the kings of Miramar. But at the moment they've been dethroned, there's been a betrayal, and the red carpet stained more red by S2G.
The more Alpha 7 can get, the better it looks for a Brazilian playing team to have a chance here. They started off so strong. Remember, the first day ended with the Brazilian 1-2-3. Inco, Alpha 7 influenced Kemin all at the top of the tables. We thought Alpha 7 might have dropped off day 2, but day 3 has been good to them. 5 eliminations now as they wither IHC stepping up towards them. Carrillo wants to take the fight aggressively. It's characteristic of Alpha 7, but a nade over to Mythic on the off angle might give them second thought, might give them pause here.
Points, they know they need points. If they can confirm it, it's good. Anything they can get at this stage of the game is brilliant. But they lose another. Alpha 7's down to just 2, and it looks like Delta's cutting out the vehicles from Alpha 7 now. Revo in the back, the clutch maestro from Alpha 7. Looks to maybe 1v2 versus DRS, but this could still be a chicken dinner for them as we even the tide here just a little bit.
It could go any way right now. Stage 9 is closing in 5 seconds. Most central, IHC's position at this stage, Alpha 7, will be cut out by the line that IHC have established. Demo is there, but that's spotted by Killer. A beautiful opening pick for DRS to try and move away from this roadside that they've held for so long. But Revo is there for the refrag. And 3 players for Alpha 7 now back in and healthy versus 2 from IHC and 1 from DRS. IHC with 2, Godless, Zeol, both looking to rotate around into the buggy. Might be a mad send. Killer needs to get rezzed here, and Delta will try and stick that one.
The blue is going to push them at some point. Refrag Revo has to do something special going forward. Carrillo, Mafioso for a bit more. He already finds 1. Delta starts to crawl through. Positions himself just slightly past that cylinder there to make sure he can spawn in, but already Godless finds Carrillo. For Revo, it's really important to find that pick over towards Delta, but he's helping out the rest of his team. How much further can DRS get?
Crawling up from the pits, all these teams with so much to play for, scrambling over one another. And it's Alpha 7 to push DRS's head under and keep themselves afloat. In Miramar, 3 versus 3. Carrillo taking an aid from Demo, and IHC might slow things down. And make it a little bit closer, but Revo is not going to let that happen to his team. Not here, not now, but he might not have a choice. Godless moves in, and Demoed is back. It's Mafioso to go, and IHC taken away from both DRS and Alpha 7. Blank, the top of the tables is so tight.
It is unbelievable right now. Tighter than a yoga store. I can't believe what I'm seeing at the moment. But I'm ready to watch some more over in match 6.
Oh my goodness, mate.
It's going to be a disgusting ending to this tournament. I mean, I am not sure who is going to win, but I'm sure it's going to be absolutely electric when we get to that last game.
So many teams with a chance here, Blank. It's got to be at least 5 teams in one game who can win this out. At least that trophy sat
Everyone's
in
got tips.
between every single team at this stage here in Jakarta. It's so close.
What we do know is that the 3P is not on the line. It's going to be a new champion this year. And what better year to have a new champion than a year of improvements, of evolving throughout the entirety of the seed, throughout all the countries, all the regions. Everyone's getting better. And it just shows that the 5.5 points average towards the bottom of the table is just unheard of most of the time.
Incredible stuff coming through on Miramar, and IHC, the ones to take it home, right? I don't think you would have called it, but either way,
no,
they slow out the 7, and everybody else around them as well. IHC, take the chicken dinner. We're going to head over to the analyst desk.
What an absolutely crazy performance coming up from IHC. Somehow they win that late game fight, and I was so worried for IHC in the early stages of the game, win that fight against Put It Up, because that's where it all started.
The unsung heroes. I mean, this is what I was going to talk about, right? The spoiler roles that were going to be coming into play at one point, and that just happened. Alpha 7 had a chance to put themselves, actually, I mean, they still put themselves in a great position if they would have gotten that win. By the way, Revo, we got to give him some credit. He played out of his mind in that game, and he definitely did a lot to keep Alpha 7 there within the top 2.
Yeah, Revo absolutely chef's kiss in that game. Absolutely something of beauty. But S2G, the fact that they go out earlier than a lot of those teams towards the end enables a lot of the teams to still have a shot for that first place, for that trophy to claim to be the best team in the world, and they're taken down by their Turkish brethren of Fireflux. I think that qualifies 7 as treason.
I think it does, and what's crazy is that those two teams are just so used to playing against each other. If there was a team to take down S2G at that moment, it would be another Turkish team, right? You couldn't write anything more poetic than that. And I want to kind of go back a little bit more with SGG because we saw them making some weird rotations. We saw them playing super passive, like they were trying to go for those placement points, and I felt like it definitely backfired away. And it's something that I always hate to see when teams do. They decide to just switch it up, and it ends up hindering them. I'm hoping going into this last game, that is not the case for SGG.
That playstyle could have worked out for SGG if they were able to survive a little bit longer, get more eliminations. The fact that DRS survived so long into this game, the fact that Alpha 7 got so many points, they're back in the race, they don't have that cushion anymore. They're not safe anymore. Teams down below them can still catch up.
27 points on IHC with the chicken dinner, 12 eliminations in that game as well, and I do want to have to highlight Alex. His performance, his fight against Buddha kept them in the game, and Alpha 7-7, 19 points as well in second place. They're still very much in the race.
They are very much in the race. I mean, those 7 eliminations, I don't even know how many of those eliminations were actually from Revo, but the 19 points total, that's massive. You were just talking about it too, Max. DRS Gaming, 18 points, and Godlike Star Wars with those 18 points as well. I mean, like, I think Blank said it best. It might come down to 5 different teams having a chance to get in that first place.
Yeah, I think it's going to be 5-6 teams. I am so hyped to see exactly what the leaderboards are going to be looking like right now. But, I mean, DRS, we call them like a more silent team, but they've been ramping things up to the point where today they're getting banger after banger. After banger, Nepal are looking just so good, and T2K, they're like the third-party turrets in the lobby. They're just almost assisting DRS in some way, shape, or form.
And for me, one of the teams that I'm kind of gonna a small shout out to has to be Inco Gaming. They had the lead at the start of the day. I felt like that team definitely started to crumble there under the pressure of the last and final day. And another one is that we are not gonna have a 3-peat anymore. Nova out first.
That was a heavy fight to watch, honestly. My heart was bleeding just a little bit there because that was the point where everyone realized it's not going to happen again. It's not going to be a 3P. Coming back to one of the teams, that's what I also want to talk about, which is the fight from SG against Fireflies. You just talked about it. They just took themselves out. SG still took home 6 points, though. So they are probably still in the lead. And we only have one more game to go. Does that mean we might see a little bit of a hot drop scenario? Maybe some teams looking out for them in the kill feed? We're going to see some tactic switch-ups?
We do like to speculate about hot drops happening in, like, you know, your PMPL finals, in your championships, in your PMWI. We are talking about a PMGC Grand Finals here. Do you want to play it all on a hot drop? That's too much for me to answer.
I'll tell you after I see this overall with... Oh, okay.
It is close.
S2G, 165 points, DRS Gaming.
17.
Okay.
I would say 17.
7.
Right down to IHG, like, of course, going to need a chicken dinner, and teams at the top to get nothing, but that is going to be my limit. 7 teams currently in the race.
Okay, IHC is definitely out for me. For Angry Man, I can definitely see a chance from there. Everybody from up there, I can definitely see them going for that first place. For SG, I said it earlier, I don't want to see that them trying to play it differently than how they've been doing. Keep doing what you were doing there when you were getting those wins, when you were getting those great placements, when you were getting those eliminations that put you currently where you are in that first place. With DRS, I mean, you couldn't ask for anything better for DRS. A team that 2 of their chicken dinners are coming from Erangel as we go into the last Erangel. It couldn't be more poetic for them. And then you guys were talking about hot drops. You guys were talking about teams that need to be careful about that happening. Guess what? I'm going to be looking at all the teams here in this second pitch because at this point, they got nothing to lose. Influence Chairman, I mean, a team that went from 3rd place all the way down to 16, you better believe that team from Brazil is going to be looking to make a statement, and I would be massively surprised if nobody decides to hot drop anybody.
At this point, you're just fighting for glory. You're fighting for prize pool increase going into this because you have some pretty... It's still no $4 million prize pool tournament. That's pretty significant. But as you can see on your screens right now, it's the final game right here for the grand finals of 2022 PMGC. Oh boy, 16 teams all ready to drop on down, and only one will call themselves the champions after this one.
It is absolutely crazy. Let's look at some of the expected drop locations. Now, Nima, we have the last couple of minutes to maybe talk about the overall situation. I know you said top 7 is maybe, you know...
It's a stretch. It is really a stretch.
That would mean IHC really does have the opportunity. IHC, isn't that one of the teams? Well, coming back to the hot drop scenario, they would need to have everyone in their top scenario to do incredibly bad. Would you say that's how they should go into this match as well? Literally just pick every fight from every team that you know is the top of you and maybe just go for it. Isolated fights, let's take it.
You know what, I'm going to agree with the point. I think that if there's one team that's currently in the race for that first position that has to go for a hot drop, IHG is the team that would make the most sense, right? So we'll see if it's going to happen once again. I would say maybe don't go for it because even if you do go for the hot drop, even if you do win it, you maybe lose a player. You lose 2 players. They need a chicken dinner for this one. You're taking a risk I think you want to avoid. So I would say, even if the idea is to go for the hot drop, don't do it. Aim for the win. Play a normal game, the game that you just did previously, to get that chicken dinner on Miramar, and that might be just enough to make the cut.
Go for the hot drop. Come on. Just give it to me.
Okay, screw it. Okay.
I really want to see a hot drop as well. I mean, in the very biggest stages like this one, I think we've very rarely, if ever, seen that. So that would be definitely an interesting thing to watch. Let's look at the teams to watch from both of you. You have, except for SG, you have different teams. Might be starting off with SG, right? Because obviously they're in the league. Maybe I want to put you on the spot, actually. Give me some percentage of how likely it is that you think they're going to take home this PMG Grand Final. How sure are you?
Right now, I would say, I mean, with the amount of competition, you've got DRS that's been looking super consistent, you've got God like Star Wars not being too far away, so many top contenders. I would say we have a 33.333, repeating 3%.
Really?
1/3.
Okay. All right. I actually have my like a solid 69 to 70%.
I was going to say nice, but then you went 70%, so not anymore. Unfortunate. Nice try.
Going over, God-like style though for you, Maxman. I mean, you just talked about that consistency. Anything else?
I'm still wearing the jersey. Okay, it's keeping me warm. Okay, it's still keeping me warm right now. I appreciate it. God-like style, please sponsor me. But I want to see them be on top right now. They had the grand finals curse happening for the longest time, 7. Okay, stop laughing at me. Stop it. I want to see them take themselves the win right here. If they take the chicken dinner, they had no chicken dinners the entire event. It would be something of pure beauty for them to not only get himself a chicken dinner on the last game, but also claim the trophy towards the very end of the grand finals.
It would be. I mean, for me, it's going to have to be Alpha 7. Just like you are with God like Star Wars. I would have to pick Alpha 7 too. I mean, they just showed up what they're able to do, especially Rebel after that last game. If he's not going to pop off in the next game, then it's definitely going to be over for that team. But S2G, I said it earlier, I'm going to say it again, just because I don't want to see it. I don't want to see them playing differently than how they usually play. I don't want them to be overthinking the scenario of what's going to be, what are the other teams going to be doing. I do wish, though, that they change where they land, and I do hope that they change where they usually tend to rotate, because I'm pretty sure some of the other teams might be trying to play that spoiler role.
Yeah, I mean, I like what you just said right there. Just play your typical, good old, basic PUBG Mobile that you've been doing so far, that's been giving you so much success in these games. When you start overthinking things, well, Look at that knockoff effect. That previous game got obliterated. Unfortunately, Spyflux, we got obliterated, right? So just play a typical game, play what you do best, which is going for good rotations and now getting those eliminations when you're in strong positions. That's what allowed them to stand out. And that might be the reason why they can call themselves the world champions.
And for DRS, I said it too, you couldn't ask for anything better. Going into the last game, going into an Aaron goal, going into a map that you have been able to, in a way, dominate. Today they have had semi-good performances there too. If they can just put themselves in a position where they can strike at the end. We saw some great 2-2 splits there too in Miramar. Yeah. Wonderful. This team has what it takes, and that's why I wasn't going to be giving the 100% to STG for them to be able to take it home, because I definitely think if it's going to be DRS, then it's going to be Alpha 7 that can maybe take it.
Talking about good rotations and consistency, something that we hadn't touched on, and we won up before we get to the last game. For Angry Man, because they have been popping off today as well. They got their first chicken dinner, and they do have a chance at being PMGC final winners as well. Any thoughts on 4AM? Do they just have to continue like this? Or
on that previous game, I felt like they were a little bit desperate. Like, they really wanted to get in circle, they really wanted to get in a really strong position, which I fully understand. But unfortunately, in a lot of times, especially for PUBG Mobile Esports, desperation can cause a lot of issues, can cause a lot of mistakes. And in that case, that's what did cause their demise over there on Miramar. Just go in with a calm, paused mind. You might be able to make it work out. We know what this team can do, especially with the knowledge of Svan. This team is pure gold when it comes to their peak performances. You've got to be careful, man. You cannot overthink your situation. You need to be calm, cool, and collected.
Yeah, it's time for them. Asman has been getting knocked a lot in the past couple of games, so hopefully that's going to be changing. Hopefully he can stay alive and put up a performance that he was able to put up when they actually got the chicken dinner earlier today, because he was a massive reason why they ended up with that win. And God like Star Wars, I got to bring him in a little bit too, because I feel like this is a team that has been struggling with indecisiveness, whether they're going to be able to be aggressive or not be aggressive. We've seen what they are able to do now with the aggressiveness that they have showcased. And I kind of want to put you on the spot, Max, a little bit here, since you are the #1 fan of Godlike Star Wars. You are. Come on. It's
I am.
Their Twitter page knows. Would you want to see Godlike Star Wars continue with the aggressiveness that they've been playing, or a little bit more passiveness?
I think Star Wars is at their best when they're aggressive, so that's a big yes. I want to see them keep fragging out. Keep on going, boys.
Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time. We have the last game of PMGC 2022 finals in our hands, and it is once again time to also hand it over to the commentary desk. John Allen and Blank, it's been an absolute pleasure. Take this away.
Thank you so much, Alex, and the rest of the desk. I'm so excited for this last game. Match 18 is just around the corner with less than a minute to go before the plane flies for the last time of the 2022 PUBG Mobile season. Oh, it's all to play for. It could not be tighter.
It's real nerve-wracking right now for a lot of these teams, for a lot of these players. We saw the camera shots, we saw some of these guys. There was praying going on. There was the full anime Death Note L sitting coming through from S2G. They are nervous, and no reason not to be at this point in time, but S2G, they have what it takes. It would be an incredible win for S2G to take it all home right now. 165 points currently at the moment, 7 points ahead of DRS. Alpha 7 behind them at 153. S2G need to live here. There are a couple other teams that might be able, with a gigantic chicken dinner, a gigantic win in 4 Angry Men, Inco, a Godlike Stalwart, potentially. But right now we're looking at the top 3. S2G, DRS, Alpha 7. This is it. This is now. This is where they could become the champions, the new champions of PMGC.
Nova are not even on the front page of their overall standings at this time, with not enough done and not enough left in the tank. You're right, it's looking good that we could crown a new champion to lift the trophy, sparkling in its glory. And now in Jakarta, the last plane path seeks its way from Novo to the Midwest coast.
Southside plane path, Novo. Like you said, the west side coast here, we've seen this one multiple times. We've seen it towards the centre of the map. We've seen it up towards the northern side. This is something that the players, the teams are all used to here in Jakarta. ready to play out their final game, these final important 30 minutes. And for those 30 minutes, those hearts better be pumping, those fingers better be darting. We better be looking at the champion that deserves it all here at the end of this match.
The drums herald us in. Only time will tell now. Who will take this one home? S2G defending for all of today. As we drop out, DRS over near Milter. Buradam going to be dropping a little bit longer than they are, with potential for a little bit of a sneaky upset there. Inco, they've dropped the ball, but they're not completely out of it just yet. You said they've got more to worry about in those top 3 spots.
Inco, though, this playing path, it really ruins their chances so many times. We've seen a few times now where they've been dropped upon, and it looks like they've gone for a bit of a lineup over on this south coast as opposed to trying to drop all in one spot. I like that, I respect that. Then Abete is even further behind at the moment. No one seems to be dropping close to them. On the other hand, T2K, S2G, very close together. Wolves will be dropping towards Pachinki though. I think for S2G, they've got a little bit of a lone soldier out towards that western side, just to the south of 4 AM. Alpha 7, in their drop spot down towards Milter Power, they're back up as opposed to North George. They've been forced to play this one a fair few many times here on our angle, having to switch up from the normality of themselves. For S2G, on the other hand, this seems pretty easy for them because they drop towards the centre of the map. They're pretty used to playing this type of game outwards. It doesn't really change too much on this playing path for this team. It's just a bit of a longer drop, but for everyone, it's the same deal.
The advice given by Nenabete at the end of day 1, breathe. That's how you can make it work. Hopefully everybody is paying attention, brushed up on their Brazilian, because they need to heed that information, heed that advice now. It's such a crucial time for the top spots, and the tables so tightly packed. Nobody over a 10-point average, and nobody under a 5-point average. This is the closest final we have ever seen.
It has never been nail-biting quite like this. The popcorn is flying everywhere at the moment. Some of it's not even meeting mouths. It's on the floor. And all these teams are worried. It's those little moments, those little mistakes that might come through. But this is a game where you shore up everything. You make sure every single hole is patched up. There's not a single leak in the ship. You can keep on trucking, keep on sailing, because the waves, they are roaring, they are high, and the waters are not easy. But smooth sailing does not make good sailors here in the PMGC.
Hold fast to the wheel. Call strong to your team. And look to the horizon. On the tables, there is a top 3 clear. At the moment, looking at how it stands, DRS with 2 chicken dinners win tiebreakers. Unless one of the other 2 teams, S2G or Alpha 7, takes the chicken dinner here, that could be important. DRS, remember, they would win a tiebreaker if it came down to it.
Alter Ego, as per usual, nice and centre. Influence coming up towards Yaz. And Alpha 7 passing by Buradam, but getting slightly ahead of them. Now Alpha 7, we've seen that they've found it a little bit difficult to keep up on that streak sometimes. The momentum looks good, but when it starts to falter, it falters hard. So losing a player early like this would be terrible news. Luckily, they quickly swing the wheel to the left and veer off to the western side, on towards where Inco and Alter Ego are currently playing, taking a central spot within the circle.
Vampire They got back-to-back chicken dinners today. They started down in the dumps, 16th place, and I feel like it wasn't what they deserved, and I think they showed that in matches 3 and 4 of the day.
I think a team like that needs to really find their feet much sooner, though. Can't be looking down and watching where you step. You need to be firmly planting those feet with your eyes out towards the future a lot of times. I think Vampire took too long to make those changes. The desk talks about it, we talked about it. Making those changes on day 3 and looking absolutely sublime just does not cut it, especially in this PMGC where every single team is horribly, horribly strong.
This is the best quality gameplay we have seen. So much improvement, strides have been made this year. And such excitement for next. But who will be that defending champion? Who will be able to mount that honor, to raise the trophy here in Jakarta? S2G so desperately would love it, to take the trophy to Turkey and scream to the world, come and get it.
But the pressure's on now, and it's debilitating. Especially being in first place at the moment. Looking down on the rest of the teams, seeing how close they are, how quick they are climbing, and how gritted their teeth are in the process. That is when you can become quite terrified. When you can just look towards the top of the mountain, it becomes a little bit easier. Knowing that all you have to do is continue to move those hands up, to keep gripping those handholds and pulling yourself further up that leaderboard. But for S2G, kicking down and trying to keep those assailants away from them becomes quite tricky, because not only that, you're also trying to keep a handhold yourself. Circle over towards this eastern side now. Looking at some of these positions on the map, S2G have moved across. IHC are behind them on that western side. After a good chicken dinner, they obviously are feeling quite good about themselves, and I think S2G may have to worry about that. Surrounded by Nova on the southwest. Influence came into the north. In the meantime, Alpha 7 moved down to a compound just on the south side of the Yasnaya fields. Next circle should be popping soon, one of our hardest shifts out of all the circles in this game, and this will determine a lot of where these players will have to move and where they'll have to go. A lot of times we have seen quite a clear position either on the north or south side of the river. This time we'll go all the way over towards the east, towards Yaz. Very bare and empty position on the map. Not a lot of places available. A lot of these teams already in though, but again, S2G looking for those big points, big numbers. They're all the way on this western edge. A northern rotation could work here, John.
Plenty of options for them, but moving over the tundra of Yasnaya Polyana Fields on the south side is so barren and difficult to use. Far from ideal. S2G move up to potentially control Yaz Bridge. They can find 4 AM on the cross. It would be a great result. Not only would they be able to accrue the points for it, but take out an outside chance to overtake them in 4 Angry Men. 141 points to their 165. Sure, it's a bit of a long shot, a 24-point difference, but
we've seen crazier things.
We definitely have.
I think holding on to this bridge crossing as well is smart. 4 AM's forced down towards that south side. It clears up even more of the northern edge, meaning that S2G's rotation is even easier. This is what makes them the #1 team in the lobby so far, is they're always thinking steps ahead at the moment. Alpha 7 take a knock. Disastrous. At the start of this game, luckily there should be a res onto this one. Carrillo drops the smoke, but out in the open currently Alpha 7 is. Influence came in. Shouldn't be able to capitalize on this one too much. Send a couple of shots through. Carrillo will position the buggy in front to ensure that this res does happen, and then maybe just dip out of there.
Carrillo looking for the res over onto Mafioso. Super important for them to stay as a team. Back over to the buggy, staying alive. Got like Stalwart clashing with Geek Fan. As S2G do not stop 4 Angry Men from moving south, as the bridge that they chose was a different one. Instead, though, Ching Chen might have spotted S2G looking out for the hold on the northern side. Ray Z, oh my goodness me, he's so open. Takes a shot, takes a hit, back to cover. Such an important little hop down there. Ching Chen could have had such an impact.
Very quick reactions. Ray Z was all on his lonesome because Silas is currently scouting down towards that middle, scouts towards Alpha 7's position, make sure that that is in fact taken. And now they have a little bit more information to play around with. Could head towards Yasnaya. Next circle soon. This game is going quickly now, John. Much quicker than you might have thought it would. That's just what happens when the excitement builds to a crescendo now and boils over the top. Little boy will take down T2K Jane on the cross. It looks like we will be heading to this horrific area of the map, so that north side, the fielded area. Not many playable spots there, but Alpha 7 super happy with this one. Still has a decent position on the map towards the center to play around. S2G also still in, but will have to regroup.
Influence Kevin on the north side. Yasnaya is their drop spot. Should be familiar with the terrain, playing 2 and 2 split. Ooh, as S2G move through to the center. Silas is scouting. He's going to pay out here.
Moving down, actually might be a decent compound for S2G to head towards, but Silas is unfortunately cut short. And now they have to go against 4 AM and just 3. This is terrible news. DBS in hand of Ray Z already. One very low. Has to hit this shot. Does. This is great news for S2G.
Ching Chen's angle could be pivotal for 400 men up on the hill. Kalsi and Hamzi a little bit further back. The flush is good with the burn from the Molotov. Good Xiao and Svan both launching nades on through, and Kalsi gets tagged. Svan finds Kalsi on the sideline, and Good Xiao wants to put another one in. Through the window there, ricochets off burst close. The burn is brilliant. A lot of damage found instantly. Has to pop it. The nade in through the window doesn't quite get the knock, and Spine is low on the upstairs. But Ray Z in with an EBS. Spots the heel. You cannot get away from him. He is on the hunt. Looks for more as well. Finds the nade in hand, and it will not be found. Spun is shutting down the Ray Z. God! He is vengeance. He is the knight, and S2G have Ray Z to thank.
2 knocks though still went through. That to be a quick regroup, a quick refresh from them. T2K is off at the distance. They still have more to go here. Ray Z takes a tag. Kalsi's going to have to hold on for a little bit longer. And Silas still nowhere to be seen. That one tire that popped out of the back was disastrous for the team. But Ray Z brought it back together for them.
T2K a major threat at the back now. On the north side, Alter Ego, center. A little bit further south, Alpha 7, slap bang in the middle, a major barrier. But the big news here, 4 points for S2G.
That's a point total put up to 169 right now. DRS Alpha 7 yet to find anything during this game. All players back up on their feet. Ray Z has just pulled S2G back from the brink. With a DBS, he looked unstoppable. Rolling through like thunder on the stairs. I don't think 4 AM knew what hit him, but they are now out of the running. A potential chance at the top 5, and 4 AM will cut short by S2G, who has had the time of their lives during this PMGC tournament from day 1 through to day 3.
Consistency, and they ramp it up. S2G, so difficult to handle. And we will not see a Chinese champion either. That much is for sure. The circle shift comes through.
Wolves, Nova, all passing through up towards Silas's position. Now, Hamzi G realises he has to move down and support. But all through this game, S2G has been fairly split. They need to get back together. Looks like they will grab their teammate and run back to safety, back to regroup. Nova, order. Fireflux feeling the pain. They played spoiler to S2G in the last game, but Nova might be too tall an order for them. However, they have gone fairly even, but Fireflux falter. And they play split. They split their attention, and Solar strolls in so late to this fight. Falls flat on the face, and Fireflux fail to go any further. Firebucks going down here. Alter Ego, Influence Kevin, both having a chance now to put up some more points and pass out of the 15th and 16th place. But all eyes right now on Alpha 7, S2G and DRS. Outside on the east, Inco still have to move from a compound that they thought was strong down towards the southeast. Unwilling to head central, but DRS losing one. Bad news for them. Playing with 3, not ideal at this stage in the game. Zone 4, it's too early.
DRS diminished. In the face of it all, a team that I don't think anyone really at the start of this would have called to be here in second place with a chance to take the top spot in the final match. But here they stand, and Nepal behind them.
Exactly, they've really shown the strength of Nepal, but Inco taking horrible casualties as they move through, cut apart by Stalwart. Then Abete hits the deck. There's still players available for Inco, but Stalwart decides to try and get ahead of the pack, try and get ahead of the movement, and then Abete will fall as Pika quickly makes that movement. Becca now tries to support from up high, but it looks like Inco is going to have an even worse time.
There must be trouble ahead for Inco. And indicative of their performance here in the finals. They slow and they falter in this final game. DRS though with a crucial challenge, losing it down to Delta. Could this be the first contender out?
Oh, God.
Delta somehow dodges the wheel, but a hop out and the bullets are there. And S2G have less to worry about now. Alpha 7 poised in a central spot. The only team now really with a big chance, as God like Stalwart have more to deal with than they'd like.
Inco is out. They cannot go much further anymore. DRS also down. The two teams that displayed great central play and great edge play will finally fall. Can DRS hold on to their second place spot? Or will Alpha 7 overtake them?
A shift away, and Alpha 7 will have to leave. Godlike Stalwart, 5 eliminations and 4 alive. But S2G in a good compound here, delivered at their doorstep on the precipice of victory here in Jakarta.
So close to it. DRS feels like the pressure got to them just a little bit. I don't think I've ever seen them falter that badly on our angle before. But still, an outstanding performance from them this tournament. Any Nepali fans should be proud of what they've achieved here. Stalwart looking for the final members of Bunadam to close this one out. Already 7 eliminations. Stalwart wants to take this game further, up to 150 points, make that 151. 2 points behind now of Alpha 7 at the start of this game.
2 points separates them from that third place position. And they will be just that little bit further behind the top. And with S2G still as 4 as they are, it's unlikely to change too much. S2G, if they make top 5 in this match, that should be enough for them. As godlike Stalwart want to rewrite fate. Tug on the threads and try and control whatever they can. Alter Ego on the west side of the circle. Rez needed after a self-nade, unfortunate. IHC wanting to push in. 3 players active, 3 players alive. With the Rez still going through, it is even, but it immediately comes back up. But once more shut down, the lineup is good. Another player was knocked on the inside, and Alter Ego fall down to 1. And the last will find no more room to play. S2G picking up a bunch of these points.
Stealing them from on far as well. GeekFam will also fall, unfortunately, for the home crowd. Now Alter Ego and GeekFam out. Stalwart lose a player here. Pika now out, leaving Stalwart at 3 players going forward. Alpha 7 moves a little bit further in, but their eastern side, it's looking tricky. It's looking pocked with teams and players all looking for a little bit more. Mythic spots that position over towards S2G, but that spot is just so good. They knew they had to fight for it versus 4am. And arguably, if they take this game, they have Ray Z to thank.
4 eliminations from Ray Z in that first engagement. The DBS louder than ever. In match 18, 7 eliminations total. The lead stretches away. The stride is hit. And S2G may have already done enough. Alpha 7 though want to challenge that. Knock over onto Scribe, bringing Godlike Stalwart down to 2. A nade over top from Revo confirms the point. And Alpha 7 begin their march, grim as it may be.
Pushing back Stalwart. They do not want to give up this top 3. IHC, the only others, would be able to challenge it, but they're far behind at this point. Stalwart down to 2 players, Alpha 7. A second place they'd be happy with at this point in time. For Brazil, it would be a wonderful result. But can they go even further? But with 8 eliminations from S2G, I don't know how likely it will be. Ray Z up to 6 eliminations, 9 total now.
3 for Kelsey, 6 for Ray Z. Is there anything anyone can do? The compound's so strong. Vampire cowed behind any cover they can cling on to. And Alpha 7 just don't have the points to stand up to it.
They need something huge right now, and they haven't started to make that jump up. And the amount of eliminations available inside the lobby is starting to dwindle just a little bit. And all the while, S2G is picking up more and more. Hamzy will find the knockover towards Vampire Esports. They have eyes on. This God compound is disgusting. Circle moves their way once again. What a finish here for the PMGC. 10 eliminations, unstoppable. They were unstoppable about 10 minutes ago.
175 points already found. A monumental ask for Alpha 7 to be able to overtake them. Godlike Stalwart maybe, and in comes Alpha 7 for the run. Vampire looking to hold them off and maybe play spoiler. The Brazilian roster fall apart and it's Vampire to pick them up. That might be it. S2G have no one else. Is there no one else?
Will no one else challenge this team? I think not at this point in time. Stalwart with 2 players remaining. The Turkish casters, the Turkish analysts, they're waving flags on this side. They know it's all but over.
The top spot sat proudly upon right now, with only Godlike Stalwart far in the rearview mirror. One more twist and turn is all it'll take for S2G to raise the trophy.
And S2G are looking for them right now. They have eliminated so many and so much of the competition during this one game. I thought they looked nervous, far from it. They were prepared, ready to do what necessary to take home the trophy, to take it back to Turkey and guard it like a dragon.
Spray out into the open and stay alive, survive. The Wolves, the only other team, is 4 and they're trapped right on the south side. Next circle, looking to shrink. Where will we find it? Finally it moves away from S2G, but blank, it's too little too late to stop them now.
Closing this out with a chicken dinner would be beautiful. Already a knock over towards T2K, and the dominance continues. A 1-2 punch, and T2K sent out of the ring. An uppercut so deadly. The force from it can be felt from here.
The sightline's known. Godlike Stalwart will have to move. Ray Z gets knocked, but nothing can dampen their spirits at this stage. Hamzy, Silas, under pressure from Alex Shaw, but IHC will have to leave their spot too.
Spirits bolstered by Titanium. As you say, John, it's going to be very hard to pierce this bubble. S2G are living the high life now, and they just want to close this game out for fun.
12 eliminations. Potential to break records here. And the run from Silas and Kelsey to lead the charge to IHC. They want to take this fight. They want to move through. Like sharks, they will not stop. Kelsey with a nade. Wants to heal before the fight. And the rest of S2G regroup on the ridgeline with cover.
They even brought motorbikes for the end game. They knew what they were doing.
Spots action. Hamzy. They turn their attention back to the backstab. Everybody else is on this south side, so it is only Godlike Stalwart out there, out in the open. As the Wolves take a fight with Vampire. Over the wall they go, into the breach once more. Silas inside, Razy to follow. Zeal on the top rope, Godless and Alex outside. 3 players from IHC are here and around the ground floor of the building. They will find their fight. Will it be the final one? Only time will tell. Alex puts Kelsey to bed, but Alex is traded off. Will not be flushed just yet. Godless last standing, and S2G have one more to deal with. They stay alive. All 4 of them go, and it is not going to stop here. The Terminators from Turkey crunch down on IHC. Nova up to bat. Is it the last? Is this what S2G are looking to find to take on the reigning champions, the defenders? Already out of it. S2G want more. One knock on the inside. Order in to play spoiler. It's big, but is it big enough? 2 players now stand for S2G, and Vampire are in the wings.
Hamzy G takes an insane spot there. Silas down, Racy extremely low. It looks like that might just be it. For S2G, how much further can they go? Only 1 player up in Hamzy G. He has to take it all the way versus Nova's 2. 10 eliminations for them. And now just down to 1. But S2G, what a run they've had of it here.
No nade left for Hamzy. They have spent all they have. And with it, they are rewarded. A clash between Vampires and Wolves. A tale as old as time. And this time around, the Vampires reign on. Nova turn their attention away. And Hamzy, he's been spotted by Order. The leg peeking out. Under the vehicle, is there an angle? Is there a bullet to be found? The needle looking to pierce. And that will be it. S2G, 15 eliminations to close it down. A champion's performance in match number 18. And look at that. Elation for S2G. Emotion coursing through their veins. Nova, defending champions, graciously will hand over the title.
But at least show them that there's still other teams out there that can take it to them. Despite that, S2G went through the ringer to even get to that stage, and 15 eliminations. Zone 9, Vampire looking for the turkey today, but we've already found our turkey right at the top. And now Nova looks to close this one out. That's another one down. Vampire looking for the 3rd. Paraboy's extremely low. Sweats just has to find a little bit more. Pushed in by the smoke, and that will be it. Vampire take their 3rd chicken of the day.
In the year of improvement, Vampire surge up the tables in the final day, but the title at the top for Turkey. The brass still hot on their path to victory. The boxes litter behind them. It is their time.
You cannot quite believe what you've seen here. These boys will be taking that trophy home with them, and there it will stay, there it will remain until it's placed back on the stage again, and they will defend the title. Razy has to be proud of this moment. He was vengeance in those last moments of the game, in the first moments of the game. DBS2G here. What a way to finish it.
up the stairs towards the trophy. Turkey sings the praises of S2G. The champions here in Jakarta. Who will challenge them next year? It is the Turkish team, the Terminators, S2G!
Congratulations, S2G.
S2G have done it, and they are your new PMGC champions. The crowd is going wild. The Turkish casters, I think things just flew around. I think we've got some bottles over here. It is madness, and congratulations to the Turkey region. What a phenomenal final.
I don't have the words right now.
I'm so happy.
Turkey take themselves the finals, and Crazy not only qualifies his team through the league stage into these grand finals, but also clutches things up versus 4 AM. This man just, solo-handedly almost in his final game, just enabled his team to hold on to that first place. What a great storyline for the team that will be able to defend potentially their title in Turkey next year.
And we talked about them from the get-go. If this team could have just narrowed down the eliminations, could have just narrowed down the placement points, they were going to be able to take their win, and they did just that. And what a beautiful way to finish it, too. They decided to play their game. They ended up getting some amazing, but also of the grand